Alrighty then. We are back. Now, at the end of last stream, I was in the middle of doing some looting, and then I ran into the sound buffer overflow. And I didn't really feel like shutting the game down and turning it back on. So we ended the stream there. Kind of an anticlimactic ending. But we are back. We're going to finish what we were working on. And then we'll start something new after we get all the loot taken care of here. There's some paint on the ground here. I don't think any of it needed to come back with me. No. The trunk of the vehicle is full, so I do want to go back to base and do a drop-off. Yeah. Hello, Hassan. Good morning. Well, I guess 1:33 a.m. is technically morning, but good day to you. I'll say day. Good day. It's been a few days since I've streamed. Had a couple of things come across my dashboard that really grabbed my attention. I don't want that to sound like I've lost interest in Zomboid or anything like that. That's definitely not the case. But I have other hobbies that will occasionally just flare up an interest level in, and that will interrupt anything else I'm currently doing. A lot of my other hobbies are nowhere near as evergreen as a game like Zomboid, though. So when I say that I'm not going to really lose interest in Zomboid while I have an ongoing character, that's usually an honest statement. I can't think of the last time that I've genuinely lost interest in a character in this game. Like, really the only thing that has made me stop playing anytime I've played it for this entire year so far. We're 8 months into this year. I've been playing it all year since Build 42 came out. The only thing that really would ever make me lose interest is being forced to step away from the game for a long period of time and then coming back to a different beta build, because then I would have to start over. That was the one thing that happened back in like February. I went on a snowboarding trip, and when I came back, it was like there was a couple of B42 versions that had changed. But yeah, I just picked up again and started a new character after that. So this game is, as far as my hobbies go, this game has been one of the most evergreen among them. So you can reliably tell that I will not be losing interest in this game anytime soon. But, like I said, in this particular case, it was AI. I do dabble with generative AI every once in a while. And I recently discovered something very interesting about WAN Vase. The plan. We are currently just going back to base. Base is just north of here, and we are seeing a respawn, so I'm killing them. These guys are all way too close to my base. I want to let them exist. Split them apart here. A Fallout mod conversion. I could see that being interesting. I guess the specifics would be, how would you do the specifics of that? Would it be, would you change anything about the zombie lore, or would it just be the zombie apocalypse as it does in Zomboid happen to the Fallout universe? I could see that being interesting. I did enjoy Fallout quite a bit. In fact, I think Fallout 4 is in my top 10 number of games that I've played. So I can already hear some Fallout fans being like, you haven't played real Fallout yet. No, I have not played New Vegas or Fallout 3 or any of the older ones yet. They are all on my list of games to try someday. I've been told that they're better. I tentatively believe that. I'll give them a shot someday. The only real reason that I've obsessed over Fallout 4 uniquely is just its modability. I found quite a few interesting mods for Fallout 4 that brought it above the default experience. Now look at all this. Look at all this. This is right in front of my base. Look at all these respawns. It's all so tiresome. It really is. I never get tired of killing zombies right in front of my own base. Yeah, that's true. I have a lot of hobbies, way more time than I could ever have time for, so time management is always an ongoing struggle for me. It's one of the reasons I have not, I've been streaming for hundreds of hours now, but I still don't have a dedicated schedule. I don't know if I ever will. If I ever come up with a dedicated schedule for streaming, that will be a personal achievement. Especially because of how reliant it is on other factors that I don't always have control over, like my work schedule. Being in a position of, I don't know if I would call it authority, but just, being in the position that I'm in, my schedule is dependent on who I have to fill in for on my team, which I have no control over. If our overnight guy gets sick, then I guess I need to take a couple of days with an inverted sleep schedule for his sake. Well, for the sake of the team, but, really. It is a shipping logistics hat. Those are kind of rare. Very nice medium blue. Almost an ideal match for like the blue of the gas station here. But there actually is a fossil oil hat that is a direct match for it. Something that Fallout 4 did that I would really love to see more of is rad storms. The rad storms in Fallout 4 were just so cool. I feel like almost any game that I play that is of the survival crafting genre, 7 Days, Zomboid, so many of them would just feel cooler if there were just randomly rad storms that forced me to change my calculus, because if I stayed outside, I would get irradiated, and that would be bad. Now, of course, maybe Zomboid wouldn't be the best platform for that, because Zomboid is hyper-realistic in a lot of things that it tries to do. It tries to represent a lot of things, quote-unquote, realistically. And, of course, if it represented radiation realistically, there's no Rad-X in real life. If you get irradiated, you're gonna fucking die a slow, painful death. There's no getting around that. I'm gonna have to do a cleaner perimeter check around the base, because I do not... If there were respawns right there, there might be more in these trees. So I'm not gonna start unloading loot until I've done a little shimmy around here. There's a part of me that wants to clear this entire forest out of pure spite, just so that I no longer have any line of sight blockage. If there's a zombie anywhere within rendering distance of my base, I'd be able to see it. I don't know if I would necessarily do that, but... see, look at that, up to the north there. We do have some respawns on the side of the actual river here. See, I did, actually, exactly what I was just describing, clearing trees out of spite. I did that for most of the shoreline here. That was relatively easy, though. Looks like I should probably do it for the rest of the shoreline, because honestly, there's plenty of spawns back here. Alright. Never ever let yourself forget. Every encounter in this game could be your last, if you make too many mistakes. Okay, looking good. No, we're not. See all those group 6 zombies over there? On the other side of this tree? No zombies. Fucking trees, man. Just got hungry, so I'm gonna step back briefly, have a drink of milk. Ain't nobody want their damage get cut in half like that. Speaking of cut in half, ideally, I would eat some protein before getting into fights, because my proteins are low. Actually, I can do that. I'll just drink a couple of extra milks. See, I'm already at max hunger right now, but if I drink a couple more milks, That will get me my proteins back into the good zone. If your proteins are not in the good zone, you're only getting about 70% as much strength experience as you would be. Doesn't sound like much, but it adds up a lot. Now, I will go ahead and come back to kill those next. The ones all the way over there above north of the bait shop are not an immediate risk of being drawn by my generator sounds, and therefore I am not worried about them immediately. They're not gonna the ones all the way up there are not gonna wander down here and fuck with me while I'm trying to empty the loot. Anything much closer would have. Okay, most of what I've picked up is standard kind of stuff, with the exception of I did pick up yet another blue generator. I'm running out of space in front of my base for blue generators. I think I was actually questioning whether to take this, and I erred on the side of, alright, I'll take it, because why not? Okay, I do have some stuff that needs to go to the garage area. I'm going to get that out of the way now. Otherwise, it'll sit in the trunk until I leave again. So what was that? I got some engine parts, some glass work, and a couple of standard car batteries and performance brakes. In fact, most of this is all standard. Cool. I really do need to get off my ass and get some of these Electromax vans loaded with standard parts. But I'm not really... I mean, where are all the standard vehicles that I'm fixing up, right? I'm a heavy-duty kind of guy. And then there were just engine parts, and that's it for... Double check, make sure that's it for the vehicle stuff. That is it for the vehicle stuff. Okay. So I am going to go around back, because going around back is where all of my storage is. Something I will need to do before I head back out is top up the cows and chickens on their foodstuffs. So while I'm out in the field, I've been finding more jars of stuff. These jars of stuff that I've been finding are stale. Jarred food does seem to go stale, generally speaking, as you approach the 1-year marker. I do believe refrigeration will slow that down. So that stale stuff I just put in the fridge should last a little longer. Anything else for the kitchen in here? I don't think so. No. Yeah, I did already have one of the shipping logistics. That's okay. I have finished reading Napping 3, so I can put that book back. Do I have some more reading material to read in the background? Not ready for butchering yet. I could be ready for foraging if I just went out and spent a little bit of time to get to the next level. I have 2 copies of Reloading 5. I forgot about that. Yeah, it does not look like I have much else to read right now, so I will go ahead and carry around a copy of Foraging 3, and then just try to remember to do a little bit of foraging so that I can actually get to the next level and start reading that. My sword is needing to be replaced. It is close to breaking. So my storage system for picking up loot is currently based on what needs to go upstairs. Right, okay. So these beer bottles, the CDs, the Trumpet, the wine, that all goes upstairs. The propane tank is slated for downstairs, so I'll hold on to that. Now this is a propane tank that has been used up a little bit, so it needs to be used sooner rather than later, so I'll just put it on top of the welding area, along with the other propane tanks. The full ones I'll put in the actual cabinets to pull them out much later. The ones that are like partial capacity. I'm gonna use those up earlier. Is this the first trumpet that I've picked up? It might be. Like, I have tons of saxophones, but this is the first trumpet that I've found. That's neat. Not a lot of room left on the brass side here. Maybe I will put it, like, between the flute there or something. I'll have to use extended placement to figure that out. I don't know, I can fit it in front of the saxophone there. I mean, I've got 3 saxophones on the wall. There really doesn't need to be one on the shelf too. I didn't have very much else to go on the brass shelf, so that's fine. Brass/woodwind shelf. All right, we got some cheap beer. Got some soda for mixers all the way over there on the right, because downstairs the soda is already full. White wine. White wine goes in the center here. And that constitutes all of the loot that needs to go upstairs. So everything else I picked up while I'm out in the field, as long as I was diligent about it, all of that goes downstairs. I don't have to do any more trips upstairs. We'll see if I was actually diligent about it or not. Start with some clothes here. I've found a nice pink formal shirt. And then a whole bunch of memorabilia. Memorabilia bin is full once again. I don't know if there's much I can do about that at this point. I should remove the toys. Yeah, I'll start removing toys and other generic stuff. Toys and other generic stuff can go into the corner box over here. At some point, I'll use the toys to decorate the play area upstairs, but for now, they just need to get out of my bag and somewhere useful. Alright, more reading material in the second box here. At this point, I'm only picking up reading material if it is a non-book that provides happiness reduction. Or unhappiness reduction. Unhappiness reduction. Vinegar, a very extremely rare resource. Put that separated from the rest of the foodstuffs. We got some heavy foodstuffs, lentils, and corn flour. This bin is full. Shit. I'm going to start putting overflow heavy form food, or large form food into the pots and pans area for now. I will figure out a bigger storage system for food at some point. Just because canned food does take up a lot of space. I think I can make a few boxes of canned food, actually. Let me do that now. If you have 6 or more of a canned food item, you can consolidate it into a box. Pack 6 cans of food in a box in your crafting menu. So I can do that for spaghetti bologna. I can do that for, looks like several. I can do that for fruit beverages, for fruit cocktails, and peas and potatoes. In addition to the one I just made. So what this does is it allows me to continuously use this corner spot for canned food, individual canned food items. That way, as soon as I get to 6 of any type of canned food, I can just open up the crafting menu and pack it into a box, put the box somewhere else. What will I do with all of these boxes of canned food? You know. I'm playing my character as if she's going to live forever, for the rest of her life. Therefore, food is better than not food in every situation. So for now, I think I probably will start putting more of the crates in here. These crates right here. I'll put a few more of those in the kitchen at some point. I was kind of trying to keep the aesthetic of the kitchen non-mahogany based, because, you know, I have mahogany everywhere else in the base with the wood of the storage crates kind of matches mahogany, so that's what I've been doing for the rest of the base, but much of a choice. These cabinets are finite quantity. You're not going to find very many more of these cabinets, and they are smaller, and they cannot be stacked. So, problems, future problems. I've kicked the can down. I've kicked the can down the road for that problem. Already, har. I'll be here all night, folks. Okay, so the display cases also running very short of room on. They can only fit basically the equivalent of a single garbage bag. In my case, with organized, that's 26. That's not very much for a single food category after a year of looting, but that's all right. Found some cookware. Cookware goes in here. Speaking of cookware and foodstuffs, I need something with protein in it. In fact, I need quite a bit of protein, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to sear up one of these porks just straight up. That's because right now all I really need is I don't need calories, I don't need fats, I don't need carbs, I don't need anything other than proteins. And when you need a lot of proteins, just sear yourself a slab of meat. That'll get you a lot of proteins fast. The small form food bin is once again almost full. That's alright though. I only just started cooking, so it's going to be a minute. Couple of additional sacks. On a map. I don't know if I actually have rosewood yet, do I? Of course I do. I already have 2. Now I have 3. I cannot forget about the pork that I put in the oven. I must check it again as soon as I get this first aid and camping and fire source out of here. Oh, that bin is full. Damn it. I recently freed up a lot of room for more storage, and I didn't even build more crates. So I'm going to have to fix that. Alright, let's check on that pork. A little over halfway there. Timed that alright. Pretty much done with that garbage bag. I'll find a home for the insect repellent. Alright, so this pork chop reduces 73 hunger. So I'm just going to eat half of it and see what happens to my proteins. That was surprisingly not very much protein. For an entire slab of pork, I expected more, but that's alright. That put us back in the good zone. So I will hold on to the rest of this pork in the fridge here. Most of my backpack is being taken up by another garbage bag to get started with here. This is the second of 4, so we're making some good progress on getting all of our loot sorted out. A little bit more canned food, stuff for other stuff for the kitchen here. Small form food bin is perpetually being close to full. I've been, once again, kicking the can down the road on it. But by moving the oats, I can make a little bit more space in it. Problem is, the more stuff I move out of it, the less fit for purpose it becomes as a, just, you know, a generic destination for anything that I consider small form food. Okay, everything else in here is going on the other side of the base. Let's start with the steel. The steel can go on the floor here. Till this spot on the floor is full, and then I'll find another spot nearby for it. Yes, I do have like 17 wrenches on the floor right here. Because, in my mind, when I see a wrench, I see a steel bar half, because that's what it is when you smelt it. I have so many wrenches that I don't need wrenches right now, but I do need steel. Steel is how you make some more neat weapons. At this point, I am currently putting all twine that I find in the tailoring area, because tailoring will use up a lot of twine if you use twine specifically to power level your tailoring. I don't normally do that until I reach the point where I can't fit things into the box where I would put twine anymore. Because twine is more useful elsewhere until you get to that point, in my opinion. Okay, let's get the entertainment literature out of the way, and that should count for most of this garbage bag. Everything else is going to be on the main wall. Yeah. Couple of magazine dupes. We're on our third box of skill magazines. We have one box right here, completely full, 78 encumbrance. We have another box right here, completely full, 78 encumbrance, of nothing but skill magazines. And that's just because I very compulsively keep every single one that I find. even if it's one that I've already read. Mostly the reason for that is you can actually use skill magazines to craft certain armor things. Have I ever even crafted them? No, but the fact that I can morally obligates me to hold on to them. Respirator filters are going in the household for now. I cannot fit anything else up here right now because this crate is full. Why is this crate full? What is taking up all of its space? It's really spread out. I think I'm gonna have to split up the containers and the camping fishing stuff. Yeah, let's do a separate box for camping and fishing, because I always think of the third box in this stack as my container box. So I definitely want to keep containers here, but everything else, we'll find a new home for it. So all of the fishing stuff is coming out of it, and all of the camping stuff after that. Okay, the box right to the right of it, just some random stuff in it. That's my new fishing and camping supplies box. Okay. Not very often that I can just find a new box to the right of something, but this particular, the top of this particular stack has actually been empty for quite a while, for a variety of reasons. I only just recently got a crate put there. It actually helps me at a glance to find out where things are by to strategically leave a spot open. Now, you can paint these crates. I don't, because there was a problem with them before when you painted them where the color wouldn't come out right. And yes, I genuinely do care more about aesthetics than certain things like that, so. Okay, so this is number 6. Number 3 from number 3 in this area goes to number 6. Okay, that was a good separation right there. Well, quote unquote, was. The camping and fishing box, the one that I just designated, it's already full, or close to being full. So I've once again, I have kicked the problem down the road. Couple of things for electronics. I found a box of sparklers. This is the 6th that I've found and set aside. I feel like I found a second one while I was out there, in which case that'll be the 7th. But yeah, not very many of those. Those are a prerequisite to making explosives. So if you don't find any, no explosives for you. Devs went out of the way to make explosives actually effective against zombies, and then didn't give us any more ways to make explosives because, well, it's unstable beta, bro. That excuse will excuse just about anything at this point. Alright, now this is some orange hair dye. Orange hair dye I have been putting into, well, orange as in, like, you know, the, not a vivid orange, but like something closer to brown. I've been just consolidating all of that, despite it being slightly different shades. I've just been consolidating all of it into a 15 liter dispenser bottle here. Reason for that is, until the hair dye gets significantly increased in its tint, or sorry, brightness. It needs to be a brighter orange for it to be something that I actually care about. Until then, it might as well just be a medium reddish brown, which is, you know, And you see this right here? The hair dye that we're currently rocking is probably about 10 to 20% lighter than that. So I have no shame just tossing this into there and then tossing the empty hair dye bottle aside. And then just some hairspray. Hairspray is also a prerequisite to making bombs. I have an entire cabinet full of hairspray here in the salon. 47 units. That's 47 potential bombs. But because box of sparklers is also a prerequisite, most of those 47 hairsprays are going completely unused. And again, I've said this before on stream, and I cannot talk about specifics. There are so many ways to turn an aerosol can into a bomb, as long as the contents are flammable. But this game would have you believe the only way to do it is with a box of sparklers. Again, I'm not going to talk about specifics. This is live. This is YouTube. But there's more options than that. That's all I'm going to say. There's many more options than that. And here are our last 2 garbage bags of loot. I need to do something with these stupid cans of oats. Now that the van is emptied, I'm going to go ahead and park it. Those aren't blooming, are they? I need to take a quick peek at these crops when I get a moment. See, when you look at a crop, you see flowers. Oh, is that blooming? Not always. At least not in this game. What was I doing with cans of oats? I don't even remember. Oh, I was putting them in here for now. This one will get full pretty quickly if I continue with that, but, okay, everything in this bag is electronics. I think the entire electrical stack is very close to being full. I am putting light bulbs of different colors into different boxes. Am I going to be able to maintain that? It's going to be difficult. Because some of these boxes might as well be full. Despite my best efforts. I'm going to start moving TV remotes to the second box in the stack. That will take some of the pressure off of the bottom here. I can make I can pack, so anytime you get 12 of a certain item, in this case batteries, I can pack those into a box, makes them easier to store. In a perfect world, you would not pack batteries that are almost empty into a box of batteries that's almost full, or, you know, you would separate them ideally. I like to try to use up the ones that are almost empty, if I can manage. Can't always manage that. How about light bulbs? Can I make a box of light bulbs? I can make at least one. I can make a second. Now, light bulbs, you would think, I've got literally hundreds of light bulbs. You would think, if it sticks to a box, that I could make many. No. No, light bulbs, there are internal differences between light bulbs that I have yet to figure out. I do not understand the differences between them, but there are certain light bulbs that you can pack into a box. The ones you cannot pack into a box vastly outnumber the ones that you can. And therefore, if you collect a lot of light bulbs, instead of throwing them out, you're going to have a lot of loose light bulbs kicking around the place. But in that particular instance, we were able to get at least 4 of those boxes, so that's good. And to be a little more specific, it is white light bulbs. As far as I know, white light bulbs of a specific kind are the only ones that can be packed into a box right now. Anything with a hint of color to it cannot be packed into a box. So that's that's unfortunate about that, but it is what it is. So we are now emptying the last garbage bag of loot that I found. So as soon as we're done with this, we are back to doing something more interesting. Well, a little bit of base maintenance, and then we're back to more interesting. I found some more knee pads that are of the purple variety, which is kind of unfortunate because theoretically you could find knee pads of random colors, but most of them that I've found have just been purple. Would have liked a couple of other colors. Okay, that's not true. I did actually find black knee pads. Not tactical knee pads, which are actually black, but a random generated color of knee pad that happened to be black. Very, very rare find, actually. Because if you think about all the different colors that could be generated, to get something that is passably black is not too awful common. M9 box is full. I am separating M9s of perfect condition into a separate box, which is the 7th in this stack. So let's move a few of those. 6, 7. Alright, so we have a little bit of stuff for the materials, but then most everything else in here is for the kitchen. Okay, and aside from this gas can, which cannot fit in the one place that I have designated for large form liquid storage, I'll have to find a new home for that. Just gonna polish off the rest of this pork that I cooked earlier. Should keep my proteins feathered high. There we go. Another box of canned food, which I don't have a destination for yet, so it's going on the floor over here for now. Loose cans, plenty of room for those now. One large form food item. And looks like everything else is small form and a little bit of savory and sweet. Tortilla chips in the savory. Chocolate chips in the sweet, everything else in the corner. The corner is full once again. Fuck. Damn it, I need to start pulling more stuff out of the corner. Maybe I'll separate sugars next. So white sugar and brown sugar. Maybe I'll move those elsewhere. But before I even think about anything like that, I will need to come up with a larger form storage system for the kitchen here, which probably is going to involve some crates, in addition to this one right here. Is that rain? Sounds like rain. Yeah, okay. What is rain? It means I don't have to water the crops anytime soon. That's all rain is to me right now. The spare gas can go in the trunk of this fire truck, which is my refueling vehicle at the moment. And speaking of refueling, I think the generators are fine. I'll do a cursory check. Yeah. I refueled them before I headed out on my loot run yesterday, so we're fine. Now, oh, you know what? I don't have any live viewers at the moment. That's unfortunate, but not entirely unsurprising. I think I attracted some new subscribers when I made that Reddit post with my base, but I don't know if many of them will stick around because I had to take a couple of days off of streaming right after that, so it's unfortunate, but that's the nature of the beast. So my sword is in need of replacement. Really easy to replace a sword, just dismantle it first, remove the blade from the tang, and go to your forge. I do not have enough charcoal to make a new one yet. But when I do, you can literally use the sword blade itself to forge a new sword. So, you know, the steel isn't going anywhere. You just need to spend charcoal to get the steel reforged into something usable. So we do need more charcoal then, because I want to have a sword on me. So that's probably going to be our next task before we go to sleep tonight. I'm going to trade out my... do just a little bit of character maintenance before we go out and get charcoal. We need another sterilized bandage to put in the Alice kit here. And Alice kit's looking good. Nothing else really jumps out at me that I need to toss into that 0.1 of storage that I have left. You know, I have so many multi-tools, I could start carrying one around and remove my reliance on heavier things. I'll do that until I start breaking my multi-tools, which will happen eventually, but for now... sorry, I keep saying multi-tool, it's a handy knife is what it really is, but... I have one that's about to break. I won't use that. I'm thinking about that because my screwdriver is actually about to break. Okay, that's not bad. I'll find something to fill that 0.2 of space left eventually. I need to throw the old screwdriver out because there's nothing I can do to recycle it. Once a screwdriver is done, it's done. I don't even think you can make... you cannot make new screwdrivers like that are just like the kind you find out in the world, as far as I know. I think you have to make... there's ways to make improvised screwdrivers, but you'll find so many out in the world that that's not a problem. I'm going to overeat a little bit, not really for any particular purpose other than to make sure that I use this food up before it goes bad, but also maybe this will get my proteins back up a little bit. Yeah, that by overeating that entire fry, literally a day's worth of food, in terms of hunger reduction, that had a generous helping of protein in it, so we're good for protein for now. Charcoal. Charcoal is next on the docket. I am going to cut some trees. I have an axe just sitting around waiting for that, so I have an axe right over here. Wood axe. The powerful axe, as it were. Wood axes are basically just sledgehammers for trees. But, and don't tell Indy Stone this, they swing just as fast as any other axe when you use the right click to cut down trees. Really, Indy Stone will want to nerf that any minute. So I'm moving the charcoal burner up a little bit. Don't have to move it too far, just far enough to reach the stuff I just cut. Speaking of the stuff I just cut, I'm going to pick up most of it, or pick up some stuff from the ground nearby where I just cut that and bring it over to the spot where the largest tree that I cut is. That will enable me to do a couple more burns, I believe. Looks like we're getting a fair bit of rain. Just escalated from light to medium. Heavy is probably on the way. Alright, I sit on the ground because I'm over-encumbered. Open the barrel here. I expect in the future that this will be one of those timed activities, and it will probably also require a lighter source. And for all I know, the rain will make it impossible. I'm sure that's coming. Remember, the Indie Stone is not here to make our lives easier. It's currently very easy to make charcoal. So, yeah, a nerf is coming for that any minute now. Alright, so most of the charcoal that I just got is either in my backpack or my inventory now. Headed on back. We'll do a little bit of smelting before we empty it out of our inventory. That'll save us some time, but otherwise, job well done. I'm almost 100% certain that charcoal burning outdoors will be a thing of the past someday here. They've the Indie Stone has shown their hand in that regard when it comes to the stupid leather drying system that they introduced with the latest patch. I call it stupid. It annoys me. By design, most likely. And the reason it annoys me is because our action economy in this game is already being annihilated. And they've seen fit to annihilate it further without optimizing anything about it. Which is why the leather, just yet another reason why the leather drying system did not belong in this game yet. But that's what the Indie Stone is all about. Why can't I craft it? Fuck. I couldn't craft it for a second, and now I can. Cool. By fire be reforged. We have ourselves another sword now. I can't remember exactly why, but I have the sinking suspicion that I needed a couple more swords. You can never have too many swords. Best in slot for Longblade, so if you can make a few extra, doesn't hurt. That's exactly what I'm going to do now. Just going to make 2 extra, and then I'm going to hit the sack. Now, only one of them am I actually going to put a handle on. The other 2 blades I'm just going to set aside for now, till I remember exactly what I needed them for. Whether it was vehicles or just having spares. Yeah, no live viewers at the moment. I'll ease up on the live commentary. I know I have quite a few viewers who watch my stuff after I stream, so shout out to you guys. You're the real MVPs. I know I've said it before, but it bears repeating. Folks who catch up with my streams despite not catching them live are people who are going out of their way to watch me, which I do appreciate. Big shout out to you all. Now, the one negative to the rain is the simple fact that I was going to do some foraging at some point. I can't really forage very well in the rain. Rain reduces your... reduces how far you can find stuff significantly, regardless of skill level. In the meantime, I do have some small leather that I could tan. Do I have any large leather that I could tan? I don't think any of this is large. If I did, there would be some outside here. I do have some medium. go ahead and remove all of that from this crate. Now, I do have a medium drying rack inside here. Now, of course, when I say inside, does this really count as inside? Because, no, it doesn't. You would think, you know, 4 walls, a door, and a roof, that would count as inside, but no, it doesn't. So, yes, the medium leather that I put in here before is done. I'm going to go ahead and do that again. I got some other medium leather ready to go on the rack. So even though it is the middle of the night, as long as we've got the roof over our heads, and the temperature is above average, so the drying rate is 1.2 times. That's like a 5-day dry, maybe. Maybe a little less than that, because during the day it'll get hotter. Oops, wrong button. What have I been doing with leather these days? I'm just tossing it in here, right? Yeah. I was tossing it in there, but I don't have any more room for it, so I will toss it on top of these crates. Now, you might wonder, if I need more room over here, and I only have one, I don't have, like, stacks of crates, why don't I make more stacks? And the answer, probably not going to surprise you, it would be too tall, and it would block my ability to see what I'm doing, unless I'm directly in front of them. So that's not an option for me. I want to be able to see what I'm doing. I hate the game's culling system. I don't want to be trying to see where my character is on the other side of a stack of crates. That's why I always have my storage on the back wall. Because if it's on the back wall, then standing in front of it does not mean that it's blocking the view of my character. I'm a stickler for small things like that. It's a quality of life thing for me, personally. I need to always see my character. It's a survival thing, honestly. If I can't see my character, who knows what could possibly be happening to her. Not like there's going to be a zombie inside my base, but, I mean, how would I know if there was? I think about dumb shit like that sometimes. I like to imagine that it has contributed to my survival. In a silly, insignificant way. I mean, if it's also just likely me being traumatized by the one time that I have lost a character in B42 to a very legitimate, technically legitimate thing. It was a zombie that was waiting on the blind spot of my vehicle. So if you look at ambulances or other heavy-duty vehicles like this, where did my character go? I can't see her. I also can't see zombies. If there was any zombies behind my ambulance, as can happen, they are programmed to seek out the driver's side door. So even if you're not inside the van, if you were recently inside it, it's always very possible for a zombie to be hanging out around here where they're very hard to see. Or maybe they'll drift in this direction where they're impossible to see. Yeah, I had that happen to me one time in B42. It was kind of early on. It was like 42.4 something after my first major run. But because I lost a character to that, never again am I going to let vehicle blind spots be a problem. I will very carefully make sure never to go near a blind spot without approaching it as if it was danger zone. Okay. That was a successful night. We got all of our loot sorted. Now, I was going to check the crops to see if anything needed to be harvested on this side yet. Bell peppers are still young. Corn is almost. It was the pumpkins and watermelons. Almost. Okay, so I see the little flowers, and I'm thinking, oh, wow, does that mean they're blooming? No. No, it doesn't. There's flowers for no reason there. Yeah, the pumpkin and the watermelon are the same situation. The sunflower, I mean, look at that. It looks like there's a sunflower there, but no, it is almost ready for harvest. Sunflower, what do you do with it? It's not just pretty flower, it is also sunflower seeds. You wait till they bloom, you get the seeds, you can crush the seeds into vegetable oil. Vegetable oil is calorie dense. You add it to your dishes, you get fatter faster. Everything over here is either young or almost ready. There's nothing ready. The kale, what about the kale? Now the kale, ready to harvest. I don't have anywhere to store it though. So I'm gonna let it sit, because, you know, even though it's technically ready to harvest, it is also, what am I thinking of? It's also, it has a blooming phase. So even though it's still weeks before it blooms, what that means is I can just sit, I can let it sit. It's not going to go anywhere. Kale has a very long growing season, so I also don't have to worry about it spontaneously dying on me. Okay. Everything is looking good at base. I just checked the generators when I got back, so they're all good. Let me check the crops on this side. When I say crops, I don't really mean crops so much as, oh, potatoes are blooming and there's only days left. So I do have to take the potatoes up, like, pretty soon here. Now, potatoes, they have a very long time before they go stale. So I don't have to worry quite as much about preserving them. So I'm going to get out a military backpack in my offhand here, and we are going to start harvest. What's the difference between ready to harvest and blooming? I'm glad you asked. Blooming means you get seeds. Yeah, see the potatoes right there? They're just ready to harvest. They're not blooming yet. So I'm going to give them another couple of days. Now, fun fact, these are rows of 10. And I always like to plant things so that everything in the row is the same. Originally, all 20 of these crop plots here in these two rows, originally they were all potatoes. I had about a 40% loss coming out of the seedling phase, which means after I planted them, they were fine for the first month or whatever. And then as they transitioned from seedling to, like, you know, sprouting out of the ground, 40% of them fucking died for no reason. It's just something you've got to fucking deal with. Certain crops in this game have about a 40% attrition rate for reasons so unfathomably beyond the understanding of man. Might as well be expressed as a fucking mathematical equation. It's not how agriculture works in real life, but not that you would ever know by playing this game. So, tobacco. All the tobacco mysteriously made it out of the seedling phase, so that's cool. But it's not going to make it, if anybody watching. I only have one live viewer right now, so if you're new, welcome. Otherwise, anybody watching who catches the recording, you've probably heard me rant about tobacco before. Basically, the way tobacco works is you have to grow it very fast. As in, you have to fertilize and compost it every single phase. Otherwise, it will fucking die, because it has a 6-month growth time, and but it only has a 5-month growing season. A simple basic math failure from the Indie Stone has resulted in people who rely on tobacco, you know, your smoker bros. Not me, but if I was a smoker bro, man, I would feel very neglected by the Indie Stone if I was a smoker bro. Okay, we got ourselves lots of potatoes, 180 potatoes. So despite that 40% attrition rate, we came away with 180 potatoes. That's damn good. And like, I don't know, 50 seeds, something like that. So we're eating good. We're eating really good. For now, because I don't have a better place to put them, potatoes are going to go in the bin where I'm putting milk. Now, I harvested some basil. That was mostly because it was blooming, because I wanted to get the seeds. I don't really care about the basil itself. I've already got a lot of basil. I'll put some of it in my fridge, and the rest of it, I'm just going to toss straight in the trash. because I have some in the fridge now. I also have some in the freezers. So I'm beyond the point of needing more basil. All it is a herb. Just makes your food taste a little bit tastier. You don't actually need it. And I'm far beyond the point of needing to plant stuff just for the sake of the agriculture experience. I got to level 10 a long time ago. That is no longer a concern. So let's put the seeds away in the seed box here. And look at that. I think we are pretty much ready to head out. I did see some other ready to harvests out here. I don't think anything else is blooming though. Yeah, the rosemary still got months. Oh, the thyme is blooming. I guess I'll pick that up. I think the thyme is going to die at the beginning of next month. So, it's running out of time, as it were. Already har. The jalapenos and habaneros. Now, these were not originally rows. I don't think I had any noticeable attrition with those. Like, there's gaps in between the rows, but that's because I originally planted them in between things that had died. So, same with the chives here. The chives, what do you even do with chives? They don't have any calories in them, they're just an herb. Okay, that's everything that I care about on this side. Just wanted to do a quick evaluation. Toss the thyme in the fridge, the seeds in the bin, and then we are off to doing something more interesting. Okay, I shut down the lights, and we are going to resume what we were doing in the previous stream. The previous stream ended just a little bit earlier than I normally would have ended it because we started getting the audio buffer overflow, which just is something that happens in the past couple of builds of Build 42. The devs haven't noticed it because they don't play their own game long enough in any one sitting for that to happen to them, and they ignore every single bug report I ever put in, so anyway. Bro is not going to be yapping about the devs right now. We are going to be... So, what is my map system right now? Green X means there is a basement that I have cleared. Red X means I have cleared everything down to the electrical items. So, we have made really good progress on Riverside here. And that is my current goal. I want to check everything in every residence in Riverside and be able to cross it off so that I can say, beyond any shadow of a doubt, anything close to base has already been taken for everything it's worth. I want to be able to say that confidently, so that I no longer have to be worried about, just going right down the road and finding something that I've been missing for a while, like a bunch of Volume 5 books. Chances of actually finding the missing Volume 5 books that I need, extraordinarily low. But these 2 floor houses here, each of them has a chance to have a basement, and each of them probably has bookshelves, so there's a chance. It's extreme, but there's a chance. So that's our destination. We are going to head in the direction of the gated community with the 2-story houses there. And we'll do a little killing, we'll do a little looting. I need to be using 9mm specifically. I do have some rounds for the big iron, but I don't have any, super extra rounds. Once I'm out of big iron, I'm out. And I need to be bringing some foodstuffs with me. I'm going to stop by the kitchen really quick and then we're out of here. I'm actually going to go ahead and eat some of the foodstuffs. Can't remember what order I made these in, so I'm just going to eat that one because it's right in front of me. And you know what? I'm actually going to start just straight up eating onions straight up. Onions are great if you are just trying to get rid of hunger, which is what I'm currently in. I'm in a weight loss phase, so I don't care about calories. I just want to get the hunger to shut up. So I'm going to take these 11 onions out of one of my freezers here. And when those finish thawing, I can just straight up eat 1 onion, and that will reduce 10 hunger, which is great. That is a nice solid amount of hunger to reduce. It's not quite as easily predictable as I need something that will get me extra proteins, so I will take some more milk. Okay, we are set. Let's get out of here. There were respawns to the north. So I do need to kind of go the long route here. I will go north a little bit, kill all the respawns, then we'll loop back, kill anybody we see on the main road, perhaps. There are a couple of houses right outside of the gated community that still need to be crossed off the map. Ah, there they are. Okay. I need to... So, that's a fair amount of respawns, to be honest. What I would like to do, really quick, before I engage these guys... It looks like there are some large branches on the ground here. Is there any logs just chilling on the ground? I'm going to build a couple fences for them to fall over, so that I can shoot them. As silly as this sounds, I don't have very many live viewers right now, but just as a recap for anybody who might be watching if you're not familiar, shooting in Build 42 is definitely one of the shooting systems of all time. That's the most I can say about it right now. It's got some huge gaps in its viability. I am aiming level 7. Max level is 10, so you should think I would be above average comfortably. That's not the case. I cannot reliably one-shot any zombie with the 9mm, even if I get a headshot. And you would think that I would be at the point where I could do that at aiming level 7, but no, I'm not. Now, on the flip side, if a zombie is on the ground, I get a better chance of killing it in one shot. But, it depends on what kind of on the ground it is. There are different kinds of on the ground. If it is a ragdoll zombie, that is currently next to impossible to hit. Sometimes you will take as many as 8 shots from a 9mm to kill a zombie on the ground if it is ragdolled. If you push it down with you know, the melee push, it's much easier, but it's still not optimal. Right now, the most vulnerable a zombie will ever be to firearms is if they fall over a fence. Specifically, if they fall over a fence. There is no other form of knocking them down where they are more vulnerable. So, if you're trying to be efficient with your ammo consumption, you want to use fences as often as humanly possible. At least that is the current paradigm. I don't know if it will always be that way. I hope it will not always be that way. But because that is the current paradigm that we're operating with, I am literally going to build a couple of fences. Specifically just so that the zombies will fall over them, and I can get a very easy kill with the firearm. Oops, wrong button. Z is my build menu. They only just added a key binding for that. Alright, so using the wood that I just cut and the nails for my glove compartment, just going to make a little chevron shape here. That's all I need. I can actually trick them, quite a few of them, to fall over this. Let's do an ammo check in the main M9 14. Alright, folks. Let's do this. Now, when they are lunging at you, they will not have in any other way other than a direct line. So these two guys, they will, well, maybe not both of them. One of them decided to flop on over. Now, this one's ragdoll, but as soon as he starts getting up, he's vulnerable, so we'll just do that again. It's a very small fence, and there's a lot of zombies, so shit. I guess we're going to use the sword after all. That's what we made it for. Alright, I'm going to need to do some footwork here. I'm not expecting quite that many from the left, but that is what it is. Now, all those right there are slow. I do not want them flanking me, though, so I'm going to pick a couple of them off, make them lunge at me. I'm going to kill a few of them up here, especially the fast ones. Alright, let's, well, no. This medium here is throwing me off. It's hard to use such a small fence if you have a lot of zombies. So, that's alright. I'll build a bigger fence in this area. If I'm going to be having respawns regularly, I might as well. You might notice my character is looking at the ground. That's just an aiming problem. It's not actually causing any issues. Sometimes if you aim a firearm at a zombie that is ragdolled, your character will get stuck. Try to knock this one down. There we go. So now I got this one by himself. You see how I'm one-shotting them every single time? That's I can only do that if they flip over a fence. Every other form of falling down, it's nowhere near as reliable. Why? Fuck if I know. They decided to add ragdolls to combat. I mean, if they had just kept ragdolls to vehicles, I would have no problem with it. The haha funny ragdoll moments for vehicles is it doesn't impact me because I don't use vehicles as a weapon. If I do, it's accidental. Alright, the rest of these... I'm gonna try to get them together. I haven't checked my ammo capacities. I might need to switch weapons. See, it's not always guaranteed. That one I shot a little early. They have to be flat on the ground before you get the optimal targeting. But that's alright, we got a number of kills with the gun. A number of very easy kills. And look at that, I just emptied it. Easy peasy. I brought 3 extra magazines. Your character will reload from the Alice kit first. So anytime I reload from the kit, if I have more, I'll pull them out of the backpack. And then the empty ones I will toss directly into the trunk. Stage for being reloaded later. Now, because of all the discharging of the firearm, I want to confidently say that we've cleared out this general area here for now. It was only last stream, you know, after how many hundreds of hours, that I kind of confirmed respawns are increasing. It is not going down, it is going up. Like, it is measurably, objectively going up. I don't know how I feel about that. Basically, all that means is the game is getting harder as time passes, for multiple reasons. Not just the trees popping up everywhere. That is annoying in and of itself, because, you know, zombies popping out of trees when you cannot fucking see them. Yeah, sure, that's gonna get a lot of people killed. It has caused problems for me. I've never died to it yet. Insist on yet. First time for everything. Don't ever assume you're not gonna die to something. See, that was a somewhat reliable one-shot with his ass on the ground there from just a push instead of a fence hit. I would prefer fences if I could manage. Honestly, it's probably, now that I've confirmed that respawns are going up instead of down, maybe I should just build a few fences out here. Like, I would already be avoiding these street lights anyway, because they're objects, so I could build some fences around them. That's also the reason why I always try to kill zombies near street lights in my own area, just to increase the amount of surface that I can drive on easily. Can't wait for the potholes to become a thing. Now, I don't have percentages for how likely you are to one-shot zombies at any given aim level with the M9. And to further skew my data, I only recently found some tritium sites. tritium pistol sights allegedly make it easier to target with specifically magazine-fed handguns. So that, I think, in vanilla, that is just the M9, 1911, and Desert Eagle. See, look at that. 2, 3, 4. Why did that take 4 shots? Why did that take 4 shots? Somebody explain it to me. Why is it that anytime a zombie falls over a fence, it is 1 or 2 shots tops? Never more than 2 shots. And yet, when I've pushed a zombie on its ass, and I'm standing on its chest, and going for an execution, sometimes up to 4 shots. What the fuck is going on, Eddystone? There's no ragdolls affecting that. That's just straight up inconsistency. The ragdoll system isn't even involved there. When I push a zombie down, it doesn't even invoke the ragdoll system yet. Big yet. I'm sure the Eddystone has said that they're working on ragdolls for melee, which I'm not looking forward to. I'm really not. I'm not looking forward to having to deal with this janky, incomplete system that does not belong in combat until it has been further refined. Not looking forward to it. But that's we just the Eddystone does things, and we deal with it. That's what we do here. No, I know. Before anybody says it, yeah, I know I can turn it off in the settings. I don't change the settings. I play this game in its default form, for better or for worse, so that everybody can see exactly what this game is like on all of its default settings. I've said this before, I'll say it again. The one thing that I cannot tolerate in its default form is the lack of stat information, which is why I only use a stat bar mod, nothing else. Even I have my limits for tedium. I don't know how many people actually play this game. 1, 2, 3, once again. Might as well... That third shot, I'm just programmed to consider that a waste of a bullet. Because it could have been 1 or 2. Very often, should have just been 1. Which is why I'm obsessed with using fences at the moment. Can't wait for that to be nerfed, by the way. So look at these fences right here. Fantastic. I like the chain link fences much better, because you can actually see on the other side of them. But they require some stuff that I don't have. Well, most importantly, they require me to have read a welding book before I build them. Otherwise, it's a waste of experience. I was going to take a different road, wasn't I? I guess it doesn't really matter. I'm going to go up here to the end of Lincoln Street, take a right, and then really all it is the last 2 houses on Mousetrap. Everything beyond that, all of these houses here, this is the gated community. The 2-story houses. Thankfully, no respawns here yet. Emphasis on yet. There's a huge group right in that backyard there, but whatever. Okay, these are the last 2 houses on Mousetrap. I don't know if I've ever been inside them. I feel like I might have. But I don't know, we're gonna find out. Let's take a peek. I'm gonna do a perimeter check. I just recently did some killing in the front yard of this house over here with the boarded windows. That was once a survivor house. And when I did killing up there, I discharged a firearm, so a lot of the zombies in this area should have been drawn in that direction. I did see one headed north from the, headed in that direction from the gated community, so that assumption remains valid for now. Always gotta worry about stragglers, though. Because I don't know if I've ever actually checked these houses, I'm taking the classic approach of perimeter check first, open a door or window after. So, no, look at this. This was the house I just slept in. This is the house that I was in when I started the stream. This area, the houses kind of look the same, so I was actually not sure of that. Let me go ahead and mark this house off the map. I can also put an S on it, because houses with garages are easy to make into safe sleeping houses, because they are... The garages have just the garage door. There's no windows to worry about. For me, for a place to be considered safe to sleep in, all I need is either just an intact set of windows and doors, or no windows at all. That works too. As a level 10 carpenter, I can move beds wherever I want. So this place gets a bed in the garage now, and it becomes a hardened sleeping house just like that. I mean, it's already at the edge of the gated community, so it's hardly a massive strategic resource. But I have several such houses, and they have come in handy in the past. Therefore, this is now a hard S right here, just like the ones to the north of it. But if we look at this, it's right next to Allen Road. Allen Road has a soft S right here, which is a sleeping spot that's only protected by windows. So, thought I heard a voice for a second. But these hardened S's right here, having one right here at the edge of town is actually a good thing. Because that means if, I'm on my way out of the town, and I just need to stop for a rest, or if I'm on my way in or out, a hardened sleeping place is always welcome. And this one being at the very edge of town means it will be less difficult to secure in the future. And I can also red exit because I have looted the interior. Now, I don't know about this house right here. We're going to take a look at this next. Usually if I've hit a house like this, I would leave the garage door open. That's like an indicator to me in the future that I've hit a house. I will leave the garage door open. And it looks like I have not touched this place yet. Bit of an anomaly, but this is a yet untouched house in Riverside. We're coming down the home stretch of saying that we're completely through with those. Blonde hair dye, sure, why not? Always take TV remotes. They are a resource you cannot craft that makes detonators for bombs. Ooh, an electric bass and guitar? We are eating good for the conservatory here. We don't have any electric guitars that I know of. I have 2 electric basses. That is the first electric guitar that I can think of for this character. Neat. We've got, do we have a copy of Knox News for July 4th? I don't think we do, but I have a... Yes, we have Knox News for July 4th. Okay. We need Kentucky Herald for July 4th. I'm not worried about VHS tapes. The only ones that I could possibly be missing right now are already, probably already in Muldraugh. I looted the video store in Muldraugh and the several video stores, that I've moved here to Riverside. Therefore, if there's a videotape I need, it's in one of those 2 bases. I'm not going to consolidate both of them just for the sake of some extremely obscure stuff that I don't really need anymore. Not much in the kitchen. We do have another flag here. I think this will be my 13th American flag. At this point, I'm just taking them for the sake of saying that I've captured the flag. Taking flags from places across the map and putting them on my own base is a symbolic thing for me. I enjoy it. The sheer number of matchbooks that I find that are almost empty, quite large. There's a lot of those. Is that everything? With the exception of the garage? Yeah, we are, if... sometimes I almost forgot that I'm doing a full clear of electronics, so TVs and lamps are being scrapped actively. I remember that because I paused working on TVs and lamps while I read the electrical book, but I did a cover-to-cover on that. Ooh! Now this is an actual very useful find. It is a perfect condition windshield for a heavy-duty vehicle. Those are very, very finite. It is something that is a wear item. Every time you take a front-end collision on your heavy-duty vehicles, you lose integrity of any sort. Whether you are hitting a rat or a tree at 50 miles an hour, you're losing some integrity on your windshield. There is a finite number of heavy-duty vehicles that spawn on the map, and there is a finite number of containers that will spawn a spare windshield. Therefore, windshields will eventually go away, because they are something you cannot forage, nor can you find them on zombies. So foraging and zombies, anything you find on those things are technically infinite, because zombies will always respawn, and, and foraging is technically infinite. You can always just keep foraging. But you cannot find windshields through foraging or zombies. Therefore, there will be a point, theoretically, in my character's lifetime where every heavy-duty windshield on the map has been used up. Okay, maybe not in her lifetime, but the lifetime of her kids. Not that there will ever be kids in this game, but, you know, it's the point that matters to me. I'm trying to be very aware of wear items, because wear items, you know, once they go away, it's not just when every one of them on the map is gone. It's also when everyone that's easy to access near my main base is gone. That is a much more... She's coming down the home stretch on that already. Riverside only has so many heavy-duty vehicles in it. In fact, all of the good condition heavy-duty vehicles in Riverside, I've already collected at my base. There are a few left that I've not collected. And I've already harvested the windshields for most of them. So not just in my character's lifetime, but in the series we've played already. We've run out of most of the windshields that are very easy to access from our base area. So it's just an example of, you know, something that I'm constantly keeping an eye on the supplies of. There was no basement for that house, so that one does not need a green X. Okay, every single house in Riverside proper has been dealt with. Now, there is still the small houses in the gravel area up here. As you can see, there's some red X's already. Those are from when I still use the Draw on the Map add-on. I stopped using that because it's a little unstable. Especially because if you zoom out, you can't see the X's anymore. So what I'll do is... Maybe I will hit those. If I hit those before I hit the gated community, then... I don't know, it feels a little bit more complete if I do it that way. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that before I hit the gated community. Bunch of logs on the floor right here. Since I have a lot of room, I'm just gonna pick them up. And the reason for that is, maybe I will want to build some fences, just strategically placed. This would be I could hardly do worse than to build some here. This is a respawn hot zone right here. There are logs on the floor right here because I recently got tired of not being able to drive through this little alleyway. It's just supposed to be a footpath, but getting rid of all the trees makes it, I can drive it. It's basically a part of the road now, as long as I keep it maintained. I'm seeing those trees shake. Fuck! I fucking knew it. I saw the trees shake. Woo! Okay, we're good, we're good. I was only in danger because I went to investigate the trees shaking in the first place. If I hadn't, he would have rounded that corner, and I would have been way down that fenced area, so... Actually putting myself in more danger than I needed to just there. I hear somebody else. They're probably on the other side of this fence. Or I could just be here in the rain. The sound design of this game is very, very edgy. Let's put it that way. It's designed to keep you on edge. There are sounds that are just the wind that are very deliberately crafted to sound like breathing. One of those things you only notice if you're very, very sensitive to sounds. For anybody joining, welcome. Just a quick recap. We are in the process of cleaning up Riverside. It's our hometown. I want to be able to X off a lot of anything major on the map in, within spitting distance of my base. And because of how many respawns there are, I have made it easier on myself to do patrols by cutting trees through this area, for example. There's also a couple of small fences I've deleted, little areas that I've bridged together to make it easier to do patrol, basically. And in this particular instance, I cut enough trees to have a number of logs just chilling. Okay, came away with about 13 logs, that's alright. Now there's even more over here. Okay, I have an idea, actually. I have an idea. I still got a little bit of daylight left to work with before it's nighttime, and I'm headed back in the direction of base. There should still be quite a bit of, this is a hardware store. I never hit this hardware store until after I already had more hardware stuff than I knew what to do with, so there's probably some nails in here. And look at that, box of nails. So now I can make all the fences I want. I didn't even have to go back to base for it. And that is just situational awareness. If you don't use all of your local resources, at least be aware of what is where. In this case, all the stuff that I would find here is stuff that I have so much in my base of that I literally don't have the room for it. So, it's more useful to me out here at this point than it is in my base, as we've just observed. Now, there's a bunch of logs on the ground here. This is because this is a significant hotspot for respawns, and it's a good zone to kill them right here because I've cleared all the trees out of the way. But I'm going to go a little step further with that. I'm also going to make my own. I'm going to make my own whatchamacallits, my own fences here. I sit on the ground when I saw logs so that I can fast forward without losing health. If you're over encumbered, you will not shed health while sitting down. I think I'll make a chevron design here-ish. Now I can use the edges of the building to pretty good effect here, because these buildings, if their windows get taken out, they basically just become fences in terms of combat. So I'll build another 3 here to finish off the chevron, and then I'm going to remove all the broken glass from these windows. Basically just turning this into another fence right here. These 3 windows basically might as well just be a fence. And this is one instance where I will get rid of the wall vine because it's easier to see on the other side of that fence. Remove broken glass, please. There we go. This is one of the very, very few times where I'll just intentionally get rid of the glass. Or, break my own glass, as it were. Remember, Riverside is my town. All these windows are my windows. I hate breaking my own windows, but it's fine. So what do we need to complete these fences that we just created? We just need to turn them into chevrons. That's all we gotta do. I'm gonna saw these 2 logs here. And what I'm going to do is turn these quote-unquote fences into chevrons here. Actually, I will go ahead and, since we have an unpassable wall right here, I'll make this corner into a chevron, because if I'm falling back from right here, and zombies are coming around the building here, this way they will either fall over this part, or they'll fall over this part. I'll make an inverted chevron here, because that way if I'm getting flanked from the side, from anybody in front of this row, they'll all be spilling over before getting to me. Girl is hungry, she gets another onion. So she got about room for 2 onions. Don't imagine what her breath probably smells like right now. She's been eating nothing but onions all day. Kale is another food that's great to just straight up eat out of the fridge, because it reduces 16 hunger. For somebody who is a big appetite, if you take the negative trait for a big appetite, 15 hunger is the first moodle. So kale is actually fantastic just for straight up eating, as long as it doesn't go bad on you. I don't like to always carry around kale because it goes bad pretty fast, within an ordinal of days, like 1 or 2. So, okay, yeah, we've already done a little bit more than we really needed to with that, the defenses there. Yeah, that's pretty good. Now, these cars, technically, they're in my way. I'm going to go ahead and actually just tow them out of the way here. All a part of cleaning up your town. Leave it in front of a street light, which I would never think to drive under anyway. Be nice and far out of the way there. Technically speaking, I could probably use vehicles to, I could use wrecked vehicles as part of the defenses. If I just want to create a zone where zombies will walk around, I could do no worse than use a vehicle. Because anything else the player puts down, zombies will attack. Like, down to, like, you know, even if I put a stump on the ground used as a crafting surface, the fucking zeds will attack that, as opposed to going around it. That's just a blanket thing the devs have done to make it so players cannot cheese the AI. Well, I mean, you can still technically cheese that behavior, but it's a little harder to make use of. Okay, so we do have some zeds here. There is a fence. It's surrounded by trees, though. If it's surrounded by trees, it's useless to me. I could maybe use it for a couple of one-offs. And then, of course, that one that spilled out of the window. Oh, shit. I hit 8, but she didn't pull out the gun. Now that's going to draw the ones from that parking lot. It's going to draw them all north. I think that was the rest of my magazine. I'm going to double check. Yeah, there's 1 shot left. So I want to say that a lot of the ones that were in this parking lot here are now going to be coming through these trees, which would be great for me right now. I don't know what the one over there is doing. There's one to the left there. Alright, I lost the one in the chamber, that's fine. There's another M9 mag taken care of. Let's ragdoll this guy. so we can get a free shot on that guy. Oh, we didn't ragdoll him, we just killed him. We got lucky. Good. See, sometimes I'll just use the firearm as a ragdoll, just to knock a zombie on its ass very quickly from a distance. I know there were more in there, but they're not coming at us from a straight direction. Like this asshole right here, she's coming through the store. And she's going to take forever to get to us. The one who was coming at us, she lost track of us. There she is. Come on through that fence. Thank you. There might still be some from the left there. I thought that cul-de-sac was recently cleared, but that's respawns for you. I have not figured out how to predict them yet. This little cul-de-sac here, I know I cleaned it out less than a week ago. That doesn't fucking matter. Plenty of respawns. I mean, like, I went to my base less than a week ago, and yet the front yard of my base, all the roads right there, still loaded with zombies. I saw one in these woods. Okay, here she is on this side. There's another one on the other side of the fence. I know there's another one on the other. He must be a slow one. Or I was just hallucinating. I mean, you know, with trees, I can't fucking tell. There's a reason that certain areas I've just removed every tree within a you know, a 20 tile radius. That's where I like to do. Yeah, see, I knew there was another one. Okay. This area should now be, well, for the moment it's clear. I'm probably going to come back down this road later, and there's going to be some standing right there where the gunshots went off. Because they're really, really slow, and they took forever to get there. I'll kill them then. I don't have time to be standing around waiting for them if I can't see them coming. If they don't want to make themselves seen, then I'll wait until they do. Not too bad of a timing, because we are back at base now. I was hoping to make use of more of the logs that I picked up, but I didn't need to. Before I start going around emptying my loot, I'm going to go ahead and build a little bit more out of the fence up here, because I've got some logs. In fact, I can saw them while I drive. Don't tell the Indie Stone about this, they'll nerf it. But yes, you can saw logs while driving. Very rarely is that actually useful for me in my gameplay flow, because, you know, I usually build things in large quantities after, like, traveling, you know, back and forth with the logs being stacked. You can't saw logs while they're still in a stack. So this little glitch is just a rare convenience for me. That was 2 logs I sawed, that's 3 fences. I'll go ahead and saw 2 more. I got time. I'm going to run out of, well, it'll hit my bedtime, and maybe by the time I'm done. Just saw 2 without even pulling them out of the trunk here. A perfect vehicle for this would actually be the fire truck. The fire truck is not actually optimal as a refueling vehicle. It's a lot more optimal as a carrying around stuff that you need to get out of the trunk very often. Okay, that's a nice shove run right there. Because it'll capture a lot of zombies coming from the north and from the right there. A lot more than it would if it was just those 2 pieces that I put there. And we still have a couple of logs left in the trunk here, but that's whatever. We don't need to use them all in one place. And actually, I used up quite a bit of the charcoal that I made earlier. So I'm just going to use the remaining logs to burn some charcoal. I have an odd number, I think. Yeah. So that's fine. If I back the vehicle up to the charcoal burner, once again, I don't even have to take the logs out. I just open up the burning barrel, stand within range of the trunk, and look at that, we can do a little bit of wood burning. Now the spare log that we picked up, I'm just going to drop it on the ground right here next to the burning barrel. Alright, that was 48 charcoal, not bad. I will leave the van parked next to the entrance for the workshop as a reminder to myself to empty it. About to be hungry, so I'll grab something to eat before going to bed, and then it's our bedtime. Excellent. Off to bed we go. You know, some of my most popular streams were fired up right around 5 p.m. I don't know why it is this one is just nothing compared to the traffic I previously got. It comes down to something to do with the thumbnail and the time at which I start it. It seems like 5 p.m. really should be the time I start. But that's not currently very conducive to my sleep schedule, because I wake up at 5 a.m. So 5 p.m. is, you know, that's coming down the home stretch of it, as opposed to, I generally like to play right after I wake up, because that's when my reflexes are best. But, oh well. Out of room for olive oil. Have I started moving that elsewhere? Oh no, I just don't have very much of it. So olive oil and vegetable oil, I'll start putting those somewhere separate. And the sugars. So white sugar, brown sugar, and the olive oils, I'll start putting those somewhere else. Because they are particularly heavy, and therefore better suited somewhere that doesn't eat up my storage space as quickly. Yeast goes there. Okay. For now, I'll put the sugars in the corner here till I find a better destination. Oils and sugars, as it were, and potatoes. Kind of a wacky combination, but that's what happens when you have more than you can store and are trying to expand, but you're slow about it, which is exactly my current problem. Barbecue sauce, that's what was going to go in here. Yeah, see, this crate is now almost full, and that's just because mostly because of the potatoes. The only other thing that needs to go down here is I have a dented, unlabeled can of food. Well, everything else is just kind of random stuff. The blonde hair dye has a destination. Most other things are materials. Got some mood lighting going on there. I would normally put a purple or magenta bulb over here, but those are far less common. Can't keep using those up. They will burn out and I will have none left. Found a purple hoodie for the purples. And then the hair dye. And then everything else goes on the main wall. This qualifies as blonde, doesn't it? Yeah, it's close enough. It's a little desaturated, but that's okay. Generally speaking, blonde I don't actually value for the yellow, but for just the fact that it's a brightener. It will brighten things up without adding too much tint. The additive color system is imperfect. The way it currently works, blonde is, just generally speaking, it's a very easy way to lighten another color of hair dye by adding some blonde to it. Okay, that's everything that's in my immediate backpack. Now, I did have some stuff I tossed directly into the trunk here that I need to either bring upstairs or put into the furniture bin. Also, the windshield needs to go over with the vehicle stuff. And these magazines I can put back into storage. All 48 of this charcoal I will just put directly into the workshop. Magazine slated for reload up top corner, I think it was. Yeah. Empty M9 magazines. I'm up to 95 of them. We got a lot of empty M9. It's fine. If I get to a point where I just really want to level my reloading skill, I could just take all of the M9 ammo that I have, open all the boxes, and just pack it all into magazines. I'll eventually use it that way. It's a question of when, not if. Okay, so right here on the ground, these are both bases. Electric base, electric base. Now I found another blue base, so I don't necessarily need a second blue one right now. I'm gonna go ahead and put the other blue base in there. The electric guitar I just found is gonna go. We'll lean it against one of the speakers. I don't have any more amps. That amp right there is the only one I have. I'm sure there's a couple of bands out there that regularly employ dual bassists. I mean, you know, there are very few tracks that I can think of that would require more than one bassist, but I'm sure they exist. I am a enjoyer of Tool, and I don't think they use multiple basses, but I know for a fact that they have some fantastic bass work. And I don't know, for all I know, maybe there are some of their songs just so complex that multiple basses would make it easier to play. You just have one of them do one part of the sheet, the other do the other part. But what do I know? I don't actually know much about music. I plan on actually learning proper music theory and whatnot before I write my second book. I haven't even published the first, so that's something I'm not going to allow myself to get distracted by, even casually, yet. My first book, I don't know, sometime in the next couple of years will be published. I say years because, you know, I thought I'd be ready to publish it by the end of 2024. I was wrong. there isn't technically not that much left to write, and then once the first draft is finished, I just need to hire an editor to go over it with. I'm going to self-publish once I have the editing taken care of. It's all downhill. Well, I'm not going to go that far. Feels like it's all downhill from there. We'll see about how hard it is to make your own publishing platform. I have sort of a hybrid system in mind for it. I'm not naive enough to want to self-host everything. However, I'm also not naive enough to want to rely on a third-party service for everything. So what I actually plan on doing, and this is a bit in the weeds for the technical side of things, is I want to host a WordPress adjacent platform that is, FOSS, free and open source software, on my own infrastructure, and then replicate it outwards to whatever the hell company wants to support it. Because web hosts are dime a dozen. Amazon, obviously the biggest. Cloudflare, another one of the big ones. I'm pretty sure Google does it too. I could use my own internet service provider, Verizon. They offer web hosting in close to 100 countries. So I have a lot of options, and that is very important to me, because if one of them decides they don't like what I'm publishing, then I just go to another. I'm always thinking in those terms when it comes to my artistic endeavors, regardless of what they are. I want there to always be options for who publishes it, rather. I want to, what's the best word? Inoculate myself against deplatforming and debanking as much as humanly possible. Debanking is really hard to inoculate yourself against because, you got Visa and MasterCard. They tell the banks what to do. Where's Visa and MasterCard's competition? American Express? How many people take American Express? There's some, but not very many. I'm not even going to be publishing anything that controversial. I hate the concept of creative individuals being deplatformed or debanked so much that I'm willing to go very, very, very far out of my way, if only as a proof of concept to show that it can be done. Because if I do it and I show other people how to do it, then people who actually are more at risk of being deplatformed or debanked have a blueprint to follow. And in that case, I'm contributing more than just artwork to the world. I'm contributing something, I don't know, a process of self-publication. What are we doing? We don't even have any more loot in the trunk, right? I forgot to make a stop at the vehicle shop. I just gotta drop off this windshield. And then we are back to what we were doing. No live viewers, so I'm really just talking to myself at the moment. I would talk to myself even if I wasn't streaming. Not quite as much as I do now, but I would with a very loud internal monologue. It's really hard to believe that one of my most successful streams started at 5 p.m. because right now zero live viewers. Like my peak concurrence was hit some in the mid-30s. I don't know. It's just something to do with the algorithm. I know that time of day has something to do with it. It's not thumbnail. I've been using the same thumbnail for my live stream specifically. For the videos themselves afterwards, I'll change it to something more relevant to that stream itself. But right now, I'm using the big iron one because I know it works. For people who follow my content. Sorry about that. It helps a lot with discoverability, so I do want to make use of that as much as humanly possible. But otherwise, no, I think it really has a lot to do with time of day. Like the fact that I started this one at, what did I start it at, 2 hours ago? Yeah, right after work, 2 p.m. Eastern. Doesn't seem like a very good time to start it, which is doesn't bode well for my normal work schedule. Anyway, we were just kind of doing a blanket patrol there. Doesn't look like we've got any more action in this area. So, I was saying before, what I wanted to do was go north a little bit and cross off all of the houses up here. Some of these might as well already be crossed off, but I have not been very diligent up here about marking any of these. So I'll actually pull up right around here. Parker here. Just confirm that I've gotten everything I want out of these two, which is, I've been inside of these houses many times, so it's really just a question of Full clear. I'm gonna put socks right in front of me. Free tailoring experience. Sure, why not? Kentucky Herald for the 16th. I don't think I need, but I'm going to check anyway. Kentucky Herald, nope. Latest I need for that is 12. See, one of the things about this house is I think I deliberately left some stuff in it because I knew I would be coming here in the future to sleep while pulling up driveways. I'm mostly done pulling up driveways, so I feel like I'm not going to be coming back to this area too awful much in the future. But if I ever need to come back here, I do have a safe place to sleep, and there is literature on the floor to read if I need that. So this house gets a red X and a red S because it is also a safe place to sleep. I do love the new drawing on the map system. They definitely improved it. It's not quite as good as the mod, but it's better. As you can see, I have red S's strategically placed all over the map. I honestly should put some in the commercials here. My caps lock on? Yeah, it is. Okay. This is a little redundant. I'm putting a B on top of a B. That's because the draw on the map add-on is not... it doesn't work very well with the new update, which is why I took it off. Because as you can see, all the markings that I made with the draw on the map add-on, they disappear very quickly when you start zooming out. Maybe they updated the mod, I don't know. All I know is that because the 42.11 changed the way it works, I'm not going to risk it. I don't feel like risking it. It's clearly adding something to the save. Because despite taking the mod off, the stuff is still there. And because of that, I don't want to contribute to any potential instability. I'm just going to leave it off until I start a new character. Hopefully by then the mod author will have updated it and it will be stable for a little while. Okay, that one is now red X'd for certain. Grandpa's house up here, 99.9 sure that I've cleared it, but diligence must be done. I don't know, look at that. Grandpa had some oats, sugar cubes, granola bars. I don't even know who lived here. I just call it Grandpa's house because I like it's got an old-timey aesthetic. No television, just a radio and a piano. And some really nice purple carpeting. It feels like the older generations appreciated aesthetics a hell of a lot more than the current generation does. Millennials, Gen X, none of us do aesthetics good at all. We brought brutalist architecture into the world. Fuck everything about that. It's disgusting. I hate brutalist architecture so much. Just a personal pet peeve of mine. I mean, I'm not going to have an increased blood pressure just from seeing it. I'm just going to roll my eyes, I go to a new place, a new city I've never been to. Oh, look, I'm surrounded by brutalist architecture. The people who like to travel and explore the world and see things they've not seen before, how the fuck do people manage to continue to get interest out of it when the architecture is the same all over the goddamn planet now? I don't understand it. I really don't. I mean, you go to certain places where the architecture haven't been improved. Old Town of Venice or something like that, The number of places that have not been infected by brutalism is... Goddamn, their list is going down. It is significantly going down. Yeah, I understand why. You know, it's economics. Brutalism is really cheap to build, and it's friendly to templates. You can design a template for a building, and your big corporation, your corpo fucks, can build buildings like it all over the world for your McDonald's McDonald's in Iran, you know. That kind of dumb shit. Okay. The burnt out house can get an X because that doesn't have anything in it. These two houses, I know I've cleared of 80% of their stuff. I would only be clearing TVs and radios at this point. I do see some respawns in the backyard of this house, edging towards the church and cemetery. Yeah, I got plenty of room in my backpack. I don't know why I was worried. No TVs in this place. No, nothing in this place. And these houses are really small. This is why I put it off for so long, just to declare them completely empty. Do I not have a microwave in my base? I would never use one if I did, but not having one just for the sake of having one. But I would probably want a white one instead of a chrome one. I don't use chrome appliances in my base for the most part, unless I have no other choice. For example, my oven and my fridge are both red. Now, if there are respawns up here, that makes this situation a little bit more complicated. Wow, look at all that shit. Look at all that shit. Isn't it great that we've got a nice chevron-shaped fence right here? Oh, now everybody's coming our way. Do an ammo check before we proceed. For a 1,000-day run. We got 4 shots before we reload. 3. 2. 1. 0. Checking my 6. We're backing up. Oh yeah, there were more hanging out in those trees there. We're backing up a little further. It's alright. You know what? I'm tempted to do a thing. I'm going to do the thing. So this way, the ones who are faster will keep their interest. We'll make use of this chevron over here while we can. Did I reload yet? I don't think I did. Nope, reloading. We're not going to make too use of this chevron, but we'll get some out of it. Switching a sword for a minute. Or an axe. Okay, this is not good. Ah, thank you. I did sharpen this fucking thing, right? Yeah, I just got unlucky. That's fine. Okay, we got several south. That's not good. Once again, can't make good use of the chevron if I'm getting flanked. See, I thought this area was clearer than it actually is, but it's not. And I don't want these guys hanging out too close to my van while the siren is running. The purpose of the siren is not to be surrounded. The purpose of the siren is to pull them out of the woods from a clean angle of approach. One north. Hopefully he's the only one.
Hey.
Alright, I'm going to back up after this one. Create a new kill zone just a little further back. See, this direction is still not exactly clear. That one over there on the right is not aggroed yet. It'll be any minute, though. I don't want them hanging out near the ambulance. I do think after a while they do start attacking it and reducing the integrity of your light bar. I don't want that. I put a lot of effort into repairing this one. Get off of my van, assholes. I'm gonna big iron a few of these guys. I don't have a lot of reloads for it, but wait a minute, what the hell? Oh, that wasn't my big iron, that was my small iron. Whoops. Skill issue, we're fine. Small iron is the M36. I don't have any reloads for it. It's supposed to be my backup firearm, but now it's my deadweight firearm. Alright, how are we on M9? I didn't even check my reload. We are down to 11. We're good. I gotta peel these slow ones away from the vehicle. Some of these zombies are so slow to react that they literally won't even react to gunshots when there's an ambulance blowing the siren nearby. Wrong button. I don't know why she just racked it either. That was, what is our M9 looking like? No, there's still one in the chamber. Alright, reload. See, the ones who just heard that gunshot, they're gonna get distracted by the siren despite being that close to us. Well, like I said, I generally don't like to use the vehicle's siren if there's an unknown amount of them. I generally like to use it in short, controlled bursts, as opposed to this much. But that's what I get for not clearing this area in a long time. Now, if you're wondering why I use the knife against ragdolls, it's because ragdolls are very broken right now. Come on. Don't worry about the van. I'm right here, guys. Hey, look at that. Aiming level... No, we're 7 now. We were 6 and change before, now we're 7. I know I was very close to it. That was one of the reasons I was still shooting, even though I could have been more effective by using something else. Alright, we're shutting this thing off. It served its purpose. I don't know exactly what the parameters are when it comes to them attacking the light bar. All I know is I've seen it happen before, and I think it requires you to, like, go out of range or something. But I have, like, I've used a light bar before and, like, walked away, and I came back and it lost, like, I don't know, 30% of its integrity. It was something stupid. It was not just from running it. That did not cause the problem. Hey! Come out of those fucking trees, dude. Thank you. M9 is down to 2 in the magazine. Several of my weapons need sharpening. I was switching back and forth between the hatchet and the sword because I had a feeling I was going to need to get sharpened. That was a lot of use, more than expected. What am I doing now? I'm doing the hatchet. The hatchet will be used until morale improves. Come on. That's what I'm talking about. One left in the magazine. There's Dork over here. Hey, Benny. Looks to me like you're on the wrong side of the chain link. Reload time. That is 3 empty magazines going into the trunk. 1 loose round of 9, so I did accidentally rack the firearm for some reason. Oops. So that's 1 spare magazine of M9 that I have on me right now. I do have a box and a couple of looses, so I'm going to go ahead and open the box, refill a few magazines, so that I can say that the magazines in my Alice kit are at least full. And that leaves me with just a couple rounds left of spare ammo. Bandolier's full, damn it. Ah, fuck it. I'll go ahead and fill up a couple more. I would prefer the bandolier to not be full. So there's 1 for the backpack. So I do kind of want to cook off 1 more magazine if I can find more zombies to kill. Blowing the siren like that, we've cleared most of them in this area. Oh, well, I talked some shit too soon. Look at that. Sorry. All right. Thanks for showing up late, guys. Fashionably late. Right when I needed you. These ones are all slow. That's why they took so long. Gotta be very careful with these fences. I have lost a character to fence fuckery before. But that was a confluence of factors. Fence was just one of them. I have been known to, on very rare occasions, accidentally hit the R key instead of the E key when trying to climb over fences. Usually, if that ever... that's never gotten me killed. It was a fence with a tree in front of it that got me killed. Barb the Builder. Press F to pay respects. 104 hours down the drain on her. Current magazine is 8. Now, I believe we would have gotten just about anybody from this area already, because this is where the lion's share of them were. All that's left is going to be stragglers who heard the noise and didn't make it to the main event. I was hesitant to discharge just there, but that's fine. If there is anybody else, they will make themselves known sooner rather than later. For anybody joining, welcome. We're clearing North Riverside. There really is nothing of strategic value. I am at this point just saying, for the sake of saying it, I am combing through every single house that is within spitting distance of my base, because I do not want there to be an eventuality where there's something actually useful right next to my base. The time for that has passed. We are like, we're almost 300, if not slightly over 300 hours into this character. The time has passed for there to be useful stuff near our base. I want her late game to be focused very heavily on expeditions. So this is contributory to that. Because we have a very, very, very nice base here in Riverside. And now we're just making sure that there is nothing else very, very, very nice in Riverside. Just our base. That's all there should be. The rest of Riverside is literally just a mausoleum at this point. Aiming level 7, and I still got to do that. That's not going to change anytime soon. I could probably be aiming level 10, and it would still be ammo efficient to push them down instead of just shooting them straight up. And that's gotta suck for the people who build characters specifically for aiming skill. Like, that's gotta suck. Because you would think that your primary skill, you know, what you're good at... Oh, shit, left. Fucking cramping my style, dude. Whatever. I'll cut your head off for that. Really wish this game had decapitation. But if it did, it couldn't be sold in at least 6 countries. And the devs, they don't want to do that. That's why we're never going to get child zombies or certain other edgy things that would lose the devs a few sales. It's not to say that they're solely financial motivated, but they'll absolutely kowtow to certain silly things that certain silly countries don't allow. I think this game is actually, I think the Brit-bongs make this game, which is unfortunate for a variety of reasons that I won't get too deep into, because British politics is very, very fucking depressing to think about. It's believe it or not, British politics right now are in a much worse state than many other Western countries. Britain is particularly bad. And not just, you know, the Child Online Safety Act that's forcing the internet to react even harder than it did to the GDPR. And then there's, you know, on this very website that we're on right now, YouTube, the YouTube AI age verification system that has recently bothered quite a few people. I haven't been hit by it because literally all 6 of the YouTube accounts that I have are almost 10 years old, each of them. So that's not a problem for me, but anybody who's made a new account in the past decade, which is, you know, vast majority of its user base, are currently being bothered by YouTube to show their fucking government-issued ID or show their fucking face, which just, no, fuck you. You're a fucking social media website. And you're not even a social media website. You're a video sharing platform. The only reason YouTube is doing the AI age verification is because they recently had a $30 million settlement to do with advertising data from kids, which is, you know, this AI age verification thing. It's actually literally just a tool in court so that they can say, hey, look at this, we've made a good faith effort to improve our ability to make sure we're not trying to collect ad revenue off of kids, which, okay, whatever. 99.9% of the planet doesn't fucking care about that. They care about the fact that you have to scan your fucking face to log into YouTube. That's what people actually care about. So, once again, for the sake of please think of the children, 99% of people are being negatively adverse affected to placate a tiny, tiny, tiny minority. Because again, showing your fucking face to log into YouTube, that's not going to protect very many kids. But YouTube is going to do it because there's a direct financial motive to do it. And whenever there's money on the line, you best believe they'll do something. That was just me. It could have been not me. That would have been dangerous. But look at that, our perimeter check is done. It only took half the day. I do believe I've cleared most of the containers in here. Did I not have a copy of that already? Yeah, I've cleared every container in here and there's no electronics. So yeah, this one gets an X. Out of water. We'll hit this sink up here. I already checked this place. It's also not the first time I've hit this sink. I've already taken several liters from this sink. Don't expect that we will ever run into a point where we won't be able to reliably find fresh water in a nearby house somewhere. But this close to our base, we actually are kind of running low. Some of the houses have been completely cleaned out. The gas station is actually close to being empty. Because that's partially because I used the gas station as a base for a short period of time. Alright, I know for a fact I've cleaned out this house of everything, but I don't know if I checked for electrical stuff. I have now. Alright, so all 3 of the houses at the top of the street, big old red X's. Now, you can see there's X's already there. I mentioned this before, but the 42.11 updated the map layers, and the mod that I was using doesn't mesh very well with it. So I actually I removed the draw and map mod. We're just looking at the remainders of it. So these freehand drawings, they don't actually go away even if you remove the mod. They'll like permanently add stuff to your save, which is not a good thing. I didn't want that, to be honest. I thought it was just, I thought it was just layering something on the map that that was its own little file, like a binary dump in the save, like everything else. But no, it's actually a part of the game files. I don't like anything that contributes to that. That's why I don't use very many mods. I want to absolutely minimize to the smallest potential extent anything that could possibly make it difficult to migrate a save from one version to the next. Oops. Alright, this one gets an X. It already had an X, but I wasn't clearing electronics when I put those down. Now that I'm clearing electronics, I can be sure that I have a uniform meaning for the X's, like this right here. This is not just a little bit of electrical experience, it is also a red light bulb. I don't know, I have like 16 of them. I wouldn't exactly call them a rare resource at the moment, but they don't grow on trees. And they do burn out. Therefore, they're finite. Just because there's a lot of them doesn't mean they're not finite. I stole the bed from this house. Okay, that is 100% of everything from upstairs. This is one house that does have a basement. I specifically drew a BS on the map, basement, but did not cross an X over it. Therefore, we know for a fact there's still some stuff here. How much? Probably not too much. Yeah, this is the arts and crafts basement. There is a spinning wheel here. That is for tailoring. And then there's some other stuff in these crates still. I'm just going to dump everything on the floor. So it's all together. A regular for heavy duty. I'll take it. Just because it's in perfect condition. Both these crates are done? Yes. This lamp right here. Another 10 experience for electrical. I am on the lookout for those. Ooh, light bars! What the fuck? Yeah, sure, I'll take light bars. Completely forgot they were here. So light bars, I was talking about this before, if you were, anyone watching was still around at that point. Light bars are a very finite resource, cannot make more. Can only find them in certain rare loot areas like this. And they're one of those things you cannot forage for. So just like windshields, once they're gone, they're gone. I would very much like it for people with the electrical skill to be able to make more. Electrical, maybe a little bit of mechanics. But it makes perfect sense. You'd think with glass making, you'd be able to, a little bit of glass making, a little bit of mechanics, make some windshields. Nope, can't. Windshields are finite. Once they're gone, you can't even forage for them. Okay, everything except for the spinning wheel is out of here. Do I need another black low table? I probably don't, but I'm going to take it anyway. Save myself a little bit of room here if I can. Now I can fit the low table into my backpack. Can I? Shit. Not quite. Now I can fit the low table. Okay, I think I can pick the spinning wheel up. I don't know. Yeah, it's only 20. That is 100% of everything. I can cross this basement off. I don't think I want the carpet. That's a blue carpet. I can find those elsewhere. Always be very careful coming out of basements. That's one of the very few places that I've... Okay, so I did not take a bite from a zombie, but one of my characters, I think it was actually Anime's previous life in 42.7. I was coming out of a basement, not very far from Riverside either. I was coming out of a basement, and a zombie was standing there, not in front of the door, bashing it like 90% of zombies would be if they heard something. They heard something in a inside of a place, but no, it was standing right in front of the door. So I open the door, I come running out, and my character is just like she is now. She's carrying a lot of stuff because she found a lot of stuff in the basement. Because of how over-encumbered she was, she could not push back the zombie, and a bite occurred, but it was absorbed by her gloves. So it was she failed the calculations to do a pushback. It's all RNG if a zombie actually grabs you. It's all RNG. If you're facing the zombie, your chances go way up. If you're over-encumbered, your chances go way down. So that was kind of mid. In my case, all the chances were passed, with the exception of the fact that I was wearing bone gloves at the time. Because I was wearing bone gloves, the bite was absorbed by the gloves. Bone gloves are 80% bite protection, so I played the odds successfully there. I don't want to ever have to do that though. Armor is a fallback to a fallback to a fallback. Don't ever rely on armor to save you. It's armor is the fallback of fallbacks. If a zombie gets close enough to actually grab you, you've already given up way too much to them. They should never get close enough to grab you, ever. No, I on this particular character, I have failed that ideal approximately 5 or 6 times. I can think of at least 3 occasions where I've had an auto pushback. 1 occasion where I've had a scratch. This character has been scratched by a zombie 1 time. Every other time she has been grabbed, she's done a pushback. And I think there's been at least 3 of those. She's never been grabbed from behind. If she had been, she'd probably be bitten. Your defenses from behind are pitiful. Okay, so I'm now putting a red X and a green X because that is a basement that has been cleared. And, you know what? I'm going to trust my past self. And just go ahead and put these red X's here. I'm also going to put red S's. You know what? Not for that one. Not for that one. That one, I know the windows have been busted out. That is no longer a red S. That one can get a red S. Okay. So that means there's just 3 more houses, and then I don't even care about the junkyard. Never have. Nothing but junk in there. It's great that there's only 3 houses left. We're coming up on the end of the day. That has been a productive day. We could say that we've used 1 day to clear North Riverside. I need to... The houses are at the road here at the bottom. So basically this first one on the right up here. Now, we may run into a substantial number of respawns from the junkyard. There's probably a lot of them in there. I just can't fucking see any of them because of the trees. I can't even see the cars in there because of the trees. That's how stupid trees are right now. But that's okay. I'm not really worried about zombies in there for now. It is the 3 houses, this one, and the 2 on my left there, that need to be checked. And when I say checked, I don't... Hello! That was not an auto pushback. That was just me pushing because I was too close to do a swing. That was a class 2 mistake right there. Now this is interesting right here. Look at this. Standing within 1 tile of a door is not my ideal. What I'm gonna do? Just gonna get this fucking couch out of the way. Look at that. Now I've got more than 1 tile to deal with this zombie. I'd prefer to stand at least 1 tile away from a door by the time it is fully open. And I will take silly measures to ensure that. July 15th. I might need that. Or was it the... Nope, I've got... Oh, no, I need Knox News for the 15th. Kentucky Herald, I've got everything up to the 12th. Knox News for July 5th? I don't think. Negative. I feel like some days are a lot more common than others. And it's not chronological. Like, it's not like the early days are more common, or that the later days are more common. It kind of seems random almost. But anyway, sewing kit with buttons in it. I don't think you can make buttons yet. If you can, I don't know of how. So we've got a radio there, otherwise known as free electrical experience. Also a TV. Only one live viewer at the moment. Shout out to whoever my homie is watching. It's kind of surprising. I mean, you know, peak traffic that I've had before has been at 5 p.m. Eastern. It's 5:15 Eastern right now, and there's... I swear to God, it has something to do with when the stream starts. Because this one started in the afternoon, I feel like it's getting heavily gimped. That's all right. I'm not too upset about it. I will just have to, well, you know, actually scheduling a time ahead of time would be a lot better. It would be a lot better because then people, you know, subscribers specifically, would see it in their feed. And that would actually pay people who want to see me, who actually subscribe to me, would have better knowledge of when I'm about to stream. Mutually beneficial arrangement there. But I mean, you know, if I don't know when I'm going to stream, then how can I help other people know when I'm going to stream? That's a catch-22 if I ever heard it. Shelves, got a couple of them. I don't think I had that. Whenever I see a VHS that looks unfamiliar, I'll just take it. I'll just take it. Backpack is full. We're down to just the inventory now. That's a black hoodie right there. There has been a black hoodie right down the road this whole time. I remember going pretty far out of my way to try to find one. I ended up with more green hoodies than black ones. What do we got in the kitchen? White shelving. That's cool. I don't think I need white shelving in the moment. I used white shelving in the lab upstairs. So if I needed more, good to know that there's some here. Not much, but some. Yeah, see, it is still worth checking the fridges, even though everything is spoiled. There are still some things that people will regularly put into fridges that doesn't actually spoil, like margarine or pickles or even butter. In this case, margarine is great, highly calorie dense. You can add it to your stir fries. All right, this house gets a red X. One of the softer prerequisites for me putting an X on things is to also just leave all the doors unlocked. So if I ever need to, you know, bounce in and out of it while I'm on the run from a respawn or whatever the hell. We're at stage 1 fatigue, but we can technically still one-shot with the sword. We just got unlucky. A crit is still a one-shot, I believe. We're gonna need to... Do I even bother establishing a loot box or a loot bag? There's no point. I'm just gonna take a little bit out of my backpack. Yeah, I'll take the electronics crap out of the backpack. That gives me more than enough room for any other potential loot I might find. There's only 2 houses left. Hey, look at this fucking tree line. It's almost a perfect line right there. There's like basically just a wall blocking my line of sight. If there were 10 zombies on the other side of this tree line, I wouldn't fucking know. It almost feels intentional when shit like that happens, but whatever. All I know is that the game is getting harder for a variety of convoluted reasons that I was not sure of initially if it was intentional. I am almost 100% certain that it's intentional now. Not that they're, they're not like telling the trees, okay, make sure to draw in a line. No, they're just making it so that the random seeding system spawns clusters. That's all they're doing. Which, not very realistic. Especially not on sand. It's hard enough for trees to try to grow out of sand initially. If they did, they would grow a hell of a lot slower because, there's not a lot of resources in sand. I'm no arborist, but I know natural selection and resources. There's just not very many resources. Murphy's Law is not conducive to anything growing out of sand. That's why deserts are not very lush gardeny places, But I digest. Just a little pet peeve of mine. You see, the reason the devs made it so that sandy lots are full of trees is because sandy lots are, places that players would normally like to drive over. So we got to make the player be inconvenienced, right? Not allowed to have fun, remember. We've got to be inconvenienced at every step of the way. Even if it is thoroughly unrealistic. See, I mean, just look at the screen right now. Where are most of the concentration of trees that have randomly grown? The vast majority of them are right in front of us on the fucking sand. Look at all of this grass that they could have grown in. That's not how natural selection works. In grass, there is so much more. There's soil, there's dead things in the soil. There's just soil, generally speaking, is more fertile for trees to grow out of. And yet, you would think that somebody put, like, Miracle Grow in the fucking sand. It's absurd. It's so silly. I'm not happy about that. I understand why they do it for packed dirt. But no, it does not make sense for this. It should just be like gravel. You don't see trees growing out of gravel in this game, and that's because that would be silly. Gravel is packed together very specifically to make it hard for shit to grow. I've only put down one gravel driveway in my life, IRL, and I never saw more than a tiny weed grow out of it. Sand is packed the same way, and so are a lot of dirt trails. They're specifically packed to reduce the amount of shit that grows out of them, but I digest, like I said. Can only bitch about the devs so much because they're not going to change what they do. They don't even pay attention to my bug reports. How the hell are they going to pay attention to my feedback? Honestly, at this point, I play the game in its vanilla form, mostly as a thing just for players to look at and see exactly how bad this game is without mods. Like, that is probably the most useful thing for some of my footage right now. Outside of if you're just entertained by it. If you're entertained by it, I'm glad I can bring some happiness to the world. But other than that, I expect there to be quite a few people who would never touch this game in its vanilla form, and they would have a useful thing to point at if they ever, someone was like, why do you always play mods in this game? Well, look at this guy. Look at how hard it is for him to do certain things. I would love to make a concise compilation, a supercut of all the stupid things that are hard to do in this game without mods. But speaking of tedium, that is North Riverside. North Riverside, Central Riverside is clean. South Riverside also clean. All that's left is the gated community, all the way over there in the east. Now, the buildings I don't really put X's on, because there's sometimes more stuff in them that I either haven't collected yet because I don't want it, or because I might come back for it later. So a lot of the commercial joints still technically have a little bit of stuff in them, but yeah. Okay, we're going to empty the van. It's the end of the day already here, so we'll get the van emptied out, and then we are going to hit the gated community, and then we'll be pretty much done with our clearing of Riverside. At that point, I just need to do a medium-term assessment to find out what crops I have to take care of before I can start thinking about stepping out of this area for several days, because that is on the docket. I do want to be able to do that. Just can't quite yet. Alright, so out of the trunk, we're going to take everything except the light bars. And the nails stay. The nails stay. The nails stay because they're there because I want to build fences out in the field. Okay. The vehicle is empty. I just gotta sort through what I have in my hands now. That makes it easy. Ah, the Holstein pen is in need of some more animal feed very soon, because they've cleared the central trough. That, I think, had the most grass in it. So I do need to definitely do some animal re-ups for their food before I start thinking about anything that would take me out of Riverside for more than a few days. Every time I get a red or a blue light bulb, I have to take 2 amplifiers out of the top bin, and then put them up there. On the bright side, I can make another light bulb box. Just one more. I've got 18 boxes of light bulbs. I'm going to need to start finding a new home for those. Very soon, actually. Yeah, the second... Once again, all 3 of our electrical boxes are threatening to be full. I've got like 8 encumbrance in the bottom. I kind of feel like I should make a separate bin just for light bulbs. I'm not quite at that point yet, but... So I already have a spinning wheel. I honestly just picked up the other one because it was right there. The only other place I would be liable to do tailoring would be down here at the butchering area. So I'll go ahead and break out the spinning wheel here. And I have another flag, but I don't know where to put it yet. I think I have a crate specific for flags at the moment. So let's toss it in there. It should be up here in top of one. Yeah, there it is. The black load table just goes straight upstairs. I have a spot for that. Hoodie goes into the black clothing rack. How many others do I have? Okay, I have several. All of these are not perfect black, though. In fact, these 3 in the middle are either a dark blue or a dark red. Only the one at the top and the one we just added at the bottom, those are the only 2 that are actually, like, you know, desaturated. Both of them are technically a bit of a dark gray. I'm not worried about it if it's not technically full-on black. As long as it is close enough and it is not, like, you know, doesn't have a twinge of color. Noticeable color, at least. I'm collecting black low tables for something. I honestly don't 100% know what, but I'm collecting them. Because I found them difficult to find at one point. So, I'll take 2 more tops. Also, they're small. I mean, I'll take them just because they're small at this point. While I'm up here, I'm putting away the CDs, and then I think also, yeah, videotape. CDs and videotapes go up here. See, this is the home theater area, but it can also be a place to listen to music. I mean, look at that. I got a beautiful quadraphonic sound system. Hey, that could be a 5.1. I don't remember if 5.1 was a thing back in the 90s. I don't think it was. I don't think there were, like, because I don't think any, you know, people could take speakers and wire them up so that there would be more than, you know, that there would be more than just left and right. But I don't think media with 5 channels natively, I don't think that was a thing until possibly the early 2000s. Yeah, I don't remember. I was only a kid in the 90s, so... all I knew is that, you know, I had the tape player, I had the CD player, I plugged it in, and it made lots and lots of cool noises. That was what I knew about music in the 90s. I didn't know about advanced formats and what sounded better. Why compact discs are technically inferior to records, but they're more convenient. In some cases, that's not a universal truth. If it is in the FLAC format on a compact disc, then it's perfectly fine. FLAC is a format that can actually exceed vinyl just in terms of fidelity. It's just that there's that much information there. It's packed tightly, that tightly. That's not to say that all FLACs sound good. They don't. There are people who absolutely misuse the format, and put, you know, trashy MP3s. They'll convert it to a FLAC, and then say, "Oh, look at this! I've got a high quality." No, you don't. You don't. If you started with an MP3 and then you converted it to a FLAC, you didn't fucking change anything. It's like taking a really high quality steak and putting or I'm sorry, no, it's like taking beef jerky and putting it in the wrapper for a filet mignon. That's all you did. You're not changing anything just by changing the format if you're going from a lower quality to a higher quality format. You know, it's formats are containers. That's all they are. You got to think of them as like wrapping. Some wrapping can handle bigger things, and that's the long and short of it when it comes to formats, file formats. It's all about what kind of information you can fit, and what kind of loss is taken when you convert it from a, you know, if you've ever heard the term lossless, and even that is not a very accurate term. There's always some loss. Okay. One of my homies is back in town finally. He's the globe trotting type. So it's always a question when he's back in town, how long? Usually when he's back in town, he'll tell us, and we'll schedule a get together at some point just to hang out. Doubt that'll happen anytime soon though. Scheduling anything in our group of friends is an interesting thing to say the least. It happens. It's just not as often as one would think. Lots of stuff for the sewing cabinet here. Even a new pair of scissors. Now I put the scissors on the desk here, because if I ever have too many of them, I can actually just start smelting them at the forge. Sorry. Needles and thimbles, I don't have to worry about having too many, because they're so lightweight. I don't think thimbles are actually used for anything yet. Emphasis on yet, because, you know, the devs saw fit to add them to the game. That most likely means they'll eventually have a purpose. Just like the hooks. They added big iron hooks to the game at the very beginning of build 42, but they didn't actually have a purpose until, actually, I think just the most recent patch. Big iron hooks are now used to make butcher hooks. Mark my words, they will eventually be a requirement to tow vehicles. Why the devs are taking so long to do that? It's probably just their general aversion to doing anything cool with vehicles. Devs adding new stuff for vehicles in this game is a treat when it happens, because it doesn't happen very much. They have no problem doing reskins of existing vehicles. We're going to get another 10 new step vans in an upcoming patch. I can guarantee you that. We're not going to get any new vehicle types, though. Step vans are going to remain the biggest for forever, as far as I know. I have seen zero indications that the devs have interest in adding new vehicles. None of the blogs have mentioned new vehicles since one that they published back in, like, 2022. Like, they talked about military vehicles then, and have done fuck all since then. Like, this was before they even talked about the crafting update. So, the devs clearly have no interest in vehicles. They haven't even added animations for the doors yet. I could not illustrate harder that the devs have no interest in that. I'm probably preaching to the choir, though. Anybody who's been watching my content long enough is going to know that for 100% certain, because I ramble about it. Yap, as it were. Okay, you know what? That's just about everything. Let me get rid of the cereal and oats, and then we can say that we have done enough sorting to get a sleep in here, because it is past our bedtime. When I awake, I need to overeat a little bit because my proteins have decayed again. I have a perennial protein problem because I have not resorted to drinking milk to solve it. Milk is a very easy way to get more proteins. If you drink like a 2 liter at a time, you'll come away with 100. But I am not good about that. So I'm just going to eat one of these stir fries, all 60 of it. And that didn't even solve it. So that tells me, yeah, I need to go ahead and milk the cows into some 2 liters here. 4 should be more than enough for now. I can't take too much more than 4 because I don't actually have a lot of room in the place where I would put them. Hello, moo machines. I come seeking your gifts. Do not worry, I shall give you some gifts in return soon. Good job, Cersei. That was a nice 8 liters. Holsteins are machines. We have some new births. I will have to keep an eye on them. The Simmental bull is probably pretty close to maturing. I would not be surprised if he's already adolescent, which would mean the Simmental cows are knocked up, which means the Simmentals will start to multiply soon. But in any case, as soon as I get hungry again, we will drink an entire 2 liter of milk, and that will give us many proteins. So I continue to hold on to one of these 2 liter bottles, and we don't have a lot of time left. I'm just going to wash ourselves up here. Pretty zombie bloody right now. Nobody likes to have zombie blood on them all the time, even if you don't have hemophobia. After all, blood technically transmits the virus. It's just got to get inside you. Yeah. And honestly, if in a situation where blood could transfer the virus, having blood on your person all the time, nobody would ever want that. People would be superstitious about getting it washed off immediately. I sure as hell know I would be. So I have a question. I may be able to answer it. I have like 20 minutes before it's bedtime again. So that right now in the current build, flashlights don't always count as a light for crafting. There's something really weird going on with it. I don't know what happens, but the devs broke it basically. Flashlights don't always work as a light source for crafting. I don't know if that affects their... It does. Flashlights are currently so broken that they do not... this is really hard to read if you aren't in 4K, but if you look carefully here, vision effectiveness. Our search radius is 3 tiles. The weather effect is minus 0.86%, almost nothing. Clothing minus 2.5%, nothing. Darkness effect, 67%. Yet the flashlight is on. So flashlights are broken in more ways than just crafting right now. Anybody who relies on foraging in the current build, good luck. Do it during the day. So, it was worth learning, I guess. I cannot forage at night at all anymore. Because you see, now the problem with flashlights, the glitch that makes them not count towards crafting, you can make it go away. If I open the craft menu right now, look at my crafting options. I'm going to move randomly in several directions. Look at that. Okay, I moved north, and for a second, my crafting options expanded. That's because for a second there, the light counted. And then it stopped. Now it doesn't count. And if I move... Look at that. I moved right, and it worked again, and then it doesn't. I don't fucking know what's going on with that. All I know is the devs broke it, likely unintentionally, and they haven't fucking fixed it, because they have not seen fit to put out a hotfix. We don't get hotfixes in this game anymore. Anything except for, like, a hard crash to desktop. We can just fucking suffer through it until the next B42 build, which at this point are pretty much a little bit more than monthly. They seem to be every 5 weeks. I have opinions about that. But I've tried to give my opinions on the developers of this game before, and people got lost in the semantics. I talked about a feature not being ready to be pushed to production, and I just had I got downvoted to oblivion because everybody was like, no, you're not using the word production properly. Technically speaking, B42 isn't a production build. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. There are literally hundreds of thousands of people playing it. Users are interacting with the code. It's a production build. Just because they have to opt into it, and there's probably more people playing build 41 than 42. But just because it is not the default, and, you know, a 10-second procedure to go to Steam and opt in, it's still production. Fuck you. I'm sorry. I cannot stand it when developers get pedantic over dumb shit like that. And I've dealt with quite a few. My day job is technically, it's a little bit more than just tech support, but it's mostly tech support. So I have to be the go-between between users and developers. And because of that, I have seen developers say some of the dumbest shit known to man. You would think because they write software that they're smart. No, that does not guarantee anything. It just guarantees that they have some idea of what they're doing when assigned something to contribute to a coding project. That's all it means. Programmers are not inherently smarter than anyone else, not by a long shot. I've seen some really fucking dumb programmers, and I don't mean to say that as a blanket statement. There's actually a possibility that somebody from the dev team is watching my streams. Shout out if you are. But no. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he knows what I'm talking about too. But yeah, needless to say, do not put developers on a pedestal just because they're doing something that seems a little esoteric and maybe requires a high threshold of skill, or maybe it requires, you know, obscure knowledge of something. It doesn't mean anything. It's a skill. That's all it is. It's a skill. Some people are better at it than others. That's true. It doesn't mean anything about the individual, though. There is a myth that developers are really smart people. It is very much a myth. This is a muffler. It can go in one of the vans on the left here. Yeah, that looks good. I think we're ready to drink the milk. Now, I do believe my proteins are not going to be sated by this 2 liter. Not in the long shot, so I'm going to bring the rest of those 2 liters I just milked. Otherwise, the van is now clear. Now, one of the reasons I went out and started forging a little bit last night, well, partially just to see if I could, a little bit of forging, and I can read the next book. I would like to be able to do that, just to have reading material. Okay. I suppose I could take this 60 fry and just eat it next time I get hungry. The 30 fries up here are for next time I go into weight gain, because they got butter and everything in them. But I don't even know if they'll last that long. They're not in the freezer. They might. Weight gain, I go back into it before I get to 70 kilo, or 75 kilo. It's going to take a while to get down to 75 kilo. The game does not have rapid weight loss. If it ever did, it doesn't anymore. I think the code used to be there for it, but I no longer see the code for it. I've decompiled the nutrition Java class a long time ago, and I've been studying it. Shouldn't have to do that to have a full comprehension of my character's nutrition, but I do. There's a lot of things I learned by decompiling nutrition. Chief among them, there used to be sex-based nutrition. Females used to have different stats than males. All the code is still there. But there is just one Boolean that is not being flipped. Basically, the nutrition system treats everybody as if they're male. Even if you make a female character, there is a single Boolean in your female character's nutrition system that there's no code to flip it. Basically, the nutrition, so it is a separate class stapled into the ISO.player or zombie.iso player class. Nutrition is stapled onto it. It's a separate thing. Already a coding problem in my opinion, but whatever. How many is that? That's a number. There's a few zombies there. We're gonna fence these guys. We're gonna do some fencing. Anyway, what was I saying? So there is code for female nutrition in this game. Females would, if the code was activated, you would start at 60 kilo. You would retain fat a little bit better. You would burn it a lot, not a lot. I think it is actually partially an order of magnitude. Partially because they use floating point math for everything. There was scientific notation, as in, like, you know, E, like 4 something decimal places for the rate of fat burn for males. It was another order of magnitude for females, if I remember. My brain checks out a little bit when scientific notation gets involved. I'm not good at scientific representation of numbers, mostly just because I'm too autistic for approximation. If there's 5 zeros, I'd rather see all 5 of them than see some dumb shit like E-5, whatever, or E-5, whatever the fuck scientific notation uses. I don't function good when I don't see the number in front of me. That's probably just a skill issue. Thank you. Right this way, gentlemen. Oh, I forgot to reload. Speaking of skill issues, let's reload the 9, shall we? Right this way, gentlemen. Once more, with feeling this time. Thank you for participating. That should have attracted most of the folks over here. This is what I like to use fences for, really. You know, I have a kill zone. Not a lot of obstructions. I can see pretty clearly here. And I start discharging the firearm, and I pull everybody in the area towards the fence. They come spilling over the fence, and I one-shot them nice and easy. I do have to listen very carefully for any sounds from the right. There is liable to be respawns on the other side of this building who would have heard those gunshots if they're there. In the building isn't anywhere near as big of a problem as around it. A quirk of respawns that I've noticed. Respawns inside of buildings don't seem anywhere near as bad as outside. 99% of the time, if I see a zombie coming out of a building, it's because they're coming from the other side. Like they heard the sound of me doing something from the other side of the building, and they just beelined it straight through the building to get to me. I have not, to the extent of my knowledge, I don't think I've seen a single zombie respawn inside of a building. Because, I mean, you know, I've seen zombies in buildings, but every time I've seen that, there's been a reasonable explanation as for why it happened. That did not come down to respawns. But yeah, no spawns back here. There's a hot spot in that parking lot there. But it's not as hot as this spot, I guess. A not spot. Because it's either hot or not. Already town square, of course. Urban centers. Makes sense, I guess. Look at that. We even had some pinpoint hearing motherfuckers from this dense zone right here. This has always been a dense zone at the top of the gated community. Even before the respawn rework. You can see look at all the blood marks on the floor. And all the clothes up behind me there. I have done mass slaughter in this area before. Honestly, if the game was realistic, there would be massive piles of bones where these clothes are. But the game can't handle that many corpses. That guy did not notice me. Kill the fast ones. Try to push one down if I can. But can't, so there's a reason I did a pile right here. It's a nice open spot. You can see very clearly in every direction. In fact, this is a spot where I would run the siren previously. I would use fences here, but it's not conducive to put fences in your driving area. I do generally like to drive through parking lots. Now, hang on a second. I can pick up ominous sign here. I don't really necessarily need it. The church signs are not really my thing. Yeah, this one's okay. I do like this verse. Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. That's the only part of it that I actually know. I'm not a particularly religious individual, but I do know some Bible verses, and I find them very inspirational. I was raised Catholic, but not a very practicing one. This zombie apocalypse would make me find my faith. In my head, my character is somewhat religious, probably wondering very, very heavily if a rapture happened because, you know, a zombie apocalypse with innocent souls having vanished. The lack of children, I mean, I've already explained this. The devs will never add child zombies because that would make the game impossible to sell in certain countries. So it's not just that they're not in the game yet, they will never be in the game. I don't know if they've actually said that, but some of the other things that they have not added in the game perfectly track with that line of thinking. And not that I'm particularly, you know, where are the kid zombies? I want to kill them all. It just opens a lore question, you know, what happened to all the kids? And the devs have actually gone out of their way to, like, add some stories. Like, you'll see a crashed car with some medical supplies on the ground, and then, like, a teddy bear on the ground next to it, and then some blood on the ground to tell you, you know, give you some ominous vibes. Ooh, what happened here? We're never going to get a fucking answer to that, though. I don't think they're going to add kids to this game, even when they add NPCs. So we're just going to have to assume that, well, I mean, one of my assumptions was that kids were just not a viable host for the zombie virus, and so if they got it, they just died of sickness instead of becoming a zombie. Adults needed the virus maybe just needs a larger circulatory system to maintain viral load. And the other symptoms of the zombie virus are just severe flu-like symptoms. So that actually does kind of track if kids just did not have a big enough circulatory system to maintain the viral load. That actually they would just probably just die of flu-like symptoms. So it is possible that basically all the kids in the world died of the either the airborne strain, which only 5% of humanity is immune to anyway, or they died of getting bitten and then just died of flu-like symptoms after being bitten. So there's potential lore explanations as to why there's no kids in the universe whatsoever. I just don't find the potential reasons too compelling. I would prefer something a little bit more, all they need is a radio line. Like, kids who get bitten are just going to die of sickness. And there's no cure, so kids are screwed over just as much as anybody else. One of the reasons I didn't necessarily rule out that the devs might someday add kid NPCs is because RimWorld did it. But, and I've said this before, it's always bears repeating. RimWorld, you can do some very heinous things. More heinous things than many countries would allow. But RimWorld doesn't display them in 3D. RimWorld is a 2D story generator, where your human characters are just little sprites on the screen. Somebody killing a child in RimWorld is just a little 2D sprite going like this. And, you're supposed to use your imagination to fill in the blanks. And because the game outsources everything to the player's imagination, they can get away with, laws that depict laws against depicting violence against children. I don't think Zomboid could get away with that. So we probably will never see it. I'd say a vast majority of players don't even care about it, but I'm one of the few who actually kind of sort of cares about it a little bit, because, if there's going to be NPCs in the game, can I LARP as a family? I would always, like every game where I can LARP as a family, I do. RimWorld, Sims 4, even Skyrim. Skyrim has enough modding capability that you can I just add some NPCs to the game at the very start, and just LARP that they're my family. In Riverwood, I think it is, or the fuck is the name of the town? Yeah, Riverwood. I forget it's been a long time since I played Skyrim. But yeah, if a game has NPCs in it, especially in-depth games. We got a vagrant up here that never woke up. Don't you rare at me. Fuck you. I'll rare at you. Whenever the zombies rare, that's a rare noise. You only hear it when they're getting up after being knocked down. But she was never even knocked down. So she had no right to rare at me. So look at that. There's a lot of zombies in the Central Park area. You can see them because of the trees. Whatever. I'll do a little bit of discharge of the 9. See, this place doesn't have as many native fences. You either get the tall fences that zombies won't fall over, or you get the hedgerows. I don't think there's any white picket fences here. I could always build some. 4 shots. See, as if to illustrate my point, why I don't just push them down and use the... It takes twice as much ammo sometimes. I have never, to the extent of my knowledge, I don't think I've ever had a zombie that takes more than 3 shots of 9mm if they fall over a fence. That one that I pushed on his ass, 4. Aim level 7, by the way. Just... I don't have words for how much that baffles me. It doesn't feel like my damage or accuracy is really going up that much. I mean, to be fair, I haven't actually tried shooting a standing up target. Maybe it feels better. I'll do my due diligence. I've got some 625. Let's use the big iron. Let's see if I'm any better at shooting a standing target that's like point blank. Nope. Not a reliable 1-shot or 2-shot. It's silly. Okay, that was, you know, I could do that when I was still 6. Oh shit, that was the 9mm. I'm a doofus. I'm an actual literal doofus. I'm backing up a little bit because my I did not have a clean angled approach in the slightest. So I am going to step away briefly here. And I'm going to start killing them up here in this pile. Pile full of zombies that I killed last week. You know, as you do with respawns. Alright, we're switching to melee. Fuck this. Firearm shit without a fence is just so tedious. Wait a minute. This is a female attacking me. What are the male sounds coming from? Oh, there's one on the floor still. Is there? Oh, that one's perma ragdolled. Okay, good to know. Sometimes zombies will be permanently ragdolled and they'll never get up again. But they'll keep making noise until you finish them off like that. Whenever they make noise, it throws off my auditory. Possibly by design. What's the M9 down to? That was, 6 shots. Well, the reason I pulled out the 9 in the first place is because I was going to use the big iron, but, oops. I hit 8 instead of 7. Skill issue. I wanted to do a little bit more of this, try and see how often I can nail them like that. Okay, we're switching back to melee. Again, I'm just not keen on, you know, double tapping a standing target. Because there's always the chance I could one-shot it, and if I do, then double tapping is a waste of ammo. I am always trying to avoid wastes of ammo, because it is finite. There's no way to make more. You cannot collect your brass and refill it. There's no making gunpowder from magnesium and coal. This is not 7 days to die. Once you're out of, if you've expended all the ammo in the map, Good luck finding more. God damn it, I did it again. I did it again. That was, pulled out the 9 when I was supposed to pull out the, big iron. The reason that's a problem is because whenever I'm using the big iron, I pathologically hit R to reload, because a revolver is very easy to top off. But a magazine-fed weapon, you don't want to be constantly topping it off in a game like this, because you got to actually pay attention to your magazines. Only games I know that do that are like Arma and Zomboid. That's cool. On the other side of an iron fence, I can get like a guaranteed shot almost. That's pretty cool. We're gonna have a roast or a fry. Imagine if the game made something restore less unhappy or more unhappiness. I'm sorry, remove more unhappiness if you actually fucking used utensils instead of eating with your hands. That would be cool. I would enjoy that. Now, we're not going to start looting just yet. I'm kind of just doing patrol. Like, I'm going to do patrol. I'm going to try to kill as many as I can that are out in the open, so that when it comes time to do looting, I don't have quite as many big blobs to deal with. Pretty close to axe level 5. The hatchet is serving its purpose. It isn't very often that I'll leave a sword on my back all the time. If only because swords are versatile enough you can put them on your back or your belt. Whenever you have the choice, I usually prefer belt, because the number of things you can put on your back is much more limited. No need for a sharpen.
Hey!
I ain't going into those trees. Why don't you come on out here and fight me like a zombie? Yeah, that's right. I will call their zombiehood into question. They hide in the trees. Doesn't matter if you're a person or a zombie. If you hide in the trees, you're a little bitch. I played a lot of Heroes and Generals. Tree fairies always pissed me off. Tree fairy is the politically correct term for somebody who hides in the trees and snipes at infantry instead of playing the objective. Don't be that guy. If you're playing a first-person shooter with objectives, don't just hide in the trees and snipe people. I mean, unless you're trying to be a griefer, in which case, well, alright. If you're trying to actually play the game, why don't you fucking play the game? Don't be a little tree fairy bitch. I say this as somebody who has, unfortunately, on occasion, spent some time as a tree fairy. I grew out of that phase. I expect others to as well someday. It was mostly when I actually started caring whether we won or lost that I started actually not being somebody who just gets the dopamine shot of sniping people from the woods. Hello there. Gotta love the white picket fence where you can. Okay, so the goal is to clear the large groups out of the gated community before we start hitting the individual houses. So I do want to just kind of patrol the streets of the gated community, see who's in the streets, kill them, and then we will start actually doing the house-by-house activities. And specifically, while I'm killing the ones in the street, I'll use guns to draw the ones out who are not in the street. Like this bitch up here. A little vagrant hiding in front of the house. I thought the new aiming system would introduce some skill to the game. It doesn't seem like it. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. I know somebody's around back there. You see, the problem is the sound they're making is either somebody who's aggroed or a vagrant. A vagrant who's just sitting on the ground. It might just be... It's probably this guy over here. Get him while he's over there. Didn't get him. Oh well. There was one over here. The gunshot should have drew him out. No vagrant. We're good. Yard's looking okay. Alright. Well, if the game had not had the wilderness overgrowth, we were still at the beginning, you might actually be able to traverse this with a vehicle. No. Not after the first several months. You're not taking any shortcuts like that. And we are close to 380 days now. Yeah, because it was 365 as of the 9th, and it's now the 20th. 365 plus 11. 376, I think. What was it? I used 374 in the stream title. I just kind of ballparked it. I wasn't 100% sure. I'm not good with mental math, and I didn't even remember exactly the end date. The stream title is technically correct. The 374th day did pass during the stream, so I was not lying. Definitely not like the times where I did a stream title where I thought I would go on an expedition and then didn't. For any of my viewers who may have felt deceived by that, I apologize. I don't always necessarily maintain the plans that I make before a stream. I mean, hell, for my 360, my 1-year anniversary, I thought I might go out of town. I decided to clean up my own town completely. It's feeling like I can do that more than half the time now. Upright targets who are very close with the big iron. But then there's always the ones that just get ragdolled. That would have been multiple shots, possibly, while she was ragdolled. So I cannot just use the big iron against zombies yet. So look at that, and then there's that shit. Where it's just 2 shots because the first one just didn't fucking kill it. I mean, I was aiming at the head, I'm pretty sure. I could do a frame by frame on the video and check to see if I was aiming at the head. I'm not that pedantic just yet. I'll gladly do that when the time comes for just a... If nothing changes with the firearm system by the next build, I will feel very... it'll feel appropriate to do just a general review of firearms in B42 so far. I mean, the devs want feedback. They literally give people a free handgun when they spawn in. See, yeah, that was on my right. Just one, we're good. See, the entire crosshair was inside of his head, which, I mean, my understanding of the aiming system means that should have been, I don't know if I would call it a guaranteed hit, guaranteed damage of some kind. But I also, you know, I don't know zombie healths. I don't use health bars. Maybe I should. It's not a sandbox option, it's just a debug option. Now that, I think I was off a little bit. So I'll accept that for what it was. Now that, I don't think the crosshair was all the way around her head. It is a little hard to analyze the footage live, though, because I'm both recording and live streaming. I would have to stop the recording in order to analyze it, which I like to keep my my offline recordings the same duration as the streams, so that I can parse through my footage and also find timestamps that are relative to the streams. Or relevant, rather. Okay, so we've gone up and down the roads a few times. Just check Maria Street to be sure. And then we can say definitively that we've driven up and down the streets and killed anybody out in the front yards. Now, how do I handle the gated community? I have a house at the edge of the gated community, the north edge, that I kind of use as a field base. It's not the most optimally placed, because it's actually in the heart of a very high volume respawn area. I don't know. I don't know if that's a place where I would want to, like, stage a bunch of loot. Makes sense, but it's also far from my only option. Now, this one, see what I can get away with here. Easy. Now, the reason I got away with that is because, for some reason, when you're shooting through these fences, you get even better than if you're shooting at them point blank. So, in fact, I'm going to see if I can do that again. I don't know how easy I can manually use fences like this. Possibly. That would be hard to replicate if there's multiple zombies. But for one-offs... Okay. And I mean, we've got a number of fuckers from this backyard here, so... Oh, that was not... I tried to double tap, didn't even work. Oh, look at that. We got 3 more to the north. How am I doing on big iron? We got about 33 rounds of big iron. We're good for now. She's ragdoll. They'll wait till she gets up. I wonder if she's at risk to block my targeting. I can knife through the fence, but that's not close enough. If I had a spear, I could probably poke her. My spear bro is vindicated once again. When I told him about how good spears were in the current version, he just replied with the gif of "always has been." He's a spear supremacist, and not without good reason. He is the guy who I originally looked up to in Heroes and Generals back in the day. And he also helped me figure out the joys of relying on your hearing as opposed to anything else in a video game. He would always say, like, "Oh, I can hear footsteps." What the fuck are you talking about? Footsteps? It's, honestly, after he explained that to me, it still took me a long time to figure it out. But, shout out to Panaka. Appreciate it. My gaming experiences are much more smooth now that I have learned to recognize audio cues much more, I'm a lot more aware of them than I used to be. Some people just do that automatically. I'm definitely not one of them. I spent a very long time not recognizing things that in hindsight feel obvious. Remember, once they start getting up from the ragdoll state, they are no longer considered ragdolled. The animation while a zombie is getting up, I think, is still just as vulnerable as if they had gone over a fence. It's just kind of hard to abuse that because you cannot always, you can't really tell, or you don't know how long it's going to take a zombie to get up. Like, if I were to push this one down right here, I'll try it. I'll push him down and see how long it takes me to get up. 2, 3. So that took 3 seconds. Damn it, and I pulled out the wrong gun. Put that magazine back in there, please. See, I can't just hit R again, because she'll pick one of the, she'll automatically pick the magazine with the most bullets in it. Which is not what I want. I want to expend them ordinally. Smallest first, ideally. lot easier to just do that. How about you come right on over that fence for me? Thank you. I hear a window thumper. Oh, you know what? Windows. There's sometimes, for some reason, windows feel like sometimes they're an instant kill if you're close enough. I don't think I was close enough for it that time. Yeah. I'll just wait till he comes over the... Easy. See, remember, if somebody is coming over a fence, you don't even need to aim for the head. Like, they're just that vulnerable. If they're going over a fence, just get your crosshair on them somehow. You'll hit them. You'll get the max for the hit. That's why I like fences so much. They just... Every shot you expend, you get so much more out of. I'll be careful with this. Oh, that didn't work. I was saying I had to be careful with that because I have not cleared the interior of any of these houses. Actually, you know what? Okay. This is my field base right here. This house right here. This is one of my field bases now. It's on the opposite side of the gated community. There are a number of zombies in the backyard, but you're never going to get away from that in this area. It is, however, strategically placed at the very edge of Riverside. Like, it is within the city limits, but this is the bottommost house in Riverside. Yeah, absolutely. If I ever use this road to get back and forth between West Point, I have not confirmed or denied whether it is the fastest way to West Point if I'm just going there from Riverside. So I usually will take a central road instead of one of the side roads. Alright, interior clear in the immediate vicinity. So, for my field bases, having a generator for one, look at that. Generator right here. I don't even have to take this back to base with me, because I know where it's going. Look at that, a radio that somebody left on. That's funny. There's a zombie right there. However, I don't need to worry about that necessarily, because what I like to do with generators for field bases is to just put them somewhere like that, so that I can run it, and it's not going to attract the zombies into the base, but just out in the front yard. That's what I like to do for the most part if I can manage. Places like Electromax, I don't have to do that quite as much, because Master and Fatco or Electromax, they're just so big that you can put them on the roof, and the sound area is not that bad by comparison. Okay, so this is going to be my field base, and it is still liable for respawns. That means I am going to have some tree annihilation. A little bit of tree annihilation is going to happen. We're hungry and we need some more proteins. We're going to have another one of those 2 liters. No empty magazines. No, we're good. I'm glad I'm still carrying around those nails, because we're going to need them soon. Take the axe out of my field kit here, and we're going to start cutting some trees to establish a FOB in this house. Not bush, but tree. There we go. So I cannot destroy these stupid little bushes. However, if I have a shovel, I believe I can pick them up, actually. Yep, you only need level 1 agriculture, so I'm actually going to redo my toolkit really quick. The sword is going to go in the trunk, and the axe is going on my back. The hatchet, wow, that's impressive. The hatchet has not lost any condition on the head. The handle is about to break, though. That's fascinating. That's actually very fascinating. But not immediately relevant. I'm going to put it back. And I'm going to take the entrenching tool, the E-tool. That goes on my belt. I don't think I'm going to need the crowbar, but if I do, it's in my vehicle. The entrenching tool enables me to pick up the bushes. And in a house of, or a base of my own, I don't want these dumb things that just scratch you and slow your speed down. They're decorations, but they're not like normal bushes. You can't just remove them, get a couple sticks out of them. That's what I would have done in a heartbeat if I had the ability. Alright, where were we? Get all this shit out of my way. There will be nothing that can randomly scratch me left on my own turf. No siree. Somebody on Reddit made a post that I had a laugh, but I also had a little bit of interest. They were copying some files, and they saw the green bar for the file copy progress, and they hit F4 thinking it would fast forward. I lolled at it. I didn't really think too much about it, but then after I saw that post, I was like, I've done that before too. Why did I feel compelled to do that? And it's because the game, because of how long certain actions take, if you don't fast forward, people who pathologically play the game like me, and don't do a lot of multiplayer where you can't fast forward, we are conditioning ourselves to see a green bar and just think, okay, yeah, let's tap F4 and then F3, just fast forward through it so that we don't have to sit there and stare at our character doing something that takes, I don't know, 3 or 4 seconds IRL, when we could make that go faster. Just something I found interesting. Alright, that's all the bushes until we start clearing out the trees on the other side. Okay, she needs a quick break. Look at that. Got a nice chair just waiting for us. Unfortunately, nothing to read at the moment. Nor do we have any perishables left to eat. No muscle strain buildup yet. That's good. I'm so close to axe level 5. That will make even less muscle strain when cutting down trees. The game is merciful in that you don't need very high level axes to never incur muscle strain from tree cutting, which is my primary objective with axes. They're not bad for combat. It's just if I'm going to use something that requires sharpness in combat, swords are objectively superior. So I will use swords instead of axes long term for combat. Now, when it comes to fatigue recovery, we are doing it slower because of how, or I'm sorry, endurance recovery, stamina recovery. It takes longer because we're tired. That's alright. We'll be done with this stupid little mini forest in somebody's lawn. We'll be done with that before it's even bedtime. Now, if I did not have a literal billion firefighter axes back at base, I would be more diligent about doing sharpen checks. I don't think I've lost too much condition. The way sharpening works, if you're not familiar, is you gotta keep your bladed weapons sharpened as often as humanly possible, because if you don't, I think you only have a chance to lose head condition if you lose sharpness first, I think. Don't quote me on that, because I haven't checked the code. But that's kind of what it feels like. In which case, if you remember to sharpen as often as humanly possible, you won't lose head condition anywhere near as much. I think you still will, eventually, but I don't know. I don't think that happens very often. Now, something interesting that I can do by making this house a temporary base... Oh, no, this is actually not the best place for it. So what I was thinking is, if I made my own hole in the fence, I would be able to open up one of these roadways. Because right now, this little area here is not connected at all. If you want to get out of Cushion Lane, you got to go all the way back up Ohio Street, Pitt Street, go back around. Connecting this would not be too hard if I could clear an entire front yard like I'm doing now, and then take out, like, I don't know, 3 or 4 sections of fence with the sledgehammer, and just make a route through somebody's backyard. That would be a thing that I could do, but I'm not very well placed to do it here. That's alright, not that big of a deal for me. I'm just thinking about places that, if it was possible to drive through them, would it make going on patrol easier? And the answer to that would be technically yes, but I don't know if it would actually be worth the time. See, the only reason this is currently, it feels like it would be worth my time, is if I were to come back and use this as a safe house in the future, being able to see this entire yard is tantamount, because I want to make sure there's no zombies in a safe house that I'm going to stay in the night in. What I'm going to do is keep cutting until we get really exhausted. And then we're just going to hit the stack. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is just find a bed with a pillow. I'm going to laugh really hard if there's not a single bed with a pillow in this entire house. It happened before. Neat. I'm not opposed to there being a few VHSs in a field base of mine. In fact, all of this stuff that I just picked up, that can stay here. I'm just going to put it in a different spot so that I know I've emptied that loot area. The reason I'm picking everything up as opposed to dropping stuff that I don't need on the floor is if this is going to be a field base. There is a zombie in here somewhere. Shit, that is not good. I am not in a condition to be... I would never voluntarily get into a fight in this state. I will actually go sit in my van and just chill. Because I need to recover some of that stamina. Otherwise, I am extremely vulnerable. Like, it would take like 10 hits to kill a zombie in that state. So you know what I'm also going to do? I have some coffee here. This is actually an exact scenario where I would use it. I'm going to drink half of this coffee, and that's going to take me out of this fatigue stage 2. Fuck my sleep schedule up too, but that's whatever. It's fine. So now I fast forward a little bit. Get rid of this endurance problem I'm having. We don't have to completely get rid of it. Just like 85 is good enough. Okay, I am now very combat effective with short blunt, and that's all I really care about. Now the sounds that I heard was not an aggro sound. So wherever it is a sleeper. Oh, look at that, it was... I don't know if this is the one that I heard. Do not know. Because remember, when I'm hearing zombie sounds inside, I have to assume they're going to come in the weirdest of places. So, I need to be... Fuck you too, then. If I'm going to be clearing corners, or opening doors where there might be somebody right on the other side, not going to be having fatigue issues, or endurance issues. That would be a skill issue. Okay, so that guy came up because we were cutting wood over here. This window was broken, but I don't see anybody inside, so we're good. Hello there, Muns. Welcome. As a quick recap, we are just, we've established a field base of sorts here in the very, very bottom corner of Riverside. And we are going, so the red X's here are houses that we've cleared of everything that I would potentially want to have cleared. And the green X's means we've also cleared garages and basements. So as you can see, Riverside, the vast majority of it is done, but the gated community here, 2-story houses with garages, plenty of them have a chance of basements too. Doubt I'll find anything that I really, really want, like Volume 5 books, but who knows, maybe we'll find some good stuff. It is past my bedtime at the moment, so I need to be, aside from that zombie I just killed, I need to be finding a bed to sleep in right now. Normally stuff like this I would just toss on the floor, but I don't want to start doing that until I've cleared out all these loot containers first, so don't think there's going to be anybody up here, but I'm going to play it careful anyway. Very tight up here. These open doors are a new thing as of the like 1 or 2 patches ago. I can't remember if it was 10 or 11. They made it so that houses will not necessarily be looted and trashed, but they will, there'll be signs that people just got up and bailed the fuck out. Which is that's what we're looking at here. I don't know if that affects anything to do with the loot. It just means people were in a hurry to leave, and they didn't care if they left the doors open. Atmosphere, it's nice. I don't dislike it. But I would be very interested to know if it actually has an impact on the loot tables. You know, if people were living in the house and they cleared it of things that they thought would be useful before leaving, that could have an impact on loot. These people did not have the temerity to take a baseball bat with them, so they are most likely zombies by now. Now this second floor window is busted, but if that meant there was a zombie in here, it would have gone downstairs by now. So we've already got a bed with a pillow, so we are going to hit the sack now. We've checked every room to make sure there are no sleepers. I am now the only sleeper in this house. Alrighty then. So, whenever I establish a field operating base, I like to clear all the loot containers and then put a bed where it's very convenient. In the case of any house with a garage, I like to put the beds in the garage, because the garage is a very big and tough door, and there's no windows. At least there's no windows in the garage that I know of, except for the detached ones, the ones that are not a part of the house itself. Sometimes I hear my own footsteps and I get a little anxious. We never actually did check the garage last night, so. Okay, this place is looking good. This generator I just found next door. I didn't even bring that with me. I've got so many blues back at base that I doubt I would even take that with me. I have gotten to the point where I don't take blues back from other towns anymore. I have a couple 2 liters of cow's milk sitting here ready to be drank because I need some proteins. The good zone of proteins is between 50 and 300, and I've been nursing myself just above 50 for a while now, so drinking an entire 2 liter of milk, I'm now at 200. If I were to drink all these at once, I would actually put myself pretty high, so. What are we doing next? We are clearing the rest of the bushes and trees out of the backyard here. There's a couple that I didn't quite manage to clear up out of the way. Oops, wrong button. There we go. A couple of tiny trees over here. I didn't even notice them at first. Okay, that's every tree in the backyard. Right? Nothing, no bushes hiding behind these vines. Honestly, these vines, they kind of have an aesthetically nice look. I generally leave them there. I don't find them to be distasteful looking. There are just a few select times where I'll get rid of them. Like if I need to see lots of zombies on the other side of a fence, for example, but this particular area, the backyards are not quite as bad. In fact, I did, of course, this is the worst backyard in, like, this corner of this area. That was just a fluke that I happened to pick one of the worst backyards. That's why I cut all these trees down. Because if there's going to be respawns in a base, or around a base that I'm going to, like, actually use, yeah, I want to be able to see them. Do I need to sharpen my axe? No, just my hunting knife. We'll do that, and then we're ready to sleep again. What we're going to do is we're going to put the bed in the garage, like I was saying before. And I'm not going to use the big bed because that's gratuitous. I like to be comfortable, but the size of the bed does not matter. And there's nobody to share the beds with, so a double bed, or a queen or a king is useless in this universe because there are no NPCs to sleep with. Even if there were NPCs, for some reason, I feel like the devs are not going to let us sleep with people. It'd be cool. I would do it in a heartbeat, but no, we can't. I was just talking earlier about how if you could have, like, you know, just start as your character start as a family, I would do that in a heartbeat. That would be really compelling to me. To start with a, you know, a husband and a son, for example. That would, for role-playing purposes, I would find that so compelling. Like, I don't know, maybe like an inverse of the Bob and, or the inverse of the Kate and Bald Spot situation, where the wife is the only one who's combat effective and the husband has an injury for some reason. I mean, not that, you know, I build my characters like tanks. So my character is already a little bit unrealistic in terms of a strength 9 female, but that's whatever. That's what video games are for, right? Playing as characters that are a little bit unrealistic. I'm all down for that. Okay, bedtime. Like I said, I like garages, no windows. Absolutely where I would sleep IRL. Well, honestly, IRL I would definitely use a window with bars because I'd be able to see things. But in this game, I'm not quite as concerned about that. Natural light is also very useful, but thankfully the garage door, once you open that up, you got all the light you need. Okay, so I've cleared all of the loot from the lower floor and just tossed everything on the floor here. I'm going to continue doing that until I've got all the loot out of the place that I want to sort through and make use of, or just toss it. There's no trash cans in this house that I saw. If there was, I'd probably delete some of this. The cookware. I am going to leave the cookware in the kitchen, or the kitchen's not actually within range of where I put the generator. The generator is put there for a purpose, a strategic purpose. If I'm going to be running it, I want to draw zombies not towards the base that I'm in necessarily, but rather to its front yard. So if I'm ever doing a field base like this, I want the generator, like, you know, off to the side, out in the middle of the front yard, so that's where the zombies come, if there are any in the area, to be attracted by the sound. Therefore, there's not a very good place to put it for this kitchen, so I'm actually going to move the kitchen. That is my privilege as a level 10 carpenter. I can move whatever the hell I want for the most part, at least in a residential area. So we're going to get these cardboard boxes out of the way. Everything in the garage comes with us. And, what else? I'm going to, I'll need to drop a lot of stuff. I'm just going to put everything I picked up on the ground here. Now, the cooking stuff I can hold on to. The food stuff as well. All the other stuff goes on the floor. With the exception of the nails, I will need those. The bucket can go outside. Not that I expect to have water problems in a place where there are still dozens of sinks full of good water that doesn't go stagnant. Don't tell the devs about that. I think they have a rework of the plumbing system on the somewhere on the cards. I don't know where, but somewhere. In the Build 42 blog posts that were leading up to the actual Build 42 itself, they were talking about an actual system of pipes for plumbing. When are we going to see that? I don't know. Because, you know, the devs, they also talked about adding military vehicles to the game. And they talked about that back in, like, you know, the early 2010s. Or not the early 2010s, but, like, I think it was before 2020 that they were talking about that. And they have not said shit about it since. So I do not expect military vehicles anytime soon. And the plumbing system, my thoughts about that are B42 did not have plumbing at all initially. There was no plumbing in 42.0.2. They didn't add it until 2 or 3. I can't remember exactly which. And when they added it, all they did was add the Build 41 version back. They did not... And the reason they took it out, I think they took it out initially because they were going to do the piping system that they talked about. In one of their blog posts, they showed this really cool little system where you could take some pipes and pipe water from a nearby lake or something. But none of that has made it into Build 42. And the fact that they reverted to the Build 41 plumbing system tells me they maybe not have given up on it, but they're not gonna bother with it for a while. They have clearly shifted priorities away from it. Otherwise, they would not have, because they don't mind telling us to shut up and suck it up. If there's something that's not in Build 41 or Build 42 yet, they'll just not put it in yet. But I'm guessing that plumbing was just a little too much for them to shut up about, or to tell us to shut up about, rather. Believe me when I say that the devs will not hesitate to just tell us for something non-essential. Oops. That won't fit there. I don't know if there's a place I could put that. I'll put the shelves over here. I'm gonna use this as an operating base. The anything in the garage needs to be out of the way. So I'll put these shelves a little further back. And I can use these shelves to store other furniture that I've just picked up to get out of the way. Okay, so, what is the best way to store things in Project Zomboid? Wooden crates, by far. There's no competition whatsoever. You either have wooden crates or something that's not as good as wooden crates. There are metal crates. They were better in Build 41. I've tried making metal crates. I cannot do craftsman yet. I've only been able to do intermediate. Hang on a second. Metal crate. There are 3 qualities. Oh no, sorry. I have tried a craftsman. They're not as good. I know I've built one of these. The storage capacity is the same as wooden crates. Who the fuck wants to get to welding level 7 just to build something that somebody at carpentry level 7 could do? Carpentry is so many orders of magnitude easier to level than welding. I don't understand the mentality behind that. I vividly remember metal crates being better than wooden crates in Build 41. Like, that was something that factored into my base design when I was playing multiplayer back in the day. I don't know. All I know is, unstable, bro. It's unstable. Can't expect everything to work. Can't expect anything to work. Even stuff that used to work. Whatever. I ain't too mad about it. It just reinforces my my design philosophy of just having a bunch of wooden crates for everything. Now, the reason I'm going as far as to actually build crates for a field base, I don't usually do that. In this case, I'm doing it because I expect there to be a lot of loot in these 2-story houses. And I want to comb through everything. But I don't want to bother bringing it all back to base with me because, if anybody watching right now is familiar, my base is overflowing. But I do want stuff, so I'm going to leave stuff here for the most part. I'm just going to make like a stack of 9 wooden crates in this corner, and that's probably going to be more than enough. Probably. Let's go ahead and use a backpack. We're just going to pick up the logs and saw them all at once. That'll be easier. Military backpack, when you're organized, can fit 4 logs. Realistic? Not really. Useful? Very. When I'm sawing a bunch of logs at once, you can sit on the ground so you won't lose health from being over-encumbered, and then just fast forward to the max. My inventory is so over-encumbered that I dropped some on the floor, but that's okay because this is where I'm going to be using them. That was brilliant. Let's do that again. Get 4 more logs. It's 3 more boxes. And we got our storage. I think I still got good enough nails. Yeah, I'm still at 40 nails. Some of the nails I want to hold on to for building fences. Just low fences. I don't need big fences. Low fences should be more than enough to create some really good kill zones. Plus, they're cheap on nails. Easy peasy. Alright, so now we can sort loot that we find out in the fields. I'm going to put a kitchen in here as well. Then, just got to think about where the cooking stuff goes. I only really need 1 cabinet. I don't need plumbing. Plumbing is... yeah, it's fine. Just need 1 cabinet. We're going to put that right here. And we will put the stove here and the fridge here. That will feel good to me. We are carrying enough stuff that I'm going to need to drop. Let's see, I'll drop the backpack. And I'll put some stuff in that backpack. Just the firearms and the heavy weapons. That has... not quite. I need to shed a little bit more weight. Oh, you know what? I can get rid of the cookware in my backpack now. Got a destination for it right here. Now, some of these food items are just going to stay in here. Some non-perishables. Not too many, but just enough to support myself locally if I really need to. But I did all that so that I can drop my encumbrance below 10. So now I can pick up something that weighs 40, like a fridge. Cannot do that unless you are... your inventory max, generally speaking, there are some exceptions, but your inventory max is usually 50. Certain things like animal corpses, when you try to move those around, you can go over 50. You can limit breach, but only if you're trying to lift up a dead cow, for example. Not if you're trying to do anything else. Now, I do believe that all of these appliances should be within range of the generator that I left outside. We're just going to confirm that now. We will also, how to fill the generator. Oh, I have a bucket. I was going to leave it on the ground to be filled with rainwater, but I'm going to go ahead and put gas in it really quick. Now, don't normally store... you don't want to do that normally. Don't store gas in open containers. The game has an evaporation mechanic now. But for just like a moment here, while I take it out of the van and put it into the generator, that's fine. I just wanted to be able to do that 10 liters at a time. Now I can leave the buckets on the floor right here. And it will fill up with rainwater. So let's connect this bad boy and see what it is powering. We're looking to see if it powers the fridge from here. That it does. Oh, no, it does not. Okay, so we are not close enough. We're going to need to disconnect it and move it up ever so slightly. If I put it... Alright, the fridge is something like there. That's 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15? I thought that'd be close enough. Maybe diagonal tiles don't work very well. Okay, I'll try it here. Let's give this a shot. Yep, fridge is being powered now. 6 lights are being powered. Vast majority of them I probably don't need, like these exterior lights. Those I need to turn off. So they are just a waste. That's 3. Now we just need to check interior lights for anything that's on. This pink light here, both of these. So that's 4. That's 5. Just going to be 1 more. Looks like this room over here. Yep. So none of the wall lights were left on. It was just lamps. Cool. Oops, I did not want to do that, but okay. Looks like we didn't get hurt. We are pretty hungry right now. I'm going to go ahead and grab some, another one of those 2 liters of cow milk. And this is the last one, so I won't need to drink another one for a while. Okay, looks good. No, I don't really need that generator right now. I'm just going to leave it on for reasons. Oh, you're... Okay. So, this light is technically not within range of the generator, which means neither is the oven. So I do need to move the generator over just a couple more tiles. Damn it. Whatever. See, the game thinks it's within range for some reason. See the little orange light? Usually that doesn't appear unless it's actually within range of power. But there's like a dead zone where the generator should be able to power something, but doesn't. I don't know what causes that. Let's try this where this bush is. You know what? I'll just leave it on top of Chuck here. That's fine. Okay, still got the fridge. Let's try the lights again. We got lights. We got oven. We're good. Okay, field base established. TV, if I care about televisions. I don't really, but let's take this anyway. There's a part of me that just wants to sledgehammer part of this wall. That would kind of defeat the purpose of the using the garage as a place to sleep. Whatever, I don't really. As long as I barricade the windows enough, it's not going to be a problem. I'm going to go ahead and start electronics. We'll go in the bottom left-hand corner here and start getting some things. Now, I'm going to fill up with electronics pretty quickly here. So, using my relative storage system, electrical, first aid is going to be directly to the right of it. And then I can maybe do just regular materials, materials and a tools stack right here. A little bit out of order for the materials and tools, but I've got to make some compromises for such a small area, relatively speaking. So there's our TV. Yeah, that's about maximal I can get out of the storage space here. Not that I expect to be watching too much television, but it's the thought that counts. A residential field base. Of course, I'm going to make sure that I could use the TV if I wanted to. One of the reasons I'm incentivized to just sledgehammer open some of the walls. Well, first of all, I can. Having a sledgehammer and the ability to do so makes me want to. But also, it would objectively be useful. If you sledgehammer the walls of a garage, you could technically drive into a base if you wanted to. A residential base, that is. Unfortunately, there's no exit. Now, if you have no long blunt skill, 2 uses of the sledgehammer is all you can do before you start accruing red levels of muscle strain. So I can only do that 2 at a time unless I want to be combat ineffective for a couple of hours in game. I don't want to do that. I'll just take a break. I would prefer to be combat effective more often than not in a place like this. So I'll just come back and get rid of those other 2 walls later. What that means, though, is that if I want to consider this a secure place, I will have to board up all the windows, which ain't really a problem. We got a lot of materials to board up with here. So 2 logs is going to be equal to 6 barricades, because each is just 1 plank now. Well, it's always been just 1 plank. They didn't change too much when they moved barricades. In fact, some aspects of it are easier now. The plank no longer needs to be in your hand. That is an objective bonus. I would still prefer to be able to right-click on the windows. I think everybody would. And it's not just because we're conditioned to do so. It's fewer clicks. This mouse right here, this is a Logitech G600. Logitech doesn't make these anymore. Every time I click it, it is having its lifespan reduced by 0.0001%, or 0.0000, whatever. All I'm saying is there's a finite number of clicks left in this mouse. And once this mouse is gone, Logitech's Japanese brand does actually make G600Is, so I did recently buy a few of them off of eBay. Some gentleman from Japan was very kind to buy a few of them and put them on eBay. I shouldn't have had to do that. That's the stupidest thing I've done for a very long time. Why would Logitech only make mice for a certain a certain region. Like, it genuinely makes no sense because shipping globally is not that expensive these days. I mean, yeah, it's not easy, but it's when you have the infrastructure to do it, they've got to ship all the fucking mice from the Asian general region anyway. They're all being made in either Taiwan or China or something like that. It's not like they have to worry about that. Electronic item production is still occurring in that general region, so it's not a logistics problem. It's just I don't know what it is. For some reason, Logitech decides they've got to have a company with a different name, with a different product availability. I understand it. I'm sure they have some econ major reason for it. Oh shit! What the fuck? Okay, I thought it was gonna put it outside here. Yeah, I thought I was gonna put this barricade outside. Or I'm sorry, I thought I was gonna put it inside. The game has automatically put it outside for me. Why did it do that? Once again, I don't want... You used to be able to barricade both sides. Apparently you can't now. Okay. Stupid, but good to know, I guess. No, so as some context, in 42.10, which is what this character started on, when barricades were added to the build menu, which controversial thing, but it was useful. The devs had a thing where you had to manually select what orientation they were, and that was a complaint. Players didn't like that. So it looks like they fixed it, but in doing so, they created a new problem. And I don't know if it's intentional or not. I don't know if it's intentional that they don't want us to be able to barricade both sides anymore. But that's the outcome. Because it now automatically selects what orientation to put the barricade, it's just always appearing outside now. Like, even though if you look at the icon, right now you would expect it to appear outside, because that's where the little sprite is appearing. Versus inside, it shifts a little bit. You can see the shift. Why is that? It's dishonest, though. If I put that shift here, or I'm sorry, if I try to put it here, it'll just appear outside. Okay. It's like they, I don't know. I don't think it's intentional. I think it's just some stupid glitch they introduced. I'm going to make sure that that's not just something that happens at certain orientations. You look at this. I can still hit R and change the orientation. But it snaps automatically. Okay, why did it work that time? There are things in this game, man. I just don't understand it sometimes. Okay, I need more experimentation. Sorry, I know this is not very compelling content, but we're learning things about the game right now. If I manually hit R, does that have any effect? So this is the orientation it needs to be. I'm going to move it up and try it like that. No, it just, for some reason, south-facing windows, or, sorry, this direction, whatever the fuck this direction is. I think this is right, technically, from the isometric perspective. It doesn't work. I don't know why. Whatever. That's so stupid. That's so stupid. Why is that a thing? I don't understand it. Let's find out if it's a thing in this direction. This is our last nail, by the way. So I automatically manually orient it correctly. This is the direction it needs to go. I go over here. I try to place it. Okay, so both left and right, or sorry, whatever the fuck these directions are. Character front, southeast and southwest. If that's what these directions actually are. Those are the directions that you can't double up. I don't see a way to double up. Now, of course, is it a big problem that I put 3 boards on a window? Well, it blocks natural light. That's actually an annoyance for me personally. Not that big of a deal, but it's a factor of consideration. I usually like to get around that just by reinforcing things from both sides, but it looks like I can't. Not right now. Let's. There's one more orientation we got to test, but I'm not out of nails. Okay, we're good. So I just want to. I've already confirmed it works. It worked for the bathroom window there. Let's try this one. That's the correct orientation. Now that worked. Why did that work? I have an idea. It's a little stupid. I'm out of planks and nails. I'm just gonna get one more really quick. Oh, I'm not out of nails. I don't know why I kept thinking I was. Okay, so here's my theory. My theory is the build menu won't actually let us place it if we are just one tile out. So, because I am one tile away, I should be able to build from this side. But this side is 2 tiles away now. I should not be able to build that far away, theoretically. So maybe it will work if I try to build it from here. No, no. You just can't fucking do it now. Just for the southeast and southwest orientations, don't bother trying to double barricade from both sides. It just doesn't fucking work. It's a waste of nails. Every time I do this, it consumes a nail. Like a nail just gets deleted from reality every time I do this, so... I technically have wasted some materials figuring this out, but... Oh, we learned something about the current build. I am almost 100% sure that that's just a glitch. Because if it was intended, if they only wanted us to be able to barricade one side, then it would be the same way for all orientations. And just the devs just broke something for no reason. I'm used to that at this point. That is no surprise to me whatsoever. Now, the only reason I wanted to double barricade these windows is actually these, unfortunately, are the most stressful ones for respawns. The reason I cleared this forest out here, this is a hotspot. If I leave this area and come back after just 3 or 4 days, there will probably be like 10 zombies here. So, ideally, they would not just casually break in. I would have something to if just a kitty fence to keep them from appearing inside the base. Whatever. Whatever. Okay, that's all I needed, the sledgehammer, before we put it away now. I left the van running because I'm a doofus. My glove compartment should always have 12 nails in it. Just a personal thing of mine. Alright, let's put the stuff back in the vehicle that needs to go there. And put the weapons back on ourselves. So we got the 36 back in the ankle. Big iron back on the left. M9 back on the right. The E-tool I'm going to hold on to because that is, the E-tool is actually, I'm going to try to remove some of those hedgerows. Axe back in there. And sledgehammer back in there. The hatchet just needs to have its handle fixed. That's easy enough. I don't think I want this, the church sign back at base, so I will go ahead and leave it in the storage here for now. Where am I putting furniture? I'm putting those in the storage racks all the way back here. Leftover nails can stay here too. Plank is a little big for that. I'll just put it on the ground, I guess. Alright, these hedgerows, I hate them. I've always hated them. I hate things that just slow you down and damage you. If I had a garbage can, I would just delete them all. But I don't. So what I'm actually going to do is toss them in my neighbor's house here. My carry weight limits mean that I can only carry 4 hedgerows at once. I will be relieved when I find a garbage can, because that storage racks can fill it pretty fast. Yep, already full. So you can only fit 8 hedgerows in a single metal shelf. Not something I cared to learn, but now I've learned anyway. My trivia knowledge for this game has ascended to the next level. Again, there's nothing else I can do with these other than put them back down somewhere. And the whole point of picking them up is to have one less thing around my main, operating area that would cause me scratches to run through. Now, realistically speaking, I could probably put them flush with the base. Or, I'm sorry, not with the base, but with this house. If I put them flush with this house, then they're not going to block me very much, because I'm not going to be needing to walk directly up against this wall. No. I never run flush with walls in unfamiliar territory anyway, because that's not good for corner clearing. Now the windows, I'll go ahead and leave those open, I suppose. This actually kind of looks nice when combined with the the wall vines. Has a kind of neat little aesthetic to it. I mean, it's not like property lines are still a thing. The city council never survived, technically speaking, as the last person alive in Riverside. Authority over council measures has ceded to me, and I declare that these property lines have shifted. If you'd like to file a complaint, please do so in the next 30 days. Why would she do that? Why would she automatically path into one of the hedges? This is just one instance where me and my character are just not on the same page. Now I can fit 4 more in the other side of that garage storage. But then I am out of room. Now, am I going a little above and beyond in terms of cleaning this place up? Yeah, just a little bit. But also, it's just, I enjoy doing this. Making a place very easy to fight. And also improving its aesthetics a little bit. But mostly, a lot of what we're doing is functional. Line of sight improvements are, don't ever underestimate them. Being able to see where zombies are, very important thing. I'm more than willing to put in a little bit of extra effort to make it happen. Now, functionally speaking, I have considered busting a hole through the fence somewhere like right here. Because then I don't have to worry about line of sight, necessarily, because all the zombies who are on the other side of the fence who can reach me, they'll all filter over right there. That is something I'm most likely actually going to do. Because then what I can do is kind of, I can make like a sort of a fence area here with low fences, as opposed to the tall fence. So the low fence, they'll come over, they'll fall over it, and become easy targets on the ground. I don't know if I really want to clear this entire backyard here. I don't think I care about it quite as much now that I just want this area right here and the front yard, because as you can see, plenty of zombies in this area, and a lot of them are respawns. I have cleared this area before, so anything we've killed recently in this area, anything we cleared recently in this area is a respawn. I will go ahead and put the firefighter axe on my back, and the E-tool can go away. I'm done with moving hedgerows. So I'm just going to clear this front yard and then be done with it for now. I don't need to go much further than that. Now, in the future, this place might not be that bad of a location for long-distance logistics to the south. If we look at the map, my main base for Riverside is right here. Not a very convenient spot for transferring from West Point down here in the south, or Louisville, which is beyond West Point. Yeah. To be entirely honest, I had a theory at one point where I could just build a bridge over the Ohio River. That would be a lot of effort. I actually did some math on how many floor tiles of wood I would need to do. Was it? I didn't save it there, did I? No, I don't know what I did with it, but I did write down somewhere. It was something like 15,000 units of flooring that I would have to put down. So it's possible. I could put a I could build a bridge to the other side of the Ohio River. Technically that is what is that on the other side? That's Idaho, isn't it? No, sorry, not Idaho. What the hell is north of Kentucky? I already forgot. It's another state, though. It is literally another state. It's on the map, though. It's part of the map. You can go there. There's nothing there. The zombies don't spawn. There's no loot that spawns. It's all what am I thinking of? Wilderness is all it is. Speaking of stuff, I was mostly here to clear for zombies, but now this house has a basement and a shed. Both strategic resources to be aware of. But I'm going to first clear the upper floor. Make sure no zombie. And a house like this with all the doors left open does not mean there's not going to be a zombie in one of the rooms. Always assume that I don't hear anything. That doesn't mean nothing. Okay, second floor is clear. Checking the basement next. It's one of these basements. With fuck all in them. Plaster and wallpaper paste, sure, why not? I highly doubt I'll want to build more walls and plaster them, but if I want to, now I have the materials to do so. If you're not familiar, build walls up to level 3 walls, and any one of them can now be plastered. Does not make them invincible. I think in build 41 that might have made them invincible. I don't remember if zombies could attack them in build 41. I know for sure that they cannot in build 42, or they can in build 42. Anything the player builds, up to and including plastered walls, can be attacked by zombies. So it's mostly just making them stronger. It's not making them invulnerable. Alright, so anything else I've picked up? Oh, hello. Careful on that railing, darling. Anything else random I've picked up here can just get tossed on the ground for now. I will sort it out later. Because I don't know what among the stuff I've left on the ground here, what I actually want to bother sorting and what just can get left here. I think I'll check garages and basements for the houses in this row first before doing, you know, just go do a floor-by-floor sweep for zombies as a first order of business. Because once the houses are declared safe, then I don't have to worry quite as much about when I go inside, whether it's, you know, a daytime, nighttime activity. I noticed there's another blue generator in here. Okay, so one anomaly about that. The blue generator I'm currently using to power the base down here I found that. Really? Fascinating. She must have been on the other side of the hedgerow or the forest or something. I mean, whatever. Anybody else lingering out there, I wonder? Doesn't look like it. We're good. But yeah, what this means is this house within its limits had 2 generators. One in the garage, one in the shed. For those of you having trouble finding generators, I'm sorry. I am literally drowning in them. Like I'm out of room back at my base to store more generators. I'm just gonna leave this. I'm just gonna leave this on the ground out here. So that if I want to bring it back, or again, like I was saying before, this is a strategically valuable spot in terms of logistics from getting stuff to West Point and or Louisville. I would have to pass this every time. It just depends on what roads I would take. So this it does not hurt to leave stuff here. In fact, that is why I'm probably gonna leave stuff here in large quantities once I start looting these houses. Instead of just bringing it back to my base, I'll just leave it here. And if I need it in the south, I can stop by here and take it with me. If I don't need it in the south, then I just stay here. Because I sure as hell probably don't need it in the north. With like a couple of exceptions. My base is overflowing. My cup runneth over. Oi! I just killed your sister, pal. Guess he didn't care much. I'm thinking that was his sister because they have the same hair color and skin color. Or just a, you know, a little bit of GSA going on there. Maybe they were husband and wife. I think GSA only applies to people with pretty genetics. I don't think it applies to everybody. I've never been particularly impressed by females who look exactly like me. I've seen one. There's one, it was a YouTuber actually. Who actually looks very close to like just a gender swapped version of me. I don't want to put her on the spot or anything, but yeah, it was kind of cool to see that. Just I've never met somebody in real life who actually looks, you know, same hair color, same eye color, same general facial features. But I guess YouTube exposes you to enough people that eventually you'll run into it. I don't think she's posted in a very long time either. She used to do political commentary for like a short period of time, and then guess she had other things come along because she hasn't posted. I subscribed to her not really because of any other reason than the fact that, hey, look, a female version of me, that's cool. Clear. What's the Rule 63? There was a Rule 63 version of me. But this garage door has been completely deleted. That tells me that a lot of zombies came out of it at one point. Neat. I'm not ready to start looting yet, but I'm not going to put a battery right in front of me. For a second, I thought I heard the sound of a zombie scratching a door. I'm actually, I don't know how I feel about that. The devs recently, I don't know if it was 42.11 or 42.10, but the devs recently added a new sound for zombies that are hitting doors, and it's the sound of them scratching it with their claws. It's very quiet relative to what you expect to hear. Normally when a zombie smacks a wall, it's very loud, like relative to other sounds in this game. It's one of the easiest things to pick out. But no, scratching, you have to kind of keen your ears towards it. I don't know how I feel about that. It's a subtle sound. So when I try to listen for it, sometimes I gotta shut the yap up completely and just sit there for a second. It'd be cool if I needed a place without a generator. Some of this will come with me, the steel. I don't care about any of the rest of that. Planks, what do I need planks for right now? I'll take a large handle. It'll never leave this area. I'll leave it in one of the crates back at the, across the street. Wait a second, hold on. Okay, there's a new button here. It says destroy for fuel. Does that mean that everything you put inside of it will get destroyed? I need to test this. Oh, okay. Now that's interesting. Okay, so this is new, relatively speaking. 42.11's been out for a while, but I haven't noticed this until now. So we're looking at the inventories, or the external inventory screen. There are 2 inventories for the, Oh, no, I was wrong. Okay. The logs are an inventory now. Okay, I was confused for a second there. I thought they did a thing where, like, the inventory of the stove had, like, a fuel inventory and just a regular... No. I was wrong. However, this is interesting, though. If I take the logs, or just all the burnable stuff out of this log stack here, and I toss it into the fireplace here, there's now a destroy for fuel button. Does that just destroy everything that I've put in there? No, it doesn't. Okay. I got excited. I thought that maybe what it would do is just destroy anything you put in the inventory. That would be pretty cool if it did that. It would make it a lot easier than just opening this stupid right-click menu. I've never liked this right-click menu. Why do I need to know that I could destroy one of my fucking military backpacks for 30 minutes of fuel? Like, that is the stupidest thing in this game. Military backpacks are one of the most valuable things you'll ever find. And yeah, if you wanted to, you could destroy it for 30 minutes of fuel. Fuck you too, I guess, Indy Stone. I would never be at that point. Like, I would sooner starve or freeze to death than burn a military backpack for fuel. But whatever. They got to add it in there so that you can accidentally click it, right? Because that's the risk. God forbid there's a button that says destroy all, because that would destroy your goddamn backpacks. Anyway, just a slightly new thing that I was hoping for. I had higher hopes for, to be honest. I should know better. Anyway, that is a clear basement. 22:20, it's time for bed. 22:30 is usually my first bedtime. For anybody joining, welcome. We are doing something that we probably should have done more than a little earlier than at 370 days into our character's lifespan. We are clearing our hometown, basically. Riverside's where we started, but there are still a bunch of houses we've never even touched on this side of town here. So over the past couple of in-game days, pretty much for most of July here, I've just been meticulously clearing every single house in Riverside, because the last thing I ever want is to come across something in Riverside that's been there this whole time that I've needed. Haven't had that happen yet, but there's a few Volume 5 books I'm missing, so it's theoretically possible. You could run into a Volume 5 book in just a residential bookshelf. The chances are astronomical, but it's possible. So, in any case, we sleep. And now one of the reasons I built up a base here, like a forward operating base, is so that I can stage all the loot that I'm going to find in these 2-story houses. There's going to be a lot of it. These houses are big. A lot of it I might just toss on the floor, to be honest, instead of even bringing back here. But at least this gives us a strategically valuable place, because we'll pass by this anytime we go down south to West Point or Louisville. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, because I've already verified that this house is clear, I'll start pulling regular loot out of it. I do believe I'm done with the axe, so I can put it back in my field kit. Now, my current loot strategy is actually not really... I don't have a very strong organization system. I'm just tossing everything I pick up that I don't have an immediate destination for. I'm just tossing it on the ground for the moment. And then later on, if and when I make greater use of this base, then I can make, a more sensible storage system. Because right now I'm looking at my inventory, the only stuff in here that I really care about sorting is the food. goes in here in the quote-unquote kitchen. And the, I have a welder mask and a bunch of torches that I found already. I will keep those locally stored, because I've got so much welding gear back at base right now. It doesn't really benefit me to bring more, especially because I don't have the 5th welding book yet. That's one of my major impetuses right now, just to... The character is not complete until she has all of the useful skill books. And if we look at our collection of what we still need to get, I keep a note here. We need level 5s of aiming, glassmaking, pottery, welding. 2 of those we actually need. We also need level 5 Longblade. I don't expect to find that anytime soon. Longblade, also napping, we need a level 4. And just, you know, level 1s of both if I want to have a complete set. That's like a side objective. That's not really... I'm not going to go out of my way to look for it. You can't go out of your way to find Longblade. Like, as far as I know, I don't know of any loot table where it natively spawns. Longblade, I mean, aside from survivor houses. Which, there's no more survivor houses in Riverside that I know of. We've cleared them all out. Survivor houses, survivor zombies. Survivor zombies is where you're most likely to find level 5 skill books that don't, especially the ones that don't spawn in bookshelves. Which is basically all of them that are not, sorry, I'm going to pick up all the food and put it in the, over here. Because even rotten food, counterintuitively, now that I'm level 10 cooking, I can actually make use of rotten food relatively easily. So that ain't no problem. Okay. That's all the sorting I need to do here. We are going across the street. It's point DIY. Normally I don't care about flyers, but... Oh, okay, this is just a small-scale tool store. That's fine. I don't really care about that. The name stuck out at me for some reason. 99% of the time, I don't really care about flyers. Like, they're cool, world building and whatnot, but I've got more important things to spend my collection efforts on. There's a lot of flyers. Collecting all of them would be beyond the remit of my character at the moment. Just because there's so many of them, it doesn't get you anything. It really doesn't. I knew I heard a fucking... weapon out. Get off my fucking window. Where are my other weapons? I didn't... Did a bit of a doof there. Sword's still in the backpack. Hatchet needs to go back on the belt. I need to fix the hatchet. I was hoping to locally source some duct tape or adhesive tape for that. Yes, you can fix a tool with adhesive tape. You just need 3 units of it. As silly as that might sound. I did clear this basement already. Yeah, it is, that's right, this is the fuck all basement. With, Buck and Doll in it, and all left town. Dye and a bucket, yes please. Absolutely. The dye is objectively useful if you are aesthetically minded and you want to have custom colors for your clothing. There are plenty of clothing items now that can be dyed, unfortunately, not all of them. I look forward to the devs adding more. I think they're in the process of doing so. I don't know. I would like so that anything that comes in random colors can have colors applied to it. That would be cool. But I'm not going to hold my breath for that. That's a lot of things. Kitchen is emptied. I genuinely don't care about rotten stuff for now. I think that's everything. No loot in the bathroom. Yeah. I do not need another purple hoodie. At least I'm 99% sure I don't, because I have like six different shades of purple. That and that does not look like a particularly unique shade. If it was like super vivid, maybe, but otherwise, no, I'm good. Nothing else in there looks particularly compelling. That is a purple hat. It's like a lilac. Not really. Don't really care about that. I'm a little bit past the point of caring about headwear of any kind. I've collected so much of it. I've actually reached that point. I'll always disassemble a lamp if I have the time, because that is free electrical experience. And it is part of my full clear strategy. If I'm going to put a red X on a place, that means I have relieved it of all of its things that could get me experience. That's sort of, I guess that's a good way to phrase the criteria. I don't think I have a strapless dress in bright yellow like that. I'll take that. I have quite a few yellows, but none like that. I would be eating good if I needed pillows or sheets, but I don't. Gray paint? Possibly. I might actually need that. I'm just thinking about how much I have back at base and whether I would ever use it, and the answer may surprise you. For a second there, my flashlight counted as light, but now it doesn't. Okay. Hair dryers are free electrical experience, but you need light, so. I think that's the entire second floor. Now, I do need to sleep, and there's a bed right here, so yeah, I'm going to sleep. As long as I have intact doors and windows, I'm good. That is the joy of clearing residential loot tables. Pretty easy. I know I left that bridge, there it is, bridge. Yeah. I took some screenshots of what I would need to do. I just opened a new character on debug mode. The project is connect Rock Ridge Road here, the edge of it, all the way over to this road in Louisville. Now, would it be gratuitous to build, wooden floors on the other side of the river? Yes, but it would prevent regrowth. So I don't know. Because remember, if you're building your own road, you want to absolutely 100% ensure that there are no, that there are not going to be any trees showing up in the middle of your road, saplings or shit like that. I don't remember, like I said before, I was looking for the text file where I wrote down the numbers. It was something like 15,000 floor tiles I would have to build. No, I mean, I might, just for the fun of it, I might actually someday build a bridge over the Ohio River, just to fuck around, just to see what the wilderness overgrowth looks like on the other side of the Ohio River there. But nah, that's all right. So this bedroom is clear. There's still the closet, I think. A double-bladed canoe paddle. You could be the Darth Maul of canoes. For anybody joining, if you're not familiar, my looting strategy, I leave stuff on the floor to indicate that I have already, like I can visually at a glance say, oh yeah, I've looted that room entirely. It just helps me keep track of what I've hit and what I haven't. A box of batteries. Hell to the yeah. Okay, that is the entire second floor, entire first floor, and there never was anything of interest in the basement. So there's another house that gets the red X, as it were. Where did this fucker come from? Oi. I'm gonna stab you with my multi-tool. No, I'm not. There's a lot of things I could use the durability of that thing on. Hitting zombies is not one of them. I did find another bucket, so that goes on the floor with this one. If I ever need extra water out here, just walk outside, get a full bucket of rainwater. Easier than having to build a rain barrel infrastructure for a base that I'm not 100% sure if I'll be using. I don't yet know exactly what the usage of this place will be. I have... Sometimes my instincts are good about field bases. Sometimes I'm a little off. This is completely open to interpretation at the moment. There are some field bases that I've built out really well that I've never come back to, so open to interpretation. All right, most of the rest of this does not have a designated storage type, so fountain pen in the photo, I do have a place. Those go back to main base with me. Memorabilia always does. And dye also. I do have a destination for first aid and electrical. Okay, that's everything then. I'm going to go ahead and dismantle anything electrical that I can dismantle while I'm standing here. See, at this point, I don't need more flashlights. I can literally make my own flashlights out of the stuff that I find, just kicking around any residential loot area. In fact, I'm pretty sure that I could if I needed to. I could probably make a flashlight just out of some vehicles, just by pulling apart their radios and taking the headlights out. I think that is enough to make yourself a an improvised flashlight. So, no food over here, and the corner here is electrical. And I'm also going to put fire source with electrical for now. I could do, yeah, I'm going to do fire source with first aid. That's usually what I do in my smaller loot areas. So fire source, first aid. Everything else that's on me is stuff that's going to come back to main base. So what I do with that is I just put garbage bags on the ground and toss the loot into those. Because I don't yet know if the amount of loot that I find that needs to come back to base with me is going to be that significant. But if it is, then I will be already prepared to deal with that by putting it into garbage bags as opposed to putting it straight in my trunk or anything else. Alright, and I've been waiting for an opportunity to go foraging to get a little bit of experience in it. Not when there's fog or rain. Nothing you can do about that. It'll just reduce your effectiveness by a huge margin. Some of this had electrical, I think, yeah. Do I need a crowbar around here? Not really, but I'll leave one. Everything else can go on the ground over here because I don't really know what to do with it. Okay. Wait a minute, there were more bowls over here, weren't there? Yes. I want those to be over here because if I were to make a chunk and stew, for example, being able to split it into 4 bowls, something I would like to be able to do. Let's get some X's on this map. We have a nice big B that we can put here, because this is now a base that is reinforced. So it gets a blue B with a green circle. Now, you know what? I don't think the game lets you scale the circles in the same way. At least I don't know. I don't see a scale option anywhere. If I'm missing it, let me know in the chat. But I don't see a way to scale the symbols in the same way you can with text. So I'm actually going to do something a little sneaky here. I'm going to do a capital O, and then I'm just going to increase the scale a lot. Well, that's a little thick. Can I do it without it being that thick? There we go. That is a circled B, and it's bigger. I'll take it. It's fine. Looks like the fog is getting worse, which is not really what I wanted, but whatever. We're just doing residential looting now, so. Weapons out. I did already hit this. No. Just the first floor, I think. And it was not a full clear. I think I hit these houses for their bookshelves at some point, like, and I didn't even finish that operation. Like, I hit some houses in this area for their bookshelves, but I didn't even catch all their bookshelves. A little weird. I must have hit this house's kitchen already. What about its basement? Oh, yeah. This is the one that I've hit already. So I have hit more than just the house to the right of me. This one gets a, these two both get red X's. And they've both had basements, so they actually get green X's as well. For anybody tuning in, if you're not familiar, my strategy is a green X means I've cleared the basement and garage. Red X means I've cleared pretty much everything that I would ever care about. And the goal of our current operation is to say that we've cleared Riverside of anything I would ever potentially care about. Not too far away from achieving that goal. We'll definitely hit it this stream. It is a bit of an open question as to whether I'll do much else this stream of note. So if you're looking for, you know, massive combat event against a lot of zombies, probably not this stream. Probably. I don't know. Because, I mean, you know, the next place I would want to go after clearing Riverside would be West Point, but you know, even if I went there this stream, I don't know if I would be there very long. It is a weeknight after all, so I would not be doing any massive operations that would extend the stream length too much longer than, geez Louise, I've already been at this for 5 hours. I also hit that other shed, so I can X both of the sheds. And this house is next. Perimeter check should be done. Wait a minute. Yeah, there's some mouth breathing. I don't know what I heard before. It was very, very subtle. But there's some mouth breathing. It sounded potentially like second floor. Or behind multiple walls. In either case, something inside the house most likely. I'm gonna operate under the assumption that it's second floor, but I'm gonna be ready for anything. No, that was first floor. It was just multiple walls. Look at that, there's two of them. This way, please. There it is. Hang on a second. My homie posts the funniest of memes. Anyone saying what about COD isn't realizing that video games fractured into two dominant male groups. Alpha Jock FPS gamers and Beta Get Good Souls players. That's a take. That is absolutely a take. I don't know if but my homie's like, Souls-like live stream win. No. I don't play Souls-like. Sorry. If anybody likes Souls-likes, I'm not the biggest fan. I don't have a lot of history with, like, you know, Dark Souls, for example. But I found a lot of interest, just, you know, from a detached concept standpoint. I had some interest in the idea of Armored Core, made by the same company as Dark Souls, and apparently a similar playstyle. It took me quite a while to build to beat the first boss, and I had a bit of a realization when I beat the first boss, the stupid, just the flying thing. I had a realization, and that's that Souls-like games is basically just it's a way of conditioning yourselves to do something very, very, very specific. To look for very, very specific things, and then when you get to the next boss, you're looking for something completely different. Like cues, attack things, that sort of thing. But the skill sets don't really necessarily carry over between bosses. So what you're really doing when you're playing a Souls-like is you are training yourself to do very specific fights, and then doing those specific fights, and then doing the next one. It's not really the kind of thing where, you know, games like this one, Zomboid, will organically put you into different situations that have so many different ways of handling them that, you know, I hear another one, but it does sound like it's upstairs. Or outside. I don't know. It's to the right of me, and it's on the other side of a wall. So that could be upstairs, that could be outside, I don't know. But yeah, Souls-like games just don't necessarily appeal to me because the skill sets that you're building up. I think that's going to be the bathroom. That sounds like it. You know what? Yeah, that's almost guaranteed to be the bathroom. I hit the door. That should wake it up. Should. Look at that. It's not awake. This, okay, so this one, it didn't hear me even when I smacked the door. That's a very dangerous zombie. Because if you're not listening for the sounds, sure, you're not going to know that this thing is here because it's not going to make itself known by hitting on the door. See, he was literally just standing there right on the other side of the door. Despite me hitting the door, he did not reciprocate. He didn't come over and start hitting the door to come get at me. Yeah, very, very dangerous zombies. Because, you know, they won't react to your normal activities. I don't know if he was like a deaf zombie. That is a thing, I think. But yeah, didn't react to it when I smacked the door. I've been wanting to make a separate video about that. So what is the time code? 5:17, thereabouts. Part 32. Yeah, this is part 33. Part 33. 5 hours, 17 minutes. Asshole that did not react to sound. I have been wanting to talk about these, like, you know, just in a dedicated video. Because those right there, like I said, those are some of the most dangerous zombies in this game. Okay, got that noted down. And I've been struggling to find an example of it, right? Because, you know, 300 hours of footage on this character. Trying to trawl through all that, looking for something that specific. Yeah, I need to take down timestamps for that when I remember to do so. I don't hear any more sounds. Or if I have, they're beyond more than 2 walls. CD that I'm not sure of. Now, game pieces I will always take. Dice, I have more than one of every type now. So I don't need any more dice. Game pieces, I take them just because on the 3D model placement, they only count for like one piece. I should already have an acoustic guitar. This is great for my string section. I got another violin and another acoustic guitar. I think I only had one of each so far. So I will go ahead and take those. Now, beige stripe wallpaper, I don't think I need. I think I already have at least one set of it. Like if I ever wanted to do something gratuitous at my base. Like if I wanted to do like a 3rd floor bedroom just for myself, that would be very gratuitous. Not beyond the remit of something I might do someday, but, you know, that's where I would break out something like wallpaper. Right now, my base is just 2 stories, and there's a lot of function alongside the fashion. There's not very much wasted space. There's a little bit, but not much. But yeah, that, yeah, don't need none of that. Dismantle that. I'm even beyond berets or trophies at this point. You can melt down trophies and get gold. No need to do that ever since they did recently add the ability to dismantle, whatchamacallits, in the basements of banks, the pallets of gold bars. That gets you more gold than anything else you'll ever do in this game. 30 ingots of gold. Yeah, the devs are probably going to nerf that. Because I have way too much. I'll never know what to do with all of it. There's not enough things to do with gold. Like, if you could make walls out of gold, I could probably build an entire floor of my base out of gold. You can't, but if you could, I probably would. Don't need none of that. I think that's the third. Yeah, the second floor of this base is done. Or this house. Gonna go ahead and dismantle the electricals now because my bags are getting a little full. Hatchet needs a sharpen too. Okay, and we are gonna do a loot dump, and then we are gonna take the ambulance out with us to go any further. Because at this point, we're just going down the road. I still need to hit the rest of the first floor here. The bookshelves I hit a long time ago. Non-functional. Can't remember if I hit this place's basement yet. Jar of carrots, that's the first example of a perishable item that I would actually find out here. Now, speaking of perishables, we did actually secure some daylight here. So we could do some forging if we wanted to. In fact, what I will do is I may do some forging in one of the nearby houses that have been looted and trashed. Because if you forge for trash in a house that's been looted and trashed, you can actually get a surprisingly decent return, depending on your level of forging, obviously. Okay. And I actually am taking up some of these cookware items that I would normally just leave on the ground somewhere, because they are stuff that I'm going to leave at the field base here. Now, I have not yet hit the basement for that house, so that is on the docket before I give it a red X and a green X. Alright, cookware goes in here. As does food for local use. Fire sources go into the first aid. I've been running the fridge here for a couple of days now. This is the first time I'm actually going to be using it when I open this jar of carrots. Emphasis on when. Not quite opening it just yet. I don't know if I need Cook Show Episode 1. For some reason, I feel like I might. So that is going to come back to main base with me. And this particular CD I don't know if I have yet, so also. Also the musical instruments and their cases. Game pieces, yes. Beige stripe. Yeah, okay, I'll take it, sure. And this is a red shin guard. I don't actually know if I have a red shin guard yet. So I will take it for the sake of having a red, I don't have a mannequin with red stuff on it yet. So that's a thing I could do eventually. I don't know where I'm putting iron and steel yet, so that can go on the floor here, as can the books. Just forgot to put the pan right here. And then the aluminum fragments and the electrical. Jar of carrots into the fridge. Okay. That's all of my loot that I've picked up. Recently sorted. We're going to do a little forging. The nearest house that has been looted and trashed is directly to the north of us, on the other side of that fence. Now, what do I do about the fence? Sledgehammer. I could climb it. That's not a problem. I made the decision to sledge part of this fence earlier, and I'm now going to follow through on that decision. Just this one section right here. That's all. Makes a nice little convenient spot to any zombies coming through that area. Will be very easy to deal with because they'll all go right through that little choke point. Honestly, these houses with the iron fences, not a bad spot for a base. If respawns were not as bad as they are, I would be far less hesitant to actually use an existing place like this. The vast majority of the reasons that have to do with me not wanting to make a custom base and in a residential area like this, most of those reasons come down to the fact that it's unstable. Like I have had bases and existing POIs get map tiles reset when the game changes versions. That's unacceptable. I can't have that happening to my characters. So I don't, I build custom bases only for now. Might do something different in the future if the option comes up. So what I do is replace the fence that I busted with a low fence. So zombies that come through this area will go falling over fences. That, and then this is a fallback. Also because I brought more logs than I actually needed. That is all the nails that I picked up earlier. I only need like 1 more, 2 more. I got 1 more. Even level 10 carpentry, not guaranteed to get a single usable nail like that. Sometimes that shit'll still happen. Imagine dismantling an entire kitchen of furniture, coming away with like 5 nails, tops. There we go. Now we'll have 1 nail left over. Brilliant. I just wanted to finish this up so that it looks nice. So now the zombies come through here, and if I don't nail them when they do come through that, this is enough room for them to spread out a little bit and spill over this fence. I'm never expecting there to be more than, like, 10 or 15 that would ever come from this direction at any given time, but that's not necessarily the point. So, before I start foraging, we're going to do perimeter checks. We're not going to get caught in trees, damn it. Hate doing that. Chance of a scratch. Murphy's Law. It will happen if it can. Okay, so I did recently kill a whole bunch up here still. Corpses are still somewhat fresh, so not much worried about this direction. Right now I'm just worried about any assholes who might have been stuck in the trees. Alright, so we are now going to do some foraging. We'll start outside while we're checking the perimeter. Then we'll go inside. I cannot yet do a search focus for trash, so I'll just focus on stones. It's whatever. I don't really care what I find. I just want to get a little bit of experience in foraging while the visibility is still good. It's cloudy, so I have a negative 5%. The developers are that pedantic. Clouds mean 5% harder to find things, even if it's our. So this right here, fountain cup, that's trash. Got a fair bit of that. Where are we? We are in Riverside, right at the edge of town. If I pull up the map here, basically we've just established a base just at the very southeast corner of Riverside. And these, as you can see from the X's, these houses are the last houses in Riverside, the last residential areas that we have not yet fully cleared. Point being is I do want to make sure that there is nothing that I actually need within an arm's reach of my base. I would prefer that to be the case. How much? I am already halfway through level 4 of foraging, so I don't even need to do much before I can read the next book. I expect that by the time I'm done foraging this area, I will most likely, oh yeah, easily. 40 experience for that. Now so this is different. This is not from foraging. This is just something that shows up when you're in search mode. You'll tell the difference by whether you see foraging experience pop up over your head when you see it. So, like, for example, we didn't get any foraging experience for seeing these things, so all of this is just stuff that has been on the floor. It's not stuff that we found. So while I am clearing what loot there is in these containers, I am also in search mode to see if there's anything else that wants to pop up. And the threshold is if we get any experience for foraging when we... Yeah, I don't need none of that. That I do need. Canned food, always welcome. We need to have a weapon in our hands. I should not have walked in here without a weapon in my hands. Videotape. Pretty sure I have that one. See, would I have ever noticed that maple syrup if I was not in search mode? Probably not. It has a distinct 3D icon, but yeah, I don't think I would have noticed it. Oh, look at this, a perfect condition performance tire for a sports vehicle. Neat. I never would have noticed that if I was not. Well, I'm paying very close attention to the ground because of the foraging system. So. Came away with some jarring and a bunch. So, this is one of our primary targets, actually. These crates. These crates have a chance of being a skill book crate, and skill book crates have a chance of having level 5s. So, that was one of our primary targets. There was a very low chance of there being exactly what we needed. Now, do I need a plastic tray? No, but I need 20 experience. Absolutely. I think I heard some gargling. Actually, not sure. If I did, it was beyond at least 2 walls. Now this I got to be aware of. There's no door to the basement here. Search mode is getting disabled. This is a very nice looking basement. There's a lot of cool stuff. This looks nicer than a modern house sometimes. Taking the TV, dismantling it. I don't think the jukebox gets you anything for dismantling it. And I don't need another jukebox for my main base, so that can stay there. TV remotes. Every time I look at a TV remote, what I actually see is a detonator for a bomb. Long-range detonator for a bomb. And you cannot dismantle the pause thing, and you can dismantle this with electrical. Alright, yeah. I know of several more that I would, like if I needed another one just for the decoration, I know where to find them. Interesting. So I got both electrical and a little bit of drawing a blank on that. A little bit of metalworking stuff. There was some steel that came out of that. Okay, this basement is done. This house can get a green X when the time comes. There is no wine in this, is there? No, there's tequila, actually. Could make a Molotov out of that. This is industrial dye in the purple variety. We're going to make some room in our bags by getting rid of the TV. We're going to take that with us. That's going back to Riverside, or that's going back to main base. I don't know how much purple dye I already have, but what I do have is very dark. So a medium purple dye like that is probably something I don't have a lot of. Let's dismantle this bad boy. I'm not being too pedantic about dismantling lamps. There's probably some lamps I've missed. That's okay. They're like, they're about the same as dismantling a TV in terms of experience you get from it. And it takes a lot more time than a TV, so Now this is... There could be some up here. Zeds, as it were. Always check the rooms that have no doors first, because well, there's nothing to stop them from wandering out, if there are any. The ones with the doors closed, let them come to the door and hit it, if they hear you. There's no way to get to the corner of this office. This chair and the desk completely block it. That's kind of funny. That's just a silly problem of map design. I don't think there's actually going to be anything over here, but just for the sake of perfection. You know, there's some cordless code. There's a little bit of tape. Now I just need 2 more tapes and some photos. Sure, I'll take all that. Okay. Now we go to the doors that are closed. Because if there were any Zeds here, we would have heard them by now. Most likely. You know what? I will take this 20-sided die. I don't, There's another black hoodie. Oh, I'm tempted to take it. I'm gonna take it. I feel like I can never have too much, because I like to have, when it's cold, when it's the winter, I actually do like to have hoodies on the driver's seats of my vehicles, because the sweater layer is one that I don't normally wear, because normally it's too hot. But if I'm trying to sleep and it's winter, body heat generation goes down far enough that it's actually useful to wear wear something in that layer. We're hungry. We need food. We'll just have some milk. Okay, I'm going to do a little bit of foraging upstairs. I want to say that that's going to get me to the next level of foraging. So we're pretty close. All I need to find is like 1 or 2 things. And this house is still technically looted and trashed. Even though I didn't see very many trash nodes up here. Wait a minute, did I? I don't think I hit this room. Nope. Now you gotta be careful running while you're in search mode. If you run for longer than 2 seconds, you'll disable search mode. Starting to run at all will reduce your search radius significantly, but if you know there's nothing you're gonna find for, like, you know, a short period of time, you can run in short controlled bursts and it won't cause any problems. I thought I hit this room. Guess I just hit... I guess I just cleared it for zombies. I didn't actually clear the loot. Oops. That's alright. I don't really need any of this loot. At this point, I am just looking for any more trash nodes to... like this. Any one of these little garbage nodes here, they could spawn something for the foraging system. So by being in search mode right now, we could find something that we would not normally find just by normal looting. Chance isn't that high, though. Okay. That is this area done. Again, all these little arrows pointing everywhere. Yeah, that's stuff that could technically count. Well, no, it doesn't get you foraging experience because it's just stuff that's already on the floor. That is the difference. If you don't get foraging experience, then it is not found through foraging. And it is just on the ground. Speaking of experience... this will save me some inventory space. Yeah, all of this is Like I said, it's just stuff I threw on the floor, not actual, not foraging findings. I think that is everything up here. I think we foraged downstairs already, like in the basement too, so. I will forage the backyard of this next house, I guess. So look at that, we found a bug. And that got us 40 experience. A couple more like that, and we will hit the level no problem. I do enjoy that the 3D object of what you are about to locate actually shows up in the world now. Makes foraging a little bit more immersive. Oh yeah, we need 6 more experience. Easy peasy. Okay, so the looted and trashed house gets a red X and a green X. This other house right here I still need to clear, so. But basically what that means that we just accomplished by getting the next level of foraging is the foraging book that we brought with us we can actually read now. So we do have some light reading material available. And we are now capable of eating locally sourced food. I think. Well, all we've found so far are things to spice it up. Acorns you can put in a soup, carrots that are in a jar, grape leaves are just like an herb you can toss on top of it. Otherwise, everything we've currently found are non-perishables, which I don't want to start eating into quite yet. I don't even know what I want this plastic tray for. If I wanted them for decoration, there's like 50 at Spiffos I could go get. I'll just leave it here. I picked it up because I found it through foraging, so. The dye is absolutely going to come with me. A lot of this is going to go on the floor here, like the hacksaw, the stone, paper paste. I don't think I need any of those VHS tapes. CDs are small enough that I can afford to carry around duplicates. The steel pieces, yeah, sure, they'll come back to base with me. I'm using enough steel that, yeah, that's fine. Okay, yeah. Everything else that I'm carrying can now go into the garbage bag here. This garbage bag is slated to go back to base. Okay, there's one garbage bag completely full. Let's establish another. I believe the ambulance can handle 6 that are completely full, and then a 7th that is like partially full. So we've got a lot of garbage bags before we have to worry about what we can actually fit on our way back to base. There's a reason that I'm not trying to take everything, and it's mostly because I have a general understanding of what I have too much of already back at base. Now this adhesive tape I'm going to leave here until I have 3, and then I can use it to repair my hatchet, which does need a new handle. So now that I have reading material, what I can do is, in the middle of the night, as a midnight activity, I can read some book to pass the time. Don't have to In fact, since I'm about to be hungry, I'm gonna go ahead and throw together a stir fry from or actually no, soup. I'm gonna do a soup because you can add acorns to soup and actually get um some chunk out of that. So I should have yes, I have a pot here. Fill that with water. We'll make an acorn soup. And we will also start using these carrots we found out here. Locally sourced ingredients. Do it whenever you can. I highly recommend it. Extends your activities. So these acorns are all over the place. Some of them give 5 hunger reduction. Some of them only give 1. And, of course, because level 10 cooking, we'll have a lot of leftovers. So, I'll put... oh, grape leaves actually count as an actual ingredient. Neat. So that is all perishable stuff we just used. 2 servings of carrots, 2 servings of acorns, 2 servings of grape leaves. That is a full stew. Is there anything we can spice it up with over here? No. There should be some in the corner here. Yeah, we can add some pepper. Salt is something that is used in not regular cooking recipes, so I don't usually use pepper for spice. Or I don't usually use salt for that. So there is a locally sourced soup. Worth about 30 hunger. That's about half a day's worth of food right there. Not bad. Not in the slightest. Go ahead and eat half of that now. The rest of that will be our midnight snack. Okay, my inventory is all cleaned up. We are now capable of doing a little bit of clearing of the houses down the road. Let me go ahead and get some marks on the map. This house was looted and trashed. We have hit its basement, garage, and regular loot table. This house right here is next. You know, there's stuff on the ground in the garage, which makes me feel like I actually did hit this place. Yes, I did hit the garage. That's it. There's even blood on the floor, which means I killed a zombie. I just forgot to leave the garage door open. Usually that's what I do as a sign to myself in the future that I've already hit the garage. Because it's very easy to see from a distance. Bookshelves clear. No TV remotes, but there is a TV. Let's pull that apart. Whole bunch of clothes. If I was in a position where I still needed clothing for regular tailoring, but I'm a little bit past that at this point. If I want to level tailoring beyond what I'm currently at, I need more return on investment for that. Canned corned beef is always a good find if I'm on an expedition, which this doesn't quite count as an expedition. But if I was, like, far from base, canned corned beef is high in protein. You can eat a single chunk of that, and that's like 3 or 4 days of protein decay counteracted. Look at that, there's stuff on the floor. That tells me I did hit most of this house. So I probably should have, but there's gaps, like there's stuff I missed. That's not like me. I don't usually leave gaps. Like, why would I hit one? I would have to put myself back in the mindset that I was in when I was here. But usually I don't leave residential loot tables unfinished. Like, if I'm going to go in a bedroom and start pulling stuff out of, usually at that point I'm just doing a full clear of the residence. But for some reason this one I did not. a scythe. I might actually unironically use that. Normally, you only use scythes if you have animals in the area that you need a grass feed, which I do. My cows do need to be grass fed. I would have probably, under normal circumstances, just cut the grass in front of my base area, but I could always just cut it next to where I've established a field base here. That can't hurt too much because that makes it easier to ensure that there won't be trees growing back anytime soon. But TBA, might just leave it here. Alright, with the exception of the TV, that is the entirety of the upstairs. You know, I completely forgot that I have a tire in my offhand. Like a performance tire for a sports car. Completely forgot that I had that. That is the power of being somebody who's pretty strong. That's an odd sound. Yeah, my video game senses for sound have actually translated into IRL. When I hear a sound that sounds very unfamiliar, IRL, yeah, actually, it activates my almonds now. I don't know what the hell that was. It sounded like it could have been loud enough to be a garbage disposal truck coming through and emptying a dumpster. Those are actually really fucking loud. I can hear them from like 2 or 3 neighborhoods away. But no, that was like a rolling sound. Very weird. Maybe somebody is tossing a dumpster, flipping it over. I don't know. All I can say is that my sound sensitivity has not done anything good for my overall paranoia. I do have some paranoia problems IRL. And being oversensitive to sounds, not good. Not good. If you struggle with paranoia, don't sensitize yourselves to sound. Highly recommend not doing that. But in any case, this house is done. We're ready to sleep again. I do have quite a bit of stuff I want to get out of my backpack, so I'm going to go ahead and bring that around the corner here. Since it is a good thing to not have to bring everything back to Riverside with me. Because if I did, or sorry, back to North Riverside where my base is. Because if I did, that would be multiple trips at this point. Let's get the electrical stuff out of here. Highly doubt that I will need sewing equipment out here, but I will leave some thread and a needle. Can't hurt. I literally have more thread or needles than I ever know what to do with back at base. So. Literally don't have anywhere else to store the flour. I have started putting, flour is what I call large form food item, because it weighs 2 encumbrance each. All of my large form food item bins are full. All of them. Like I'm putting overflow into other bins that have nothing to do with food at this point. So. I need to stop using this hatchet until I can fix it. It will break otherwise. And if it breaks before you fix the handle, I do think you lose some head durability. So, don't want that to happen. The rest of the sewing stuff is going to come back to base with me. I don't think I'll do plumbing here. But if I want to, there's a wrench for it. That's coming back. This scythe is also probably going to be local use if I decide to scythe around here to get my grass. I don't know. I haven't fully decided that yet. Now, comic books are a question mark for me because I'm starting to get a lot of duplicates, but there's a little bit too many comic books to memorize the names, and they're all meaningless. They're not like based on real life comics. So, and the numbers are all over the place. Like you'll have comic books like show you like a number 84 or something like that. That does not mean that there's all 84 in the game. At least I don't think it does. So, we've got 2 hours to burn. Instead of going out and looting in the dark, I'm just going to read a book because now that I've gotten that extra level in foraging, I can read the book. I'm going to wait until 4 a.m. to eat because this soup that I made is a little bit more than 15 worth. That does it for my locally sourced soup. And we hit the sack. You know what? I've been wondering why I don't have very many live viewers. Really, it is all down to the YouTube algorithm. So obviously I've been trying to find out what makes your stream stand out in the algorithm, which has nothing to do with why people click, you know. When it comes to what I have autonomy over, you know, the engaging thumbnail, obviously, the big iron one, and it's relevant because we are always carrying around a big iron, so I am not false advertising in the slightest. I ain't no Arizona Ranger, but I'm absolutely the swiftness of Annie Mae is still being talked about to this day. But yeah, the thumbnail is just a small aspect of it. I don't have a lot of autonomy beyond that. Regular videos I can promote. Like, I could literally, if I wanted to, I haven't done this yet, I could pay YouTube to make my videos show up in people's related tab more often. That drives a lot of traffic. Some of your favorite YouTubers probably do that. I don't know if I would for this channel. For my main channel, that's in the cards. I would absolutely do that. This is, for anybody watching, if you're not familiar, my main channel is youtube.com/Thunderbraze. I have not posted a video there in almost 13 years now. But it has a couple of viral videos, like evergreen viral videos. For example, if you do a search for Pirates of the Caribbean, Jack Sparrow's theme, he's a pirate. Hans Zimmer and Klaus Badelt. I think my channel's version of that song shows up first in all search results. It's got almost 100 million views. So because of that, I have just passively, over the past decade or so, accrued almost 100,000 subscribers without ever posting a goddamn video. Do I deserve those? Not really, but I did poll my audience to see, like I put out, you know, the YouTube posts. I put out a poll. I said, okay, so I am thinking about coming back to YouTube. What would you guys want to see? Because I mean, I'm not going to keep doing soundtracks. The copyright landscape, just no. I'm not going to keep doing soundtracks on my main channel. That is going to be an element of the past. And overwhelmingly, the results were in favor of video games by like an 80% margin. Because like the two things I would do on YouTube would be tech tutorials and video games. I do have enough of an interest in politics that I could become a talking head, but that space feels so saturated. I don't really feel like that's. I would not have anything meaningful to contribute to the vast majority of political discussions going on in the United States right now. Any opinion that I would have is already being very strongly advocated for by other people. I don't think I have any unique takes, and I don't really believe in the whole put your opinion out there regardless. I kind of come from the camp of if you have something interesting and slightly different from what you've seen already. Like, if you're putting out an opinion that you don't know has been put out already, then sure, nothing wrong with that. But there is nothing new under the sun, so if you know that the opinion you're going to give is already out there, then I don't see much of a point in that. So I don't have a lot of potential as a political or even just a regular commentary channel. Like, sure, I mean, you know, inherent in some of the video game content that I do. I'm talking shit about the devs of this game constantly. That technically counts as commentary. But, yeah, I don't know. The commentary space is quite saturated because it's very easy. All you got to do is turn on a camera and talk. So I would like there to be some overlap. I would like there to be, you know, if people watching my stuff are not necessarily interested in my takes on game development, then at least they've got some occasionally compelling gameplay to watch here. All right, this kitchen is done. I've been yapping a lot, but I don't think there's going to be any zeds in this area. It was very recent that I did all the killing out there. I think I hit this basement too. Like, I think I was just not diligent about map markings when I did. There's nothing compelling in any of these containers. Yeah, see the shit on the floor there? Yeah, I've hit this basement. I've hit this house, I think. Possibly in its entirety, but I'll double check. Because that's what I'm here for, is to double check. I think I've slept in this house, actually. The houses kind of run together after a while. Residential areas in this game, yeah, they bleed together. Adhesive tape, most excellent. And some safety scissors. So safety scissors are interesting insofar as they don't have sharpness to worry about. They just pretty much have condition. So if you're doing a lot of tailoring, like massed tailoring operations, safety scissors can be used for some recipes. Not all of them, but some. Speaking of tailoring, I did notice some socks. It's 10 experience each time I shorten socks, so if I remember to. I'm at level 9 tailoring, I think. Each level you get in tailoring makes it so that the paddings that you sew into your clothing are several % more effective. So obviously there's an objective benefit to every level of tailoring that you get. Even if it's small, it is measurable. And you can directly see it in the chances that you have. Muns, do I stream every day? I wish I did. I am very bad at scheduling. For example, I recently started experimenting with WAN vase, and that captured my attention for several days straight. I think I was doing it for almost, God damn, I was doing it for almost 14 hours yesterday. If you look back on some of my streams, I have a tendency to tunnel vision. There have been occasions where my streams have gone over the 12-hour limit for YouTube. YouTube does not actually cut you off after 12 hours if you're live streaming, but it stops recording after like 11 hours 56 minutes. That's the cutoff that I've noticed. And so because of that, anything that you stream after 11 hours and 56 minutes just goes out into the void. People who are watching live will see it, but anybody watching the replay will not. So actually for one part of this character's series, I had to take it from my offline footage and trim out the part that YouTube refused to save and just upload that as its own segment. So I think it was part 15. It's just like a 2-hour segment for this character's lifespan that I accidentally went over the 12-hour mark. So I had to manually upload that. It was fun. It is a good thing that I record all of her footage offline. Partially because the quality is better. Live streaming video quality is not that good. It's okay. It's good. Like, it's acceptable. Wait a minute. Did I just mark the wrong... I marked the wrong house. Oops. Bro got a little crazy with the yap. That's alright. I think I've cleared this house. I'm just going to give it a quick double check to verify. I'm pretty sure that X I just put down is valid. Yes, it is. This house has been cleared. So that one is valid. That means these up two on the left and the right here. I don't know why I got in the van. I don't know why I got in the van. I'm just going up a couple of cells here. Sort of a preemptive thing. But yeah, I don't talk about it too much on stream, but I am very, very fascinated by generative AI. I am not one of those people who thinks of it as anything more than what it is, which is just a tool for generating slop. And when I say slop, what I mean is nothing new. Any sort of serious artistic endeavor, AI doesn't have very much part in it, other than prototyping. Garage? No. Laundry room, I think. Yeah. I'm going to verify that. Yeah, see? Okay, now listen to this carefully. Hear how quiet that is? That's like 1/10 of the volume of a zombie smacking a door with its head. And that is a sound you gotta listen out for carefully. Because that is a sound that means a zombie is right on the other side of a door. It was only recently added. Like 42.11, I think. Or 10. No, I think it was... I don't remember. It was recent, in the past couple of months. But yeah, that is a that's one of the very important audio cues to listen out for now. You always want to know when there's a zombie on the other side of a door. And if you're not quite yet as hyper-focused as someone like me who can, hear the mouth breathing through two walls, that's going to take a little bit of time for anybody to figure out what that sounds like in the midst of other sounds. But yeah, I don't need a rolling pin. Anyway, I was just saying, generative AI, I enjoy it. It's just a fun little toy. It's basically just a toy. It does not take replace any real art, because I have very just through using it and actually understanding it, running my own. I don't do the whole pay somebody else to use their AI garbage. So your usual, your Grok, your Chat GPT, whatever the fuck else names they're giving their little products. They're all just LLMs. LLMs that are constantly being retrained with information that is being updated in real time, which, Grok in that particular instance is not useless. It is, for having a chat bot that is just constantly being retrained on information from Twitter. Okay, no, I'm not going to call it useless. I'm also not going to call it useful. It's just a thing. It is what it is. Because, it's still very vulnerable if you get on Twitter and have like 50 bot accounts say the same lie right away. You can make Grok believe some bullshit initially. Eventually, truth will out. Because that's really just how any massive platform works. As long as you don't have people just actively going out of their way to censor anything. And when I say censor, I mean like specific facts or whatnot. Or just even contested opinions, which doesn't seem to happen too often. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, it just doesn't. I don't see very many examples of it recently. Like, there are certain things you're not allowed to talk about still. I actually think, I don't know if I'm allowed to even mention this on YouTube, so I'm going to type it on the screen really quick. I don't think you can talk about the recent one of these, because for a little while there, your YouTube channel would be just it would negatively affect your reach just by talking about it. There were some very very angry people with a lot of power who said you cannot talk about this at all. I guess they threatened, I don't know, the country that I'm talking about there has like what is it, almost 200 million people or something like that. Very big country. And talking about what was going on there for that particular situation was a very big no-no, apparently. Why was that such a big no-no? Why are we not allowed to talk about that? Especially if we don't even, live in that country. I don't know. All I know is it was a lot of the YouTube channels that I know of that were covering it just noticed a sudden drop-off. Like their reach just plummeted, and it was because they were talking about that particular situation. But yeah, that's just little things you pick up as following YouTubers, other YouTubers, seeing what they do, trying to learn from their mistakes. And the fact that they find out that is a mistake, like, how the fuck is anybody supposed to know that talking about a certain political topic is going to nuke your channel's reach? Because again, I don't think they had they didn't have any, like, I don't think they had any strikes, or their videos weren't like taken down. They just had their reach. People call it shadow banning. That's hardly a full description of the situation. Like they were nuked for a short period of time. They couldn't reach anybody. Like, they were getting a fraction of their views, and it was just because they covered a single topic that some people with a lot of power didn't want them to talk about. I guess, I don't know. Like there's also a specific name of somebody. Again, this is a name that for a while, if you said it out loud on YouTube, your channel would get... There was a point where somebody was saying it on like the live stream, and they just had their video deleted. And when I say deleted, I don't mean like the standard YouTube system. Like, they were saying some shit about allegedly an admin deleted it. Don't know if that's still the case. I don't even know if that was actually the case to begin with. All I know is it was readily observable for a very long time that if you said that name out loud, your videos would not always get deleted, but they would your reach would get nuked because of it. And it sucks. It really does. That's just things you got to look out for if you're on YouTube, doing the YouTube thing, as it were. Now, I feel pretty confident typing those things instead of instead of saying them out loud, because YouTube does have OCR. OCR is the ability to transcribe text on screen and put it into a machine format. But I also know that trawling 12-hour live streams with an OCR is a very resource-intensive thing. I don't think YouTube's going to do that. You can see how easily I get distracted. I was talking about AI, and then I started talking about obscure political topics. It's relevant. OCR is a very AI-empowered technology right now. If you want to, I know YouTube makes extensive use out of LLMs to transcribe, the hell am I thinking of? Transcripts, video transcripts. I think you can't even turn it off. YouTube automatically makes transcripts of videos. It's actually a pretty useful tool. I could probably, if I wanted to make supercuts, for example, of this character's lifespan, instead of having to trawl through literally over 300 hours of footage, I could just go through and pull all the transcripts from my live streams, and do text searches for keywords. Because like if something happened that I would want to put in a supercut, I probably would have mentioned it at the time. So all I got to do is do searches for certain keywords through my own transcripts, and I would probably find the footage that I need, or at least timestamps for that footage to go through my own recordings. Because God help me if I needed to download my own YouTube videos. They're pretty big. We look at my footage bin. Where the hell is it? I actually keep it on screen. There it is. My footage bin is so large that Windows has to take like 10 seconds to pull it up. That's how big it is. So while we're waiting for that to come up, I'll just continue what I was doing. Yeah, see, it's still loading up. It's literally still loading up. Yeah, see, all these videos, the average length can be anywhere between, like this one, for example, this 11-hour one right here, 172 gigabytes for that. Our entire footage so far, not including the current video, which is still recording, so it hasn't dumped the disk yet, so far, 2.9 terabytes, and a total of 286 hours. So yeah, we are just shy of the 300-hour mark. I keep saying 300 hours is just sort of an estimation. But yeah, trying to search through that footage, I've already done it a little bit. I recently posted on Reddit a sort of an evolution. It isn't really just a slideshow. It's hardly doesn't really qualify as like a video per se. Otherwise, I would have uploaded it. It's just sort of like a procedural evolution of my base. I don't really feel like sorting through all this right now. I'm just going to dump all of it into this garbage bag and move on. Because some of this I want to bring back to my base. Some of it I just want to leave out here in the corner house. But what this means is another house is X'd off. I should probably delete this, because if YouTube has an OCR, that's no good. Just for some reason, I highly doubt that YouTube is the incident with that individual's name was a long time ago. I don't think it's still relevant. But I'm still not interested. Like, my reach is already currently pretty low. I don't want to, if it is still a thing, I don't want to nuke it even further. I also think it's punitive. Like, I don't think it's like a like just a temporary punitive measure. If you talk about a certain verboten topic, YouTube just temporarily limits your reach. I don't think it's permanent, because if it was permanent, I know of a lot of YouTubers who probably would have had their careers ended and never would have come back. So it is whatever it is. It's probably temporary, if it even is still a thing. You see, that right there, using OCR to find a forbidden topic that YouTubers aren't supposed to talk about, that would be an example of a very nefarious use of AI, in my opinion. I don't think there's anything good that could come of using AI to that particular end. But they're for all I know, YouTube could be doing it. I already know that certain words you're not allowed to say. I think those absolutely are being tested by using AI to recognize whether people say them. For example, apparently if you swear within the first 10 minutes of a video, it's becomes less advertiser friendly, and therefore, if you want to do the YouTube thing, shouldn't do that. But I heard some talk that they might be nerfing that. I don't know. Speaking of nerfing, once again, I think this is a house that I partially cleared. Because I already hit the garage. And we can see blood on the walls, so I did kill some zombies in here. But leave it to me to leave a job half finished. Absolutely. My magnum opus is half finished. I have a book with 134,000 words of it in its first draft. I could be working on right now if I had any inspiration. When it comes to me and writing, I'm kind of, I do it in bursts, short controlled bursts, like I'm firing a machine gun. I could churn out, I have churned out in the past, I've churned out multiple chapters and edited them, you know, I self-edit, not fully, I will pay an editor when I have a full first draft. So, still a ways out on that. How many chapters do I have left? Not very many, but that's really just an estimate, because, you know, the book kind of writes itself after a certain point. I know where the plot is going, it's just a question of getting it on paper, and then there's certain parts of the story that, as they take shape, I might be able to tell certain things, you know, in the course of one chapter, for example, or sometimes I might need multiple. That's why I can't really say, oh, I only need to do 5 or 6 more chapters. It's probably less than 10 at this point. Most likely it is less than 10. I have about 20 written, so, but when the time comes, you guys will start hearing a hell of a lot more about my book if you follow my content, because I do, that's actually the entire reason I'm getting into YouTube, is, well, I mean, you know, it's fun. I do enjoy live streaming, but that's not the point. That's not actually my impetus. My impetus has always been to build a presence. My secondary activities on this channel here are mostly to create opportunities for my main channel, which is what I will use as a vehicle to promote my book in the long term. I have a self-publication model. Now, the problem with self-publication in the modern context is anybody can, you know, go on Wattpad or, the hell is it, WordPress or Substack. I've noticed another author who self-published is using Substack, which I always thought was for journalism, but now you can use Substack to publish anything, I guess. I don't think the Substack owners care what you do, as long as it, you know, the usual asterisks to that apply. I have a very large hang-up on platforms disagreeing with what the people try to publish to them. Like, you know, if the content is not illegal, obviously if it's illegal, yes, you have to take it down. That's a law. Nobody can get around that. Nobody's expecting you to get around that. That's not the problem. The problem is the editorialization, and platforms hiding behind the, oh, we just want to moderate stuff. We just want to moderate this. We just, you know, we want to moderate. That's the word. It's one of those buzzwords you'll hear a lot where it does not apply in the slightest. What it really is they just find certain things that they don't like, or even worse, people who can tell them what to do don't like it. A lot of things you can't do on YouTube. YouTube probably wouldn't care anywhere near as much if it wasn't for the fact that their payment processors always tell them what to do. That's only really recently is that actually coming into the public consciousness with the Steam debacle. If anybody watching now is familiar, Steam recently had its the payment processors, and not even directly from the payment processors, but the banks that process Steam's, you know, transaction money told Steam that Visa and MasterCard are telling us this. Steam, as far as I know, Steam never had direct contact with Visa or MasterCard. And yet, it was their policies that made it so that certain games had to be taken down. Which is, in my opinion, is utterly fucking baffling. Why are payment processors telling us what we can and can't do? If it was illegal content, sure, I understand completely. Because, you know, the payment processors could be liable for, you know, again, this is something I cannot say out loud without risking my reach. This kind of material. I actually had one of my videos taken down because I used a 10-second sound clip that certain individuals from this persuasion have used in their videos in the past. It was just a meme. It was a reference. Just a stupid little reference. No, you can't do that. I have a strike on my channel because of that. Just my secondary channel, not my main channel, thankfully. But still, the fact that that's a thing, you're walking on eggshells, and it doesn't seem like it, but you really are. And that's part of the reason that I'm using a secondary channel instead of my primary one, to learn this game that we're playing here, the YouTube game. A game of channels, as it were. That would not be a very compelling series. Game of Thrones, but YouTubers. Amazing how easily I get distracted. I was talking about AI, and then, of course, I started talking shit about publishers. Or, sorry, platforms acting like publishers. Yeah, that's a thing. That's a whole... And again, we're edging towards political topics by talking about this. Because it is mostly things of a political persuasion that cause people to recognize that these problems are a thing. You know, certain political opinions start disappearing from the algorithm feeds, and those political talking heads who have those opinions make very loud noises about it. And then the public consciousness understands that YouTube, or whatever the platform is. YouTube is nowhere near as bad as other platforms. Facebook, TikTok, other social media platforms, they'll fucking delete you for no apparent reason at all. They won't even give you reasons. Like, that's how bad those are. I have not posted to my personal Facebook for pretty much years now. I still have people that I want to talk to on those platforms, but I don't use them anymore. I cannot even dignify giving them another byte of data of my content. Just even if it's just me posting a status update. Like, they don't deserve that. They will use it for all sorts of purposes that make them money, but not you. I don't understand that. Like, I genuinely don't. Why are people okay with that? I'm not okay with that, but I'm probably just a weirdo. That's fine. I've known that for a long time. That is another house that we can mark off, though. At least this way, people who are not interested in seeing me clear houses floor by floor still have something potentially amusing to listen to. I say potentially because I have no idea. I have no idea. Genuinely don't. Need to leave that garage door open because it is a cleared garage. So we're making pretty good progress on this side of town. We're about a quarter of the way through this area in general. It's pretty good. What I'm probably going to do is, I think I have enough time left in the day to hit this one, and this one, these three on this side, and turn back around and probably hit the last three tomorrow. Depends on how much stuff is in these houses. We will find out. Looks like we got some respawns up here. I'm going to kill them first. Doing so will actually possibly reset the music system, which is currently borked. Talked about this before, but I'll never not bring it up when it happens. The music eventually just stops playing, and it does not restart until the combat music kicks in. So if we get enough zombies aggroed onto us, combat music will kick in, and after that, the regular music should come back. That's 3. Is that enough? Not enough. Gotta give it a bigger kick. There it is. We woke up the music. Why don't y'all come over to the pile? And the music's already going away. See, this is one of the reasons I like to play my own music so much in this game. The new combat music system is just so quick to shut off. Like, we had combat music for a second there, because I went out of my way to make it happen. If you don't have at least 3 zombies aggroed onto you, it starts going away. And sometimes, after a certain threshold, you can't stop it. Like, this track, I think this track is already doomed to never continue. You have to have a certain number of zombies aggroed onto you by the time it reaches a certain section of the track, otherwise it is fading out, and now it's gone. And there it is. One of my favorite tracks. Maybe we can win this. And they played, like, I don't know, 10 seconds of it at normal. and then a bunch of the fade out, and then it's gone. It's silly. I'm not the biggest fan of how quickly it goes away. In build 41, I think it worked great. This is one situation where I just feel like build 41 was objectively measurably better. Now, on the flip side, build 41 did not have the epic travel music. I do like the epic travel music. It needs a little bit of work, a little bit of fine-tuning, but they didn't ruin it like they did combat music. In my opinion, combat music is kind of ruined right now. I mean, I can't vibe to it. It goes away so fast. Like, you have to have too many zombies aggroed onto you in order to actually have a track play even a small fraction of itself. It's silly. That's silly. Armin Haas puts so much work into these tracks. And the Indie Stone are using, like, a tiny fraction of it. Any given track. Don't even get me started on what they did to Determination. Determination is my favorite track by far. And we get a grand total of, like, 6 seconds of it. 6 seconds of the 5-minute soundtrack. Tragic. Truly tragic. Step up and get flipped. Now, if there were too many more in Central Park here, that hopefully should bring them out. I do believe discharging the big iron, not enough. Not enough. There's one asshole who I saw going the wrong way over there. Not loud enough, it seems. And you see, there's the chill music. It's coming back because we kicked the combat music in. Otherwise, if we did not get any combat music, the game just would have stayed silent. The music just breaks after a while. Something the devs would notice if they played their own game long enough. Yep, that's right. Bro's yapping about the devs again. See what that should tell you if you're keen, if you're paying attention to what I'm saying. The devs of this game get me rambling harder than politics. Because even when I start yapping about semi-political things like deplatforming and censorship, no, I start. I'll always loop back to the devs. Because man, do they fuck some shit up. But I'll always qualify that with those statements with the opposite of love is not hate. The opposite of love is apathy. I talk about this shit because I care about it. I'm not apathetic to it, because if I was, I probably wouldn't be fucking playing this game. I do genuinely enjoy it, no matter how much I complain about it. The complaints come from a place of concern, because I know the devs can do better, and it makes me very sad that they don't. Maybe sad is not the right word, but yeah. I wish they would do better, because I know they can. Why? Why did it take 2 shots with a big iron? Aiming level 7, everyone. Point blank. Point blank headshots with aim level 7. 2 45 auto rounds to the face. Still not enough. Come on over. Well, you'll never be able to explain that to me. Why fences just work and nothing else does. No other form of knocking down zombies. Or no other form of zombies just being very easy to shoot. Possibly except windows. Shooting a zombie through a window, like point blank, I've had that be hilariously effective, actually. You're not going to get very many opportunities for that. Most of the time, if a zombie is hitting a window, they're just going to break it before you ever get to it. We are out of big iron. Right. So we are now, if we're going to use a firearm, we're on M9 now. I've already opened the box of M9 that I brought with me and expended it, so we no longer have a major impetus. Like, there's no surplus ammo with us, right? we did find 2 boxes of shotgun, but I don't have my modded shotgun, so I don't think I really, well, you know what, we could do this. Remove the sword from the back and put it on our belt. We got an open spot on our back. I mean, put a shotgun right in front of me and give me 2 boxes of ammo. Threaten me with a good time. The only thing that kind of sucks is I don't have my bandolier, so I cannot reload it quite as quickly. But there's 25 shots. Or, yeah, there's 50. 2 boxes of shotgun shells, that's 50 shots. There's 50 zombies, well, pretty much one shot. As long as we're within good range. See, look at this. Look at how overpowered shotguns are compared to the big iron. Oh, I should probably load it. Oops. Instant one shot. He was within effective range. Did not matter where I was aiming. He's just gone. That's how any high caliber firearm should be. 45 auto should have no problem annihilating a zombie at that range. I shouldn't even need to have above average aim. Like, remember, skill level 5 in this game should be average, generally speaking, because, you know, 5 out of 10, right? Yeah, I'm a little baffled by it, because look at how easily we can aim at this guy. This shotgun, my normal shotgun has a scope on it. So normally my shotgun is a little farther, but look at this. Look at how perfect this is. Okay, no, he's still alive. Not quite that perfect then. But still, we could not even guarantee that would have been a hit and a damage if it was anything but the shotgun. Like rifles, the 223, the 308, it could have just glanced off of him. It's baffling, it really is. But bros yapped enough about firearms in this episode. If you watch all my content, well, you'll hear me talking about it multiple times, because there is a lot of turnover on my streams. I get a lot of new viewers each time I stream, so repetitiveness does happen here and there. There were more that I had to clear than I thought. I was expecting to just do more house looting. Thanks to fighting that shotgun, I can do shit like this. Instead of waiting for him to come all the way around. Now, if there were any zombies that would have been attracted by that sound that I have not already dealt with, they would have been in the backyards over here. Not that I have good line of sight anywhere because of these fucking trees. I mean, look at that. It's literally a brick wall of trees. Fucking... Welcome to Project Zomboid 1 year later. You want to see what's in a backyard, you gotta go into that backyard. There's no looking in from the outside. Okay, this is fine. There's nothing back here. Now, what does that tell me? That tells me that this entire row of houses is probably okay-ish. I do absolutely expect one-offs here and there, but if there were large groups of 5 or more, they would have made themselves known just by a quick glance like that. Try doing this with any other firearm. Just shooting across the street. You'll waste a lot of shots, is what I'm trying to say about all that. It's just in terms of ammo consumption, which is, you know, you can't make your own ammo, so ammo is a very finite thing in this game. The 2 types of ammo that you'll always find more of, and you can always get more of, not reliably, but, you know, there will be more that spawns, is M9 and shotgun. Like I said, the chances are very, 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 very low. But, like, what we just killed over here, this guy, that was a cop zombie. We killed a cop zombie. He could have had an M9 with a partially emptied magazine, or even a full magazine. So, M9 and shotgun. Same deal with shotgun. He could have had a few shells on him, whatever. Those 2 types of ammo you could actually find on zombies, and because of that, technically speaking, the ammo does spawn in. You're just not going to find that much. You could go through 500 zombies without finding a zombie with an M9 magazine that's actually full. So. And I mean, you know, speaking of ammo consumption, we started with 50 shotgun shells. We're already down to 37. We haven't even fought any large groups, so it's all right. Is what it is. Not too mad about it. Okay. Yeah, this entire row of houses, like both sides of this street, should be clear by now. Of all the firearm discharging we've done, if there were any stragglers aside from the sleepers inside the houses, of which there are some. So yeah, these 3 houses are next. Cut the engine here. I would have started on the other side like I was planning, but no, we had some killing to do, and it brought us this way. That's right, I did hit this house, but did I hit the basement? No, I've not hit this house's basement yet. Multiple down here, possibly. See, I did not see a zombie when I looked into that room, but I saw a Moodle pop up and disappear. I think that was panic. So here's what I'm going to do. See, the game is particularly vicious by putting zombies like that in who don't react very much to sound. Okay, we did not have any zombies in here. That Moodle that popped up and went away was panic. Just from seeing this zombie right here. Sometimes I don't actually see the zombie, but I do see the Moodle pop up briefly. Which means my character saw it, but I didn't. Which is an interesting thing if you think about it. How is my character seeing things that I can't see? Just a bit of a quirk of the new visual system. I don't know if you've ever been able to see zombies around corners very well. Problem is, I haven't played B41 in so long that I couldn't really speak from experience. I've played B42 for so long that all of my experience that I think of in this game is just very tainted at this point. I can only reliably speak to it in terms of B42. Unless we're talking about, like, you know, specific mods or something that were only around in 41, like the shopping cart mod. Maybe that's around in 42. I don't know. I haven't looked. 42 is way too unstable for something as complex as the shopping cart mod to be a good idea for someone like me. How many hours I put into my saves. That is a mod that could absolutely break a save if a particularly evil update comes along, so yeah, I don't touch mods like that. Not until the game's stable. So we had that basement taken care of. I don't know if I hit the second floor of this house or not. This does, yeah, this does look familiar. I remember killing the zombie in here. Okay, so this, the second floor of this house is done. The basement is done. This house is a full cross-off now. We're getting the sound glitch. Hear this? No footsteps. Yeah. It's a little early in the stream. Actually, I've had it happen as early as 5 hours in. We're 6 hours, 30 minutes in. So it is what it is. I have learned to, if this glitch happens, just close and restart the game. At the end of my previous stream, I was edging it a little bit. I heard the sound glitch came along. Basically, the game gets more and more unstable. And things that shouldn't take very long start taking a very long time. The game starts stuttering. Just, if you get the sound audio glitch, like what just happened, just close it and reopen it. It's fine. But, when it happened at the end of my last stream, I was like, okay, I'm almost done anyway. Let me see if I can finish the night. And I had a few panic moments where the game just seemed to freeze for like 4 or 5 seconds straight. I've had the game crash to desktop on me multiple times now in B42. The devs have actually gotten pretty good. And again, bro's complimenting the devs. Rare moment. Bro does compliment the devs once in a while. They've actually improved the crash problem significantly. And their reasoning is actually because it makes it harder to duplicate stuff in multiplayer. I mean, okay, cool. I don't know how much multiplayer I'll ever do. Some, sure, but not much. I've talked about this before, but my homies who game with me, pretty much my entire friend circle, love them. Nothing against my guys. They are my friends, and I will stand by them through hell and high water. But their gaming tastes are very ephemeral. They'll play a video game that they enjoy for a little while, and then they'll be done with it. That's not how I operate. I find games that I like, and I play the ever-loving shit out of them. And the reason for that is, I don't like new games that come out these days. I really don't. It would be a newsworthy event if a new game came out and it immediately captured my interest. Like, whenever a new game comes out these days, I purposely ignore it completely, and I wait for the user reviews on Steam to come out. That's my current, I feel like everybody should do that. Now, of course, you know, if everybody does that, who's going to leave the reviews? There's enough people who will buy games just to review them. That, honestly, if you guys just let them do their work, which they do it for free. A lot of these people do it, you know, they don't, not very many people get paid for Steam reviews. And the few who do, well, that's technically against Valve's terms of service, so that is a thing, I guess. But, you know, Steam reviews are just one of the very last bastions of, I don't know how trustworthy I would call them, but they're some of the best we've got in terms of gamers being able to understand whether a game is going to be worth their time. Now, do I always agree with Steam reviews? That's a hard question to answer. Sometimes I do think games get review bombed. I don't like using that term. I really don't, because what the industry likes to call review bombing is very often people making their voice heard somewhere where they have been ignored everywhere else. That's very often, if you have a review bombing happening, it's because the devs of the game have ignored something to such an extent that the only thing the players can do to get their attention is to tank the game's review score. So, yes, sometimes it is a review bombing because it is orchestrated, or, you know, sometimes it's just players are sick of this shit, and they're making their voice heard because it's not being listened to anywhere else. That happens a lot more than the industry wants you to believe. Believe me on that. Because devs don't like being told what to do by players. That is something I've noticed. And, you know, if you've watched a lot of my stream, especially this stream, I've talked shit about some devs, software devs, who have nothing to do. None of the devs that I work with professionally, none of them have anything to do with video games. Most of them don't even play video games. But man, if even a fraction of the attitude that developers have in my line of work, if even a fraction of that attitude translates over to the video gaming industry, the vast majority of game devs do not give a fuck about their player base. Like, you people are a paycheck to them, that's it. Now, there are exceptions. There are obvious exceptions. One of them I'd like to directly mention, Blorf, the guy who does the game called Clanfolk. It's a small indie game. The best way I could summarize it is RimWorld for people who would like a Sims-like experience. It's pretty fun. I enjoy it. But after playing this game for a very, very long period of time, I stepped over and played Clanfolk for a bit, and there was some stuff that I didn't like, so I made a big post on Steam about it, just, you know, summarizing my thoughts on the latest update. They did a crafting update to the game, just at the same time as Zomboid did its B42 crafting update. So I had a lot to say, and the dev responded, like the dev himself, the lead dev, Blorf, he responded to my post within a couple of hours. You would never have that in this game. The devs don't even look at their Steam forums anymore. They have community moderators, you know, the mods, the ones who do it for free, the Jannies. They have plenty of Jannies. The devs themselves for this game, they don't touch the Steam forums with a 10-foot pole. You would be lucky if they drive by Reddit once in a while. You'd be very lucky. Because once again, in Reddit, you get the mods, the Jannies, the ones who do it for free. You don't get, the devs don't go anywhere near that. You know, Nasco, Lemmy is a bit of a meme. Nasco, he's alright. I've never seen anything bad with Nasco. He's the guy who does the big patch notes. You know, if you open up Zomboid on Steam, and you look at these, I'm pretty sure this is, you know, Lemmy and Nasco are writing all these. I have heard Lemmy being mentioned as a dev. I always thought Lemmy was just a community manager, just one of the Jannies. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. And the reason I don't know is because the devs of this game are they keep to themselves. Whatever, if they ever interacted with the community, that's a time long past. They don't do that anymore. They will, obviously they'll notice if people are making a very big noise about something, but that was the impetus. Like, when I went over there to Clanfolk to give them some feedback on the latest build, I came over there with my mentality from dealing with the Zomboid devs, and that was completely unnecessary. Like, I actually genuinely feel bad about that, because my post, it wasn't that vicious, but I had a bit of snark and a bit of sarcasm. And the reason for that is, if you want the devs to see something, you have to make a post about it, and you got to be a little snarky. You got to be a little snarky, because snarking will get you replies, people agreeing or disagreeing, and replies will eventually get the mods to see it. If the mods see it, and they find your feedback, something worth bringing to the devs' attention, then the devs see it. That's generally how game development works on Steam, if you have mods actually looking through the forums. And none of that was necessary. Like, there are good game devs out there. Just, I'm guessing it's because it's a small game. But Blorf was... The fact that he responded to my critique within a couple of hours, and then just actually said, like, hey, dude, I wish you were playing the closed beta. Like the dev of Clanfolk actually wished I was playing their game, because just shit that I noticed, just, as somebody who's been beta testing a lot of games, shit that I noticed was shit that he didn't notice, apparently. And he was like, yeah, we're going to tone this down, we'll tone that down. Like, the biggest thing I was complaining about was when, in that game, when it rains, a lot of your crafting stations, and they added a lot of crafting stations with the latest update, a lot of your crafting stations get completely disabled. Like, they would have you believe that people in Scotland in the 1300s just, they just shut down when rain happened. Like, they just, a little bit of rain, okay, I guess we're not doing any work today. No, that's not how anybody worked in the 1300s. Let alone Scotland. But, yeah. There's multiple targets in here. That's the bathroom. Or, closet. Basement? No. Too small. He must have been in there a long time. The door was splintering, which means it's about to break. Anyway, yeah, it's just... the whole reason I bring up Clanfolk is just, it's a very different game from this one, but it is an example of devs who just are genuinely good people, just want to make a good game. They are still out there, and it sucks how few of them there are, because most of them hide behind their community managers and don't talk to the gamers anymore. Almost every other game that I play that I go hard on, I think they all fall into that camp, and it creates a resentment almost inherently, because, I mean, if somebody isn't talking to you directly, they're going through somebody else, they're using somebody else as a mouthpiece, how the fuck can you know for sure if you're actually being listened to? You don't. There's no way to know whatsoever if the things you're saying are passing the threshold for the fucking Jannies, the mods, the community managers. Community manager. I fucking hate that title. They're Jannies, all of them. That's all they are. They go through, they delete posts they don't like, they don't have any accountability whatsoever, and they do it for free. Oh, well, not all of them do it for free. I'm pretty sure the Jannies for this game, like Lemmy and Nasco, I'm pretty sure they're actually, paid staff. But, I thought I was gonna craft something. Socks. Why can't I shorten socks right now? I can. Okay. I guess the recipe wasn't sticking out for some reason. Anyway, at least to their credit, the devs of this game will pay their mods. 7 days? I don't think they do. If you ever play 7 Days to Die, that game, it's gone pretty far downhill to such an extent where a lot of the YouTubers, and some of my viewers might actually know this if you watch 7 Days content, the YouTubers who do 7 Days content are actually getting pretty loud about how far downhill the game is going. And that is a direct result of the community manager problem. Like, of course not a lot of them are willing to talk about this. It takes a brave soul for somebody to talk bad about the 7 Days community managers, because If you do, then you're no longer a Fun Pimps certified creator, and you'll no longer get early access to their stupid live streams for the early access builds. Because you know that definitely doesn't lose them a bunch of gamers every time that happens. Nobody's ever liked that. There's only been a very small minority of people who are actually okay with it. But I digest. If I was playing 7 days, it would be more relevant. There's a big overlap, though. I mean, they're both zombie survival crafting games. This game does quite a few things very well that 7 days never will. But 7 days does combat 10,000 times better than this game does. The only thing about combat in 7 days that obviously nobody likes, well, I mean, I'm sure some people like it, I don't, is just the placement of the enemies, you know. The sleeper zombies in that game, you go into a POI, and there's no listening for sounds. I mean, yeah, there's a little bit, but you can just generally expect every POI you go into, walk into a room, and 10 zombies will pop out of the fucking walls. Like, there's no surprise to it whatsoever. You play the game long enough, you know the rules. You step past an invisible line in the room, and a bunch of zombies just fucking spawn in the walls. I've never liked that. I don't know why anybody would. It's not the worst thing in the world. I don't find it, like, you know, super offensive. I just find it droll. I just find it really droll. I think it would be a lot more compelling if it would be a lot more compelling if the zombies were more dangerous in other ways. Like, I never feel extreme danger whenever I'm playing 7 days. Because the zombies, the devs don't make them dangerous by, you know, making it so that if you take a hit from them, like in this game. Like, in this game, I'm putting my character's life on the line every time I go within melee distance of a zombie. That's never going to change. And I find that extremely compelling. 300 hours are on the line every time I get within biting distance. You'll never replicate that with 7 days. Not without a lot of mods. Because, I mean, 7 days, the zombies don't even bite you. They come at you, they whack you with their fucking hands. You'll get concussions from them beating you over the head. Well, no, I mean, there's no location-based damage for zombie versus player in that game. There's no location-based damage. Zombies just hit you, and random shit just happens. I looked at the code. It's verified. If a zombie hits you, you just have a percentage chance to get a concussion. Or just, you know, a sprain on your arm or a sprain on your leg. It's just a fucking percentage chance every time a zombie hits you. So, I guess in a way, yes, you're saying that every time you play 7 days, there's a chance that if a zombie hits you, something bad will happen. It's not going to be your character's death, though. It's just going to be a massive time sink. Sprains are the worst. I mean, you play 7 days, you'll get a sprain. Sprains just basically delete 10 minutes of your life. Because it takes 10 minutes IRL time for a sprain to go away. And if you do anything with that arm or leg that is sprained, so if you sprint, you swing a weapon, any of that shit, you make it worse. I have opinions about that. Now, of course, it's this game we're playing here, Project Zomboid. A sprain or a break is actually much worse in this game. It doesn't go away after a fixed amount of time, and if you absolutely will make it worse if you try to do things. But it's also, I mean, in this game, it is so much easier to avoid those kinds of injuries. You're not going to get a sprain or a break from a zombie. If a zombie hits you, it's most likely just going to be a bite, and you're most likely just fucking dead. That's, like, the breaks are from clumsiness in this game. Which means, with the right amount of skill, you don't fucking get them. Like, the one time that this character here, she's had a fractured foot. And when that happened, that was a completely avoidable skill issue. I fell off the second floor of a building, my base, when I was doing some upgrades. Totally preventable. Should have stopped it from happening. But I didn't. It's not like 7 days where, you know, you cannot play 7 days and not get hit by a zombie. That's not how the game is designed. You will take many hits. But every single time you take a hit, it's just a complete fucking dice roll. You have no autonomy over it whatsoever. I find that to be bad game design. I really do. Like, for all the dumb shit that you run into in Project Zomboid, this is a game that respects player autonomy. You can make decisions to mitigate so many risks. I mean, that's half the reason I'm still alive right now. I make decisions that mitigate risks and the game just gets so much easier. You know, people get reckless, they make mistakes. I am not immune to that. Barb the Builder died after 104 hours because I got reckless, and I did not establish a clean angle of approach. She got surrounded, she got numbed. Rest in peace, Barb, sweet princess. Gone before her time. I'd probably still be playing her if I had not, if that had not happened. Do I need Kentucky Herald for July 13th? No, no. See, this is why it's so hard to fill out the literature roster in this game. I'm only doing newspapers in addition to, you know, the skill books, which obvious skill books. Very short list of what I need still. But yeah, there's just certain newspapers that elude me. Oh well. I maintain the opinion that if 7 Days in Zomboid had a love child with just, you know, games or aspects of both games, it would be a pretty compelling game. But unfortunately, 7 Days does not have the underlying infrastructure, you know, at the C# level. It's a Unity game, so it does have pretty good modability. But there are certain things you're just not really going to be able to get away with. You know, just like in this game, there are limits to what you can do with mods. One of the more compelling mods that adds NPCs back, you can't just download it from the workshop. What you have to do is download it from the workshop and then replace some files. Because the game doesn't allow direct editing of the Java libraries. There's a security-based reason for that, perfectly sound. I don't have a problem with that, because, I mean, you know, if people could just, if you could make people on the Steam Workshop download something that executes Java code arbitrarily, that's a huge vulnerability. Java is not in the slightest a secure language. There's a reason people have to make JVMs, Java Virtual Machines, to run them, because running Java natively is a massive security risk. Java is just not a good language for security. But because of that, the Steam Workshop doesn't even allow you to put up mods that edit the Java libraries. So if you want to make a compelling NPC mod, trying to do it just within the Lua framework, you're going to have a bad time. I think week 1 gets away with it, but, you know, week one is memes. That's all it is. It's not a compelling mod for long-term gameplay. You know, there's a reason it's called week 1, and it ends with a fucking nuke at the end of the week. If it was compelling long-term gameplay, the developer would not have felt a need to end it within a week. Yeah, I know you can stop the nuke if you go in there, or if you get another mod and you. I know there's ways to stop it. I'm just saying that the dev did that because otherwise people would survive past the first week and realize that the NPCs are really not good long-term. They never will be. Not if they're added by a mod. If you want NPCs to be good long-term, you need more than what the game gives you with the Lua framework. And that's the same problem with 7 Days. There is a limit to what you can do with mods, sadly. You can add some really cool stuff. You'll never hear me talk shit about that. But, yeah. This formal shirt, I was just supposed to cut the sleeves off of it. I've been yapping so much that I don't know if I actually finished off this house's basement, if it even has one. It does not have one. Okay, this house is done. Second floor, first floor done, no basement. Okay, I think I've already hit some of this house here. At least the garage, but we're gonna full clear it. We might even be able to do that before we hit the sack. Now, I am out of fountain cups of cow's milk, so technically all of the food that I brought with me is now gone. So I now need to resort to only consuming locally sourced stuff. I have found so many non-perishables, that's not a problem. Once again, a generator that I don't know if I'll ever use it, but I will take it and I'll leave it outside of my local base. if for no other reason than to say that I have located all the generators in this area and consolidated their placement. If I ever need them, I know where they are. I know I've cleared out the main level of this place. What about the... is there a basement? Yes. Is there anything in it? No. This was a... I completely glossed over it. There's nothing in that basement. I just don't know if I've hit the second floor. No, I have not. Okay. So that is the rest of my night right there. I sometimes won't leave hats on the floor just because that makes them despawn. Hats are something that will despawn if you leave them on the floor. Not that I particularly care about them 90% of the time, but I don't like the idea of things despawning. Just in general. Okay. That is... I'm gonna go ahead and just sleep here. You know, it's a bed. Now it has a pillow. Perfectly fine place to sleep. Bed, pillow, closed door. What more could you ask for in the apocalypse? But yeah, you know, the funny thing is, I was talking about AI earlier, and that's when I got distracted by political topics. And I couldn't actually talk about what it was I was doing over the past 3 or 4 days between my previous stream and this one. I mean, it's, you know, it's hardly compelling if you're not interested in AI, but if you are, kind of very interesting. I do video generation. Not a lot of people can afford to do that, because even if you have, you know, if you have an RTX 4090, you can kind of get away with it. If you have 2 RTX 4090s, you can get away with it a lot better, because you'll run into VRAM limits very hard working with AI video AI models. If we look at Task Manager here, we can see exactly what the stats are for my GPUs. Right now, by playing Project Zomboid and just running Windows with some Firefox windows open, you know, the face cam and the shoulder cam here, that takes up a little bit of VRAM too. That is using 9 gigabytes of VRAM. An RTX 4090 has 24 gigabytes. These are $2,000 GPUs right now. But I have 2 of them. So I have a second GPU that is not 0.0 of bytes of VRAM are being taken up. So what that means is if I'm just doing generations in the background, my second GPU could be cooking, and it would not even slow me down while playing video games. So that is a thing that even if I cannot use both of my GPUs to inference, which is unfortunately the case, inference means, you know, generating something. So, you know, if you're, for your chat GPTs, inference is generating text. For your stable diffusion, or your whatever the hell, it's generating images. I don't even know what a lot of the products are these days. I have so many golf clubs that I don't really need anymore, but I will take these golf bags because they are different colors. Power bar for dismantling. If I need 11 golf clubs, I know where to find them. I'm not going to take all those back with me. Golf tees are small enough. But anyway, yeah, video generation is fun. I mostly do it for the memes, but I also do it. I have like a couple of personal challenges that I feel like I want to see if I can actually make it happen. Just to test the limits of the technology, right? There's one of my projects, and I don't usually talk about my AI projects, but this is something that if it actually works, I would enjoy it so much that I would post it publicly. This is a picture of me and my golden retriever puppy from like possibly more than 20 years ago. yeah, at least 20, 24, 25 years ago, possibly something like that. I was 10 or 11 years old, and my puppy was like, less than a year old. If I could use the power of AI to turn this into a coherent video clip of me and the dog getting up and chasing down a perpetrator like we were a canine, cop with his sidekick dog sort of thing. If AI gets powerful enough to do that, then I will respect it. Just as, a tool to do wacky stuff with. I don't think it's a replacement for artists. It never will be. The hate that artists have for generative AI, I understand it completely. I'm not going to say I disagree with it. I don't even, because it's not really my place to disagree with something like that. My income does not depend on corporations choosing to use me over an AI model. I can't even say for 100% sure that my industry is safe from that. Because I do a little bit of cybersecurity and I do a little bit of just general tech support. And unfortunately, AI can come for the tech support. It really can. That side of my job is not safe. That side of my job is not safe in the slightest. I already know, actually, that my client is trying to train an AI model based on some of our tickets that we're putting in. My team, a lot of them, we'll put in tickets, we'll put in notes that talk about how we fixed something. I know for a fact that there is an AI trawling the notes that we do to see if they can deploy it, a user-facing product that will answer their questions about what's going wrong. So I can't even say with a straight face that my job is safe from AI. I know a part of my job is safe from AI because you will never see a major company or just agency, whatever. I don't talk publicly very much about my client, but you'll never see an organization of their size. We have about 15,000 users. You'll never see an organization of that size outsource cybersecurity to an AI entirely, and then not immediately regret it. That's not going to happen. And thankfully, we still have a lot of decision makers who understand that. So the cybersecurity side of my job is not going anywhere. Tech support side is a different story. I know they're trying. Will that result in anybody on my team losing their job? I don't think so. Will it result in them getting shuffled around and repurposed? Possibly. I know for a fact that some folks on my team would probably, there's managers who would much rather put them somewhere else than just answering the phones and answering user questions all day. I don't know if that would actually happen, but if it does, then I can actually say with a straight face that generative AI is coming for my job too. Again, and like I said, there's other things that people on my contract would be doing if we were not doing tech support. Like tech support is, some of my agents do that, nothing but that all day. Salute to those folks because that is tedious. I did it for several years where I was on the front lines, and man, never happier to take a step back from it. Because, you can only explain to Grandpa so many times how his iPhone works before it gets a little tedious, But that's all right. We do good things. My team is good. They are all good at what they do. You'll never catch me saying anything bad about them. Nobody's perfect, but you don't need to be. And that possibly is sometimes a dangerous thing about your job. If you don't need to be perfect, if mistakes are forgivable for humans, why aren't mistakes forgivable for AI? Because AI is always going to make mistakes, and so are humans. You're never going to not get, the industry likes to call them hallucinations, where the AI will just say something completely out of left field that's just completely wrong. And I don't think you're ever going to get rid of hallucinations unless you can get a hand-curated data set, which has not happened, and I don't think it ever will happen. Because when you think about what a large language model has to be programmed on, right now, most of the big ones, they're just using the entire fucking internet. And they're just trusting that they can either retroactively go in there and pull out all the wrong shit. Because, do you really think someone would do that? Go on the internet and tell lies? Yeah, that happens a little bit more than anybody would know. but it happens. And whenever that happens, your training data gets fucked up. The AI is only ever going to be as good as the data it's trained on. And for example, this photo of me and my dog, if I can turn us into a cop with his canine taking down a perpetrator, I can almost guarantee you that there is no footage of a 12 or 13-year-old boy and his less than a year old golden retriever puppy becoming a cop duo just arbitrarily out of nowhere. You'll maybe some goofy kids movies out there have done it. And that's probably what the AI would draw upon if I ever actually tried to make that project come to fruition. But the point that I'm trying to get to is that some of the shit that I've been able to make WAN do, which is WAN is the video model that I'm working with, some of the shit I've been able to get it to do is wacky. Stuff that is nowhere near its training data. Like stuff I can't even talk about on YouTube, where is it? Let me, I can type it, but I can't, you can get the video AI in its current form. You can get it to teach you things like this, wacky shit that I can't even say out loud. But just as, a proof of concept, I'm probing what it's capable of. It's capable of some wacky stuff if you twist it the right way. And if you twist it in, different ways from what its training data has, you can actually approximate certain things. Like the AI, and I don't want to make it sound like it's thinking, because it's not. We don't have AI, proper AI. I'm using AI in its industry form, as an industry term. There is no AI out there that is self-aware. There won't be, most likely, in our lifetime. Because remember, people keep thinking, oh, computing power is going up. It's just a matter of time until we get Skynet. Right now, no, it's not. You need something more than anything we have right now if you want Skynet. I'm sorry to burst anybody's bubble, especially the Doomers. The Doomers love to say that Skynet is right around the corner. They love that. Oh, man, do they love that. The Bible thumpers love that, too. The ones who think that they're living in the time of Revelations. Like every Bible thumper throughout history since the time of Jesus himself has believed. They believe they're the ones living in the time of Revelations. Well, I'm sorry to say, the red heifer hasn't hit yet. We don't have Revelations just yet. The mark of the beast is probably not the microchip. Probably. I don't know. You can do some very bad things with the microchips under the skin, the subdermal chips. Corporations have tried to use those as like a requirement for their employees to have access, like badges. That's never going to take on. All that is just a very cynical futurist vision. Chips will never be anywhere near as convenient as badges, just physical badges. Because if you need to swap it out, you've got a human who doesn't want their skin penetrated. That's just going to cause a lot of problems. Even if you're a authoritarian hellhole who doesn't care about the well-being of their citizens, you're cyberpunk dystopian shit. You're going to make pragmatic decisions a couple times a day. Even if you're the most evil people on the planet, you're going to be pragmatic about it. And again, deviating in politics again, but you can't talk about AI without getting a little political. You really can't. AI is a very politically contentious thing because governments are starting to use it for government things. I got opinions about that. The UK is a shining example of that. The surveillance state that they've got going on over there with AI recognition of things. For better or worse, is it good for a government to know anytime there's going to be a protest? To know that there's going to be a protest? Just having an AI be like, yeah, we've parsed through all this social media. There's going to be a protest here at this time. And even protests that are not publicly mentioned, the UK government always knows. Like, they always know. Because they have cops showing up every single time there's any sort of protest in that country. Regardless of how, how it's planned or what measures the planners take. It happens. Is that a bad thing? Not always. I mean, I'm a very anti-authoritarian person just in mindset, but I also, my client is in the public sector, so I do have a perspective of how, law enforcement actually works. It's not always a bad thing. The NHS, or I'm sorry, the NHS, God, British politics, man. The DHS, NSA, that's the big meme. The NSA, oh, they can read your emails, they can hear what you're saying through Facebook. yes, fundamentally, the Patriot Act was a bad thing, but none of the fear-mongering about it has really come true. They have, and probably always will, go after people who do shit like this. That's what they're using the surveillance state powers for the most part. People who will do very bad things, things that are so bad that I can't talk about them on YouTube without threatening my reach. Um, you're gonna have to pressure me very hard to get mad about that, because it's pragmatic. That's what I was getting at with this whole discussion of, the usage of AI to oppress the citizenry. There is a pragmatic angle to it that you're never really going to escape. I don't remember who it was that talked about this, but even the robber barons sleep. It's better to be ruled over by robber barons than moral authoritarians, because even robber barons sleep. Food. I need food. That was what I was in here for. Started yapping a little bit too hard, and I forgot what I was looking for. Some of this I do want to keep here. Like, I'm not going to eat this chocolate bar yet. That is a high-calorie item. If I was about to go to sleep, I would drink some of this alcohol if I was about to sleep, but I'm not. Yeah, same with soda. If I needed the caffeine, I would drink it, but I don't. So, that is, my backpack's emptied, and I can, I believe, definitively mark this entire neighborhood is done. So we're going to swing around the corner and use the rest of the day to hit those other 3 houses. Now, I would like to make something to eat. Don't need much calories. Just need something to shut the hunger up without eating into my non-perishables. So I'm going to go ahead and do a little foraging. Just a little. Not enough to, like, grind, because I haven't gotten very far through the book, but I can now search focus mushrooms, which means food to shut the hunger up is never too far away, now that I can search focus mushrooms. I just got some comfrey. Now that is a herb for comfrey is an herb for first aid, so it's not gonna help much with the but I already found some mushrooms. So poppies, you can season a salad with that. And there's 2 types of shrooms. Those actually count as 2 separate things in terms of making your food taste good. Remember, you can never use more than a couple of servings of any specific type of thing. However, mushrooms, if you look at the different icons for them, those all count as different mushrooms. So these 5 mushrooms here, or sorry, 6, those are one type of mushroom, but then these ones here, those are different ones. There were some poison ones. I discarded those. I don't fuck with poison. That's literally only usage for poison mushrooms is PvP. Which no, I don't PvP in this game. If I was in a position where I cared about compost, you can also toss mushrooms into your compost bin. I'm nowhere near a compost bin, so you literally couldn't pay me to care about that right now. I was hoping for a 3rd type of mushroom, but honestly, you hear the girl panting. Foraging uses up exertion now. So picking up a lot of stuff like I just did, we are now winded as if we cut down a bunch of trees. Tell me that is not an artificial barrier to grinding foraging experience. I'll wait. Nobody's going to tell me that, because everybody can see that for exactly what it is. The devs added an exertion penalty for picking up something with foraging, or worse, discarding something with foraging. I can't abide that. That is so fucking stupid. If you forage for something, you find it. Finding it reduces some stamina. Discarding it also reduces some fucking stamina. That's ridiculous. It should not cost me anything to just kick something aside. I see some mushrooms on the ground. I see that they're poisonous. I kick them aside. That shouldn't cost so much stamina. But it does. Anyway. We are done with our current foraging because we got 3 types of mushrooms. We're going to make ourselves a nice soup here. Create soup from Actually, probably still have some acorns. I can make a soup that would be very, very happy-inducing. Yeah, we'll just put a little bit of everything in here. A little bit of acorn, a little bit of carrot, grape leaves, all 3 types of mushrooms. And there it is. It doesn't do too much for us, but it's better than nothing. Now, these mushrooms we picked up, all of them are going to be different levels of freshness. That's just something the game does. Your freshness levels are just all over the place when you forage for stuff. So what that means is if you forage for something and you actually want to use it, you probably want to use it sooner rather than later, even if you have a fridge. I was going to season this and then toss it in the oven. Yeah, see, we picked up some stuff that I don't even have room for back at base, so I can thicken this up with some flour and even add some pepper to it. The salt and seasoning salt does need to come back with me, though. Salt is a wear item, unfortunately. So while that is cooking, what I'm going to do is use a couple of these bowls to make some mushroom salads, because that means if any of the mushrooms are going bad, this will stop them from going bad by putting them in a salad. I'll just put 2 of each kind. Or some of these grape leaves, I mean, honestly. See, that is a 6-ingredient salad that only reduces, 7 hunger. Hardly worth writing home about, but I can at least say that I am getting the most out of what I just foraged. Yep, so there's a salad that reduces 17 and one that reduces 9. I'll just use some pepper. It's fine. Got plenty of pepper. Those can go in the fridge for now. I do still have some mushrooms left. Acorns you cannot put in anything but a soup. So those will sit on for a little while longer. And these mushrooms, yeah, is what it is. Actually, you know what? I have enough room in my hunger meter. I can just straight up eat these salads. Then I'll save the soup I'm making for later. Doing this means that I can use up those mushrooms now. Okay, so we got some of the mushrooms and some of the carrots into these salads here. Still have a little bit of carrot left and a little bit of shroom. That's fine. We'll just use those to season a soup tomorrow, something like that. For now, the soup we just made comes with us. It is a 40 soup that is respectable, that will feed us for the rest of the day. So there's our food problems sorted out. All by a couple of minutes of foraging. It was worth it. Totally worth it. Foraging, we're only level, like, 4. Yeah, we're 4. We don't need that much. Foraging will... now, again, if you want calorie-dense food, foraging is not going to help you. If all you do is forage for stuff and then, consume that, you'll lose weight, you'll lose proteins, your nutrition will not be sustained. But if you just need to shut the hunger up, keep yourself combat effective out in the field for a little longer, foraging is great. My solution to that thus far has just been to bring some cow's milk with me. A lot of it. But foraging is a little bit more sustainable. Alright, so all 3 of the houses on this side are not yet marked. I do believe I've already hit them to a limited extent, especially the garages. I did a pass through this area and basically just hit garages, just, Never had room for a performance muffler for standard before. Now I do. Some cornflower blue dye. kitchen completely untouched. That's how you know I have not done anything substantial here. Adhesive tape. I found enough. I should probably repair that that hatchet. Two units of macaroni. That's chunky. Alright, basement in this house. Construction basement. Don't really need construction stuff, but cool. I'll take a garbage bag. If there's twine, I'll always take twine. And good chance of finding some twine here. Nuts and bolts. Yet another one of those things you'll only find a limited amount on the map. I do believe you can forge for nuts and bolts. Good luck finding them specifically. Like many other things, nuts and bolts will show up in the trash forging tables. If you're forging for something in the trash, in the trash category, there's so many other competing things that you will find when you're forging trash. There's basically no point in trying to find something specific when you're forging trash. Like, really, if you're forging trash in this game, you're just looking to see what you'll find. There's no targeted way of doing anything with the trash forging. Even if you're level 10 forging, there are so many things you could find that even maximizing what you could possibly find is still no good for anything specific. Sure, you'll get lots of trash, but I mean, you know, if there is a 0.5% chance of what you're looking for, even a lot of chances are still gonna leave you a little. I dealt with this firsthand when I played World of Warcraft back in the day. If you're not familiar with World of Warcraft, there's some deep lore on that. There's a mount called the Ashes of Alar, Alar the Phoenix God. Now, I did this back when it was still hard. Current WoW, for several expansions now, I don't remember when they added this, if it was Warlords of Draenor or before then, sometime around then. What the devs of WoW did at some point was just they completely trivialized the process of running old dungeons. Like, they just added an artificial increase to the player's damage whenever they're in an old raid, for example. And that was disappointing to me personally, because I found it I put a lot of effort into killing Kael'thas solo, back when it was still, I think I did that during Mists. I don't think I managed to pull it off during Wrath. I think I tried during Wrath. I don't think I pulled it off, because Kael'thas, was a boss of the Burning Crusade expansion. Like the second level, basically like the second major boss tier of that expansion, if I recall. I think Black Temple was the first Kael'thas, and Tempest Keep was the second. But anyway, it was a challenge for the longest time, like a genuine challenge to solo Kael'thas. You had to go through some shit to solo it. As a hunter, I was playing a hunter. I would use my turtle as a tank, misdirect as constantly as possible. Occasionally I would feign death and try to get away with that. I could solo it much easier on my paladin, but my hunter was my main, and so trying to solo certain bosses on my main was just a very fun challenge. But Blizzard completely removed it. That being said, while it was still a challenge, I managed to secure Ashes of Alar, which was according to Wowhead, was I think this is still actually, yeah, I don't think they've changed it. I'm just curious, because the chances for it to drop, it's a pretty bird. I like orange things. You can see my face cam here. Very pretty bird, glows bright in the dark. 1.7% chance to drop from Kael'thas. So it's not less than 1%. I actually thought it was less than 1%. Yeah, it's a pretty low chance. However, in recent years, it's just been so trivialized that, it's all it is just, we're going to kill Kael'thas again this week. There's no challenge to it. You'll one-shot everybody in the encounter. I don't even think you have to do anything special to actually beat the encounter now because of how much damage players do to everything. So having to use creative things to solo it, that was something that I enjoyed quite a lot. But the point of that ramble was that I don't, I know very, very, very specifically how hard it is to grind for something that has such a low drop rate. I did it. I did it. I actually have, I have Thunder Fury as well. I am a wielder. Thunder Fury, Blessed Blade of the Windseeker. And yes, somebody did say Thunder Fury, Blessed Blade of the Windseeker. I think somebody, in fact, did say Thunder Fury, Blessed Blade of the Windseeker. Okay, I am way too overloaded. I probably should do a loot dump. It's fine. Just gonna put a backpack in my hand. We're gonna continue. We're almost done with this house. I thought about streaming WoW again. Probably not. No, the time for streaming WoW has come and gone. Like there's a reason their most popular streamer now just does political content all day. I have actually been known to catch an Asmongold video once in a while. I don't watch him live. Watching Asmongold live requires you you have the mentality of a coal miner. You know, coal miner searching for diamonds. You know, he does many hours every day, and you know, every time he has a take, you just basically roll a dice and see what that dice comes up. Sometimes he'll roll a nat 20, sometimes he'll roll a nat 1. A lot of the times he'll just roll something mid. The guy's a great barometer for how normal people are thinking because, you know, he's a major normie. He really is. You know, well versed on deep WoW lore. He knows a hell of a lot more than I ever will, especially about later expansions. I think he still played it long after I quit. But yeah, even that guy, you know, who made is one of the most popular live streamers on the planet right now, and even he has dropped WoW, and that should tell you something right there. It's not that he outgrew it. It's that it deflated far below him. I don't have very, you know, I don't think he's anything particularly special. And yet, WoW could not keep his interest. That is a significant statement in and of itself. Especially because, you know, the content makes itself. If you do, like, PvP in that game, for example, and you actually find it interesting, which I don't. Long before I quit WoW, I was only doing PvE. But back when I did PvP, you know, I did arenas for a while. You could have some very fun moments in that game on arenas. Something that I could probably see a live streaming audience being interested in. It's just the rest of the game is no longer interesting. So it's, you know, only playing WoW for the PvP. I could never get behind that. That's, nah. Okay, main floor, upper floor, done. Right? Yes, main floor done, upper floor done, basement. This is the construction base. Yeah, we're done here. We are done with this place. When I said do a loot dump, what I actually meant was in the van. Just tossing stuff where it'll fit at this point. I would like to keep stuff that needs to go back to the main base in the bags that I'm putting in here for now. Stuff that doesn't need to come back with me can go elsewhere. Like, do I need 2 more units of macaroni back at Riverside? No, I really don't. I keep saying back. I'm still in Riverside. It's just that I am far enough from base that it is not a very short trip to get back. It is. I am driving across town to get back at this point, so I do have a bit of the expedition mentality in terms of what it's worth to bring where. Let's have a bite of this stew. It is a 30. I can eat half of it. Okay, another loot bag being started. This will be the last one that can fit in the trunk as is. But that's fine. Because now I don't have to be discerning about it. I just toss everything in. Looking good. You can tell we've got a lot of loot because we're starting to get the chugs from having so many items and containers in the trunk. The game is starting to slow down just a little bit when we get in the vehicle. Okay, this is a house I've not touched, even the garage. We are now in being aware of zombies mode. Ooh, standard vehicle rear windows. That's a lot of that's a lot of encumbrance for not a lot of. Oh, If I had another garbage bag, I could make some garbage bags of stuff to come back for. I don't have a lot of garbage bags at the moment, though, so I will... I have an entire box of garbage bags. Look at that. The game, I needed more garbage bags, and the game just handed them to me. Okay, thanks. Thanks, game. So what I can do is put some garbage bags in my hands and put those vehicle parts in those garbage bags. And then if I actually want them, I can come back for them later. Because again, you know, these are both for standard vehicles. And they're not performance. There's nothing special about them. So, yeah. The only thing special about them is the fact that they're perfect condition. I'm just going to leave this at the end of the driveway so I know that it's there when I pass by in the future. If I happen to pass by in the future with a vehicle that has a lot of room for them, maybe I'll take them back to my garage at that point. Till then, not worth the space in the current operation. Again, do I need more hairspray? Really? Like, I'm already so far over on my hairspray to firecrackers ratio that I'm never going to need another hairspray. And at this point, my hairspray container at base is going to get full. Then I'm going to have to start thinking about other places to store hairspray, and it's just, no. I'm beyond it. I'm beyond it. Certain things, just, no. Even though it's something that I would normally want to have a lot of. Man, if I could make more boomsticks, more explodey things, that'd be cool. But you know, I was talking about AI and I was talking about a bunch of other stuff. Something I started talking about and then forgot to actually make my point. I do have a theory about why I'm not getting recommended very much right now. See, 99.9% of my viewers that are not subscribers find my channel because of the it popped up in the related feed, you know, or autoplay. Those like the two main things. Now, what makes videos pop up in somebody's related feed is completely esoteric. That's the algorithm, you know, the algorithm you hear your YouTubers talking about. That's what they're talking about there. The algorithm is a beast that YouTube does not explain, and they regularly change, and trying to figure it out and keep your knowledge up to date, good luck. That is a full-time job in and of itself. But what I do know that I know is still valid and still up-to-date knowledge is if you make a lot of content, but you stop the churn, I do think YouTube slows down recommending, if not cutting it down significantly. I think YouTube likes to recommend people who upload regularly, which is anathema to me in my current form. I am not very good about uploading regularly, or, you know, streaming in my case. I'm not very good about streaming with any sort of regularity. Taking a couple days off to screw around with AI has clearly cost me a small amount of reach. When I say a small amount, I mean, like, I was before my latest AI craze, when I was streaming pretty much every day for a couple weeks there. or not even a couple of weeks, just like a single week, I streamed every day. And I was getting, I was talking before about time of day. My streams that started in the afternoons, Eastern Standard Time, I had as many as 30 concurrents. Right now I have not had more than 6 concurrents on this stream for all 7 hours of it. And 5 p.m., which is the prime time between 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. Eastern, that's like prime time for all YouTube content. That's when people are coming home from work and putting on their latest stuff from their latest creators. That's when you want to have content for them to see. Today, that time came and gone, and I didn't get any spikes of viewers, which tells me that YouTube is not currently recommending my channel very much. What can I do about that? I don't know. Other than streaming every single goddamn day. Which that was what my last friend in chat here is asking about. Do I stream every day? YouTube really thinks I should, apparently. Because right now that's the only thing that makes sense to me. There's not a lot else that changed about my content over the past couple days, other than the fact that I took a couple days off. This house with the pink aesthetic, I feel like I've already partially hit it. No, I came in this house looking for a basement, and I did not find one. So I have been in here before, just not in any really significant fashion. She could have gotten injured from that. She made the ow sound, but she didn't actually get an injury. She could have, and that's well, I picked clumsy. I got 2 points, 2 trait points from picking clumsy. I want to say on the whole it's worth it. Every once in a while it feels like it isn't. Every time I have a moment where my character accidentally vaults over a railing. I mean, ultimately, it's a skill issue. I need to avoid anything that she might accidentally vault over. Technically speaking, I'm the one who tells her what to do, so anything she does that I don't want her to do, it's a skill issue on my part. I don't think there's ever a time where she will autonomously decide to do something. Knox News, July 1st. Do I need that? Yes. Oh, no. No. July 1st is Kentucky Herald. This house has a lot of red carpet. Not that I need that, but if I did, if Saucy ran out of red carpet, this house would probably be a great backup target within Riverside city limits. Happy face pillow. There's something I've never seen before. Finally, we've done it. We've done it, folks. We've found something I have never seen before. Must be a very, very rare loot item. Or it's just really, really common, and I just have been really unlucky. I highly doubt it. Murphy's Law is always in effect. Can happen, it generally will, given enough time. Yeah, I know, right? It is a pillow, and it counts for pillow purposes. I look forward to putting that in my bedroom. Once again, I found a newspaper date that I need for the wrong series. I need 15th for Knox News, but no, I got 15th for Kentucky Herald. Alright, so this house actually, pretty decent sleep spot. I mean, it's got a bed with a pillow. Do I need a sleep spot? Not really. I've got this, I've got like multiple sleep spots, but I will give it an S. I'll give it an S. Just in case there's an off chance that I need something on this side of the street. I don't think there was a basement to this house, and I may have been a little preemptive to add the X So I think there's a couple bedrooms I got to clear yet. Not that there's not likely to be any more. I don't think there's going to be more happy face pillows. But I will do my due diligence in either case. Kentucky Herald for the 16th. I don't think I need any 16ths. No, I need Knox News for the 16th. God damn it! That is the third newspaper for the correct date for the wrong publication. That is the third time this happened in this house alone. Yeah. Sometimes the game is taunting me when it comes to newspapers. Hey, you want to complete your collection? Look, here's one that you here's one. It's not one you need, but here's one. Here's one. Here's one. Thanks, game. Another thing that I have mixed opinions on when it comes to the music in this game, what you're hearing right now is the low theme for one of the exploration songs. You can barely hear it. You can barely hear it. The only reason it's playing is to let you know that if you go outside and start moving around, the music will actually kick up one of the exploration themes. Well, see? If I go outside and I'm running around a little bit, it'll take a second. Or is it already over? It's already over. I talked some shit, I was wrong. It's already over. The entire track played. The entire track played while we were still just inside. Oh well. We are gonna run out of room in a matter of 1 or 2 encumbrance here. Yeah, I already can't fit that. Okay, trunk of the van is full, so we have to hand carry everything from here on out. Pretty close to being done with this neighborhood, right? Yeah, I think I just need to mark these 2 houses. Like, I'm 99.9% sure I'm done with this. I play with all settings default, Rukayo. I play with all settings default. So whatever the default settings are for respawns right now, yes. I do believe respawns are on by default. They have to be, considering how many respawns I've run into. Respawns have been a point of criticism I've had for a while now, and I can't really give the devs feedback on it if I just get tired of them and turn them off. I have mixed opinions on the respawns as they are. I wish they felt more organic, right? I wish it felt like there were, the way, in my opinion, the way it should work is it should feel like zombies are coming to your town from out of town. That's what I feel like it should feel like. Because that makes sense. You kill all the zombies in a town, they should start showing up at the edge of town and then just migrating towards the town. That's not what it feels like is happening. Not in the slightest. The way the respawn system currently works, it just feels like the devs are just making them appear in the middle of town. I don't like that. I don't think anybody likes that. Like, even the people who play with respawns on, I don't think anybody likes that. I was just confirming that this is in fact the same same house I've already hit, which it is. So I marked these off really quick. But yeah, no, respawns, I do play with them on because, like I said, I'm playing the game full vanilla. But that's not to say that I like them. We don't do things here just because we like them or dislike them. I'm trying to attempting to show you the game as the developers want you to see it. The only notable exception is the stat bar. This right here is the only mod that I'm currently rocking. I used to rock 2 mods, just UI mods, really, basically just QL UI, really lightweight. But even the other UI mod that I had, the free drawing on the map, I took it out because the devs are changing the way the map works actively. They just changed the way the layering works as of 42.11. So I'm not going to keep a mod in the game if it is something that's actively affecting something that the devs are actively working on. I'm not going to do that. That's just asking for instability if you do that, in my opinion. The green X's are to indicate that I have cleared both the garage and the basement. Garages and basements are technically different loot tables from your standard residential loot tables. So garage or basement, you could find something that you would never normally find in a residential location. So a house that does not have a garage, does not have a basement, possibly might never find... Basically, basements and garages are a little bit more important than just regular houses. So by putting a green X, I can indicate that I have robbed that house of its garages and or basements of those materials. So some houses, for a while there, some of them would have a green X without a red X, and that's to indicate that I just went in the house, checked its garage or basement. Every house in this neighborhood has a garage, and like half of them have basements. So the green X is basically always going to be useful in this area. I should have been using it in this area much more diligently before. I didn't have that system established very well before, but now I do. Let's have a bite of stew. Could actually use some water myself. All right. The van is full. I don't know why I'm looking at the van. The van's got no room in it. We are done with... This is about a little over a third. Yeah, this is a little bit over a third. I would like to do Cushion Lane next. So that will be tomorrow's goal. Pretty close to bedtime tonight, so we're going to empty some of the stuff that's already in the van that is not guaranteed to want to go back to main base. And everything else we will leave in the van. I don't yet know exactly how much bulk I'm going to need to bring back to main base. That's one of the reasons I'm leaving stuff here, because, you know, there's a lot of stuff in base that I just don't have room for anymore, so leaving it at a field outpost is the second best thing to do, because at least that way, if I just, you know, find something obscure that I need a lot of, that I somehow run out of back at main base, well, I've got field bases that might have more. Like twine. Twine was an example. I recently started using twine for tailoring purposes, and I blew through all of my supplies at my main base like that, because the tailoring recipes that use twine, it uses a lot of it, and therefore it will, sorry, started thinking about what I need to put in here, and I lost my train of thought. Point being, there could be other things like twine that I may, for crafting purposes, start using a lot of in the future, and not realize that I need a lot of it. So field bases like this, where I just have stuff that I normally wouldn't dedicate the room to bringing back with me. Just centralization, consolidation, that kind of sort of thing. Now, in real life, because other people would be a massive threat in a situation like this, you wouldn't normally want to do this. Like, you would want to take everything that you would possibly need back to wherever it is you're holing up in to survive. Because other, you know, if in a context of, like, you know, The Walking Dead did a decent, I haven't even watched it, but just hearing what I've heard about it, they did an alright job. Just kind of explaining that you get to a point after zombies take over the world where the zombies aren't necessarily a threat because the survivors have learned to deal with them. The threat kind of shifts towards being other humans. That's why I have heard people say, The Walking Dead's boring, there's not a lot of people it's all about people, it's not about zombies quite as much. No, that's kind of how it would turn out. Eventually, you know, the zombie apocalypse can only happen if there are zombies that people don't know how to deal with initially, and they, you know, wipe out all the people who don't know how to deal with them. Otherwise, I mean, just logically speaking, eventually everybody would fucking die if people could not figure out a way to deal with them. So zombie apocalypse is basically, it's just, you know, it is a bit of a binary thing. If people cannot deal with them, if there's no way to trivialize the zombies, then everybody is eventually going to die. But certain zombie lore does much better jobs than other zombie lore at addressing that question. I think the Zomboid, the game we're playing right now, is possibly one of my prime examples of good zombie lore, because the way the virus initially spread is just very well represented. It is genuinely a scenario that humanity would not be able to address without a massive portion of the planet dying out. We saw that firsthand with COVID. Now, COVID, I would argue that after the alpha and beta strains of COVID passed, COVID was no longer a threat. It was just the flu. Gamma strain and beyond were nowhere near as big of a threat as, and I'm saying this as somebody who got, I think I had, when I had it, I was like gamma strain or something like that. Like I shut myself in very quickly when COVID happened because, you know, I'm a shut-in already. Threaten me with a good time, why don't you? But then I never got the alpha or the beta strain. I never got anywhere near that. Nobody I know even got the alpha or beta strain. My aunt died during COVID. She had a lot of pre-existing conditions, though. She probably would have been done in by pneumonia at that point. In fact, I think it was. I think she had pneumonia, and then COVID hit, and that was a double whammy. She couldn't, you know, rest her soul. A lovely person, but I don't think it was specifically the COVID, you know, the global pandemic that ended her. I think it was just, you know, she got a double whammy, unfortunately, and, you know, when that kind of thing happens, it doesn't matter it doesn't matter what kind it is. Certain double whammies are checkmates. But I digest. COVID proved that we cannot stop the spread of a virus just by doing, you know, stuff that would stop the spread of a virus. I mean, you know, it proved beyond a definitive doubt because, you know, certain countries, they tried really hard. You cannot say, you cannot say that certain countries did not try really hard. Like, they destroyed their economies. They did all sorts of dumb shit. You know, even the freer countries that allegedly are freer than others. No, none of them stopped COVID. None of them can stop. You cannot stop it. You cannot stop the spread of a virus that is as contagious as COVID is. And I bring that up because the spread of the zombie virus in this game's lore, remarkably similar to COVID. There was an airborne strain that showed up in June of 1993. This game starts July 9th, 1993. So the airborne strain shows up in June, long before the player even spawns in. And it starts spreading, and because the virus, in its airborne form, has a very long incubation phase. Does that sound familiar? I think it was a 2-week incubation phase. Where the hell did I put my book? Shit, I actually had a skill book. Foraging 3. And now I don't. Okay, speaking of skill issue. But yeah, no, I do believe that this game's lore just did it really well just by the fact that 99% of humanity was infected by the airborne strain and had no defense for it whatsoever. And because of how long it took for people to become zombies after being exposed to the airborne strain, there was, you know, there were zombies just popping up all over the planet, seemingly without really, there it is, found it, Foraging 3. Seemingly without any way to predict it. And when they figured out, you know, the zombie virus spread a little too fast in the mid-90s for this game, for people to figure out how to test for it, you know. COVID tests didn't really become a thing until after several months of COVID. It would have been the same thing in this game. But in this game, after the first month, by July 28th, it is estimated at least 5 billion people are dead. This game is unironically billions must die. And that is just because of how difficult it is to deal with the, you know, a virus that spreads the way the zombie virus did. And so I just, you know, all that put together, I do really think that this game does zombie lore the best. A lot of other zombie lores that you'll come across in fiction don't adequately address the fact that, you know, it would spread and then it would be contained. You have to have something that gets over the hump of of containment. You know, governments have a lot of response measures to things that are not, you know, zombie apocalypses, but are similar, you know, outbreaks of diseases. A lot of governments have very good response plans for that. The CDC can, you know, if measles, I'm sorry, not measles, the hell is it? Smallpox. One of those diseases has been completely eradicated. The CDC has a containment measure for that if it ever pops up again. A very effective containment measure that would basically, like, if smallpox came back, the CDC, at least within the borders of the United States where they operate, they would annihilate it again in a matter of weeks. Because, you know, unless it is an evolution of smallpox, which Tom Tom Clancy's The Division. That game did smallpox a very good justice, in my opinion. Green poison in that game, smallpox, was mutated. They did some gain of function research on smallpox and made it much worse and much harder to treat. And then they called it green poison because they put it on cash, and it started to spread on Black Friday. A little bit of consumerism criticism there, you could say. I also enjoyed that game's lore pretty much, but I mean, the Division, the green poison in that game, all it did was kill people. Like, it didn't turn them into zombies. But also, you know, after the initial wipeout of all the population who were exposed to it, humanity responded. Like, green poison, the thing that kicked off the Division's lore, which, you know, arguably a decent representation of the spread of a virus infection, that's not really a thing in the games. Like, you don't really have to worry about green poison. Your character in the Division games is never going to die of the green poison. Like, it's literally just a plot device. But it's well represented as to how a virus would work, you know. A virus that kills people very quickly is actually going to burn itself out, like, really quickly. Because of the way viruses work. And this happened with COVID, too. This is the reason why I was talking about strains earlier. I got it was after Gamma, I know that for certain. Like, Alpha and Beta were completely, they had run their course. And the reason that that's significant is that Alpha and Beta COVID the symptoms were much worse. You had a much higher mortality rate, even if you were a healthy individual. So the earlier strains of the virus were more deadly. Why is that? It happens with every single virus, especially novel ones to, you know, immune systems. The Spanish flu came along in the 1900s. People don't always compare the Spanish flu with COVID, but it's a very accurate comparison. It came through and it killed like 3% of the human population. Like, Spanish flu wiped out millions and millions of people. But you don't hear about the Spanish flu anymore. Why is that? It's because it ran its course. The deadlier strains of the virus, the ones that actually killed the host, they were selected against for the weaker strains. And now we just have the regular flu. That's why we don't have, I mean, I'm sure Spanish flu, you know, whatever set it apart from normal influenza, I'm sure that is still technically a thing, but it's not like, you don't hear people dying of the Spanish flu anymore. That's because, you know, if they die of the flu, nowadays, it's just the flu. If somebody dies of the flu, it's because they have a very weak immune system to begin with. It is nothing to write home about now. And that's pretty much the same with COVID now at this point. We've reached a point where COVID is no longer the threat that it was to somebody with a healthy immune system. Just like any other influenza, it is now just a threat to anybody with a weak immune system or, you know, pre-existing conditions. And that's why I brought up my aunt earlier, because, you know, she had a lot of pre-existing conditions. She was not in the best of health. My entire dad's side of the family comes from Pittsburgh. I don't love them any less for it. You know, shout out to my folks from Pittsburgh. I don't think any of them would ever watch my streams, but if they did, you know, shout out to you guys. They're great, but even they would agree with me 100% on this. Pittsburgh is a very bad place for health, in every respect. Everybody who lives in the Steel Valley there has some form of health issue, like a long-term major health issue. The steel mills were very unkind to everybody who grew up in that area. And my aunt, God rest her soul, she got the brunt end of that. She had a lot of respiratory problems and whatnot. And, you know, other folks who did not come out of Pittsburgh with respiratory problems, they have other problems. Just living in that close proximity to a major steel mill back in the days where environmental regulations weren't really a thing. Some of the ramifications of that are only being learned of as the population of that region reaches their golden years, you know, their retirement ages. You know, one of my uncles, he's in, comparatively to anybody else who came out of that region, he's in really good health. He's always taken really good care of himself. Even he is starting to have issues that, for example, my dad doesn't. My dad got out of Pittsburgh in his 20s. He never came back for a long term. Like, in his 20s, he moved out of Pittsburgh, and I don't think he ever moved back. And so, because of that, he did not spend most of his life exposed to the steel mills. All the folks who did, they're in much worse condition than he is. And that's just a product of your environment right there. Wait in here somewhere. Hello. Yet another example of the really dangerous ones. I'm running all over the place downstairs, and she doesn't do anything. But if if I wasn't listening very carefully for noises, at this point it's just muscle memory. I knew she was here the moment I stepped in. It was unremarkable because I was expecting to either hear her start bashing a door, or I would just start being very careful when I went to the second floor. But yeah, don't take that as a indication that those are not still the most dangerous zombies in this game. By far, they are. Because a single lapse of judgment, if you're not listening very, very carefully, you could run through a door just thinking that you're just going to be looting, and come face to face with somebody like that who did not react to any of the noises he made previously. But I digest. I was talking about health and pre-existing conditions, and how people who grew up in certain regions are going to be 10 times more affected by certain things like COVID or the flu. That's actually probably... Now, there was a theory that certain gene types, certain phenotypes, if you come from certain regions, you would be more heavily impacted by COVID than other regions. I never really followed up on whether that's true or not. Take that with a grain of salt. For all I know, it could just be that everybody is affected slightly differently, and it doesn't really matter what geographical region you come from. It is true there are legitimately, like, some diseases are racist. Like, they actually do affect people of certain races more than others, which shouldn't be too big of a surprise. The biggest difference in human genetics you'll ever see is like just a couple percentages or a couple percentage points. But when you think about all the various knock-on effects that can have, then yeah, you understand that makes perfect sense that certain diseases, because I mean, what are human genetics really a representation of? Just independent evolutions in a response to different environments, just very small changes. And that can manifest in a lot of different ways. That also is what caused diseases to be so much more deadly back in the day, because Native Americans, perfect example of that. They did not travel anywhere near as much outside of the continent of North America, and so because of that, diseases that everybody in Europe had been immune to for the longest time were very, very deadly for Native Americans. There's no way around that, really. That was very devastating for them just when the Europeans showed up, and it had nothing to do with colonialism or anything like that. It was just a pure geographical health issue right there. They had no chance to build up an immunity to any of the diseases that were brewing in Europe, because global travel was not a thing back then until the Europeans started doing their deep water naval navigation and shit like that. But I digest. I was just talking about, for anybody who may have joined while I was going on that ramble, I was just talking about zombie lore and how different mediums represent it. I've always felt as though Zomboid does a very, very good job of representing how a zombie virus would have to be in order to actually devastate the globe. If you're looking for a realistic representation of a virus that would devastate the globe, Zomboid does a great job of that. Very, very, very few, like Dawn of the Dead. I watched it back in my formative years, the 2000s one. I never saw the George Romero one, but the 2000s remake, a little silly movie. Not very good, not good at anything, but it did a pretty good job of representing how. Well, no, it didn't. I'm sorry. I'm using it as an example of how not to do zombie lore. It didn't do a very good job of explaining how the bites. If there were any other mechanics beyond the bites at play. Dawn of the Dead did not do a good job with that at all. Now, I can cross off this house here, but I forgot to empty the trunk, so we're not going to be doing too many more houses unless we get some stuff out of the trunks here. So I am going to stop by my field site again and empty the trunks. I've mentioned it before, but if you're ever interested in zombie media in print form, World War Z, the book, not the movie. The movie is okay-ish. I don't hate it, but don't use the movie as a example of an adaptation of the book. Like, if you're thinking about World War Z, the movie, and you're thinking about World War Z, the book, just please, I beg of you, think of them as separate things. That's all I like. I'm not even saying that the movie's bad. I actually think the movie's kind of okay, but it's not a good, global representation of a global response to a zombie pandemic. The book is. It's not the best though. The book does have some glaring holes in it. I've talked about this before, but my military friends do not like the representation of the military in World War Z, and that is because they believe that the World War Z presented the military as a victim of modernity, if that makes sense. The Battle of Yonkers was the first major engagement against a modern military against a massive zombie influx. Yonkers, New York. So New York City had more or less fallen. The situation was completely out of control inside the city. So what the military was going to try to do is deal with the bulk of the infestation from New York by leading them out of New York across one of the bridges and dealing with them in Yonkers. Yonkers is an industrial town outside of New York City. And I'm not going to spoil the book, but they fail. I mean, I will tell you this. The Battle of Yonkers did not go well. And there's a lot of reasons for that. One of the reasons being the military, every military is always best suited for the current conflict. Whenever the next conflict comes along, the military has to change to adapt to it. I do believe the book World War Z did a good job of representing the adaptation of the military, because after a couple of years of the, they call it the Great Panic in that series. The Great Panic is the worst of the apocalypse. Things got pretty bad for a lot of places. The United States basically abandoned a large portion of its territory. They went back behind the Rockies, and only the left coast, California, up to Oregon and Washington State. The seat of power moved from Washington D.C. to Honolulu, because islands were actually really good if you could defend them. So yeah, Cuba, for example, in that series is represented as the only country that won the zombie war, because from the very beginning, Cuba being a relatively authoritarian place with very strong controls of its waters in the area around it, was able to do a very effective job at preventing anybody who was potentially infected from making it ashore. So island nations with strong military presences they did okay-ish in that series. Meanwhile, Iceland, I don't even know if they have a standing army. Don't quote me on this, but I know Iceland is not. It's a part of NATO, or is it? Is it even a part of NATO? I don't know that. All I know is that Iceland does not have a very strong standing military, and because of that, they did very poorly in the World War Z series. And because of that, they couldn't really stop a lot of people who, they hear that islands are defendable, so people do what they do. They go places where they think they're going to be safe, and Iceland was overrun very quickly because they did not have the resources to vet the people who were coming in, and because of that, even 10 years later, after the worst of the pandemic, it was still just one of the worst white zones, they called it, on the planet. But yeah, the thing that defeated humanity in World War Z was not just the virus being unable to control, but actually the fact that the virus kept seeming like it was going to be controlled. That was the biggest problem in World War Z. People kept thinking, okay, at first they called it African rabies. Like, they just thought it was a rabies mutation, and they thought because of that, there was a vaccine created, phalanx. Again, I'm kind of starting to spoil a little bit, but honestly, I find it really compelling. If you don't want me spoiling World War Z, you might want to watch a different stream, because I feel compelled to talk about it a lot. It's another decent example of zombie lore, and we're playing a zombie game. So anyway, spoiler warning, if you really like the book, I recommend just turn my screen off, read the book. It's a really good book, but otherwise, even if it gets spoiled, it's still interesting to read. But anyway, the series kind of, it talks about how governments had different plans of response to the zombie virus, and how initially some of those plans worked so good that the politicians who created the plans just wanted to keep sticking to those plans. In the United States, the Alpha teams are a perfect example. The alpha teams were just, special forces, go in, clear out all the zombies in an area, and do it under cover of night. Their combat record is sealed. The public never even finds out there was an infection. That was not a long-term solution. It was never supposed to be. But it was a very politically convenient solution, because it did not affect anybody's popular support. It did not get anybody clamoring for change, clamoring for stronger responses. Because remember, if a politician comes up with a response to the pandemic, or any pandemic, they will be judged based on the results of their idea. And so because of that, you have to think about the political side of any zombie apocalypse. There will be politics involved if there is enough time, for politics to be involved. And World War Z, I think, did a pretty good example of that, where, politically expedient examples of responses were dime a dozen. You could find a million of those. The alpha teams, special forces going in to clear out the zombie infestations wherever they popped up. It would slow the spread a little bit, but that's it. That's all it would do. You would get another pop-up, and another, and another, and another. And the worst part about that is because, the alpha teams, they operated secretly. Again, politically convenient thing to do. But because they operated secretly, the public sometimes would not know that there was a zombie outbreak right down the road from them. And that's not good. That's not good in any form, It's not good from a government trying to control something they probably can't control. And it's also not good just for individuals who want to survive. It's not good for anybody whatsoever. And because of that, zombie infestations, they call them, just kept bubbling up everywhere. And, governments wanted to keep falling back to what worked, which is the alpha team response. Eventually, special forces started kind of blowing their load. Like, you cannot keep using special forces to respond to everything. But that's what the governments wanted to do, and because of that, the Great Panic kind of fell underway. Society started falling apart, because special forces can solve small, very small-scale problems. They can't patrol the streets every day. That's what you need. You need neighborhood patrols, right? You need people going around, armed, trained people who know how to handle zombies. You need those people walking the streets multiple times every day. That's the only way to respond to a zombie apocalypse in the lore presented in that series. I'm going to start putting some food items that are non-perishables in one of these boxes. But yeah, it's, you can have your zombie apocalypse, you can respond to it, and if you respond correctly, instead of conveniently, you can deal with it. I think World War Z did a very, very, very good job of representing that aspect of it. Now, of course, they needed to make sure that the military wouldn't, you don't get a compelling story if the military cracks down on it and annihilates all the zombie infestations within the first couple months. So they had to come up with Max Brooks, the writer, and his editors and his publishers, had to come up with something to make sure that it didn't end like that. And that's that they made the military kind of incompetent and politically motivated as well. And a lot of my buddies in the military really didn't like that. Reddit absolutely clowns on the entire series now, World War Z the book. They clown on it. They think it is a silly series with no artistic merit whatsoever. That is not how the military would ever respond. I do think they've got a few blinkers on. The military has a lot of problems, and I think World War Z represented some of them very well. Not all of them. World War Z insisted that the military would never abandon things that didn't work until it blew up in their face. And that, I do think, is a bit of a stretch. Like, I'm pretty sure the military would have come up with something better than Yonkers. Yonkers, and again, I talked about it before, Yonkers was a major military defeat where the zombies overwhelmed a military, basically a field base. Like, Yonkers at the edge of the bridge there, leading into New York City, was established as just a field base that the military would contain. Didn't matter how many people came out of New York as a zombie, they would be contained there and then. And they absolutely failed. It was overrun completely, so thoroughly that the news reporters, I have opinions about the media, the vultures, the people who came to record the event, as it were, not even they made it out of Yonkers. I was a little bit happy to read that, hearing about reporters, vultures meeting their fate. I don't have a very high opinion of the news media in its current form. So I am a little bit biased in terms of my enjoyment of World War Z, because it represented the media as absolutely being a very, very, very bad force for dealing with the zombie apocalypse, because the media would report things that did not help the situation. One example that comes to mind is phalanx. Phalanx was a vaccine that somebody developed because they heard about a virus coming out called African rabies. What did they do? They made a vaccine for rabies, and they marketed it as a cure for African rabies, which, everybody knew as the thing that made you go crazy and start eating other people or whatever the fuck. So people think, okay, hey, we got phalanx. We can go back to sleep now. We don't need to be keeping an eye on the TV. We don't need to be watching for people on the street or anything like that. We got a solution. And that was a major problem. People started getting comfortable. Like, the world knew that there was a zombie apocalypse happening, but they're like, oh, we've got our phalanx now. We're good. And I actually do think that is something that would happen. The media absolutely would do that. They reported that phalanx was an effective response, and a lot of people fell for it. And a lot of people in that series died because of they thought, oh, there was even somebody who thought that they were bitten. They weren't, but they thought that they were bitten, and they thought phalanx saved them. Man, the media broadcasted the person saying that. Oh, I took my phalanx and I'm good. Not like the media followed up. They didn't follow up and find out, hey, did that guy eventually turn? Fuck no. Why would they ever do that? That doesn't sell. That doesn't give you ratings. Yeah, really, really accurate representation of the media in that series. But yeah, this just World War Z did a very good job of representing the things that most zombie apocalypse media never gets a chance to touch on. Things like that. Okay, so I've gotten some of the stuff out of the trunk. See, there's a reason I'm yapping about other media, and that's because what I'm doing right now is interesting. I'm just getting crap out of the way. That's all I'm really doing at the moment. I have picked up a lot of residential loot. And all of this stuff that I picked up, very little of it would actually fit back in my main base. So I gotta put it out here. I think I will move non-cooking stuff out of this bin and put it in the one above electrical here. So that's 5 down from the top. That will buy me a little bit more room. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And now our girl is pretty hungry. We're going to go ahead and feed her. Still got a bunch of viewers, so I like to imagine that people who put me on for background noise are enjoying what they're hearing. Hopefully I'm not just talking nonsense. I still do have a fair bit of turnover, so no idea. It's fine. This is what I do. I start rambling, but I usually can find a way to bring it home. Talking about other zombie media while playing a zombie game. It's relevant, sort of, a little bit. I mean, even when I start talking about AI, AI was actually a serious contention point when the Indie Stone. So the Indie Stone, I don't think they're ever really guilty of trying to use AI assets themselves. What they did, and if you are really, really following closely the lore behind the Indie Stone and the developers of this game, you may have heard of this, but all they really did was they hired the artist who did the cover work for this game. This right here. Sorry, the one on the store page, actually. The version of the guy nursing his wounded wrist while a billion zombies are around him. That was made a long time ago, closer to the release date of the game back in the early 2010s. They contracted the guy who did that to do some more artwork, and he started using AI. So the artists who hate AI, they had a very interesting time dealing with that situation, because the Indie Stone did what they wanted them to do. They paid an artist, an actual genuine bona fide artist, The guy was an artist, had the credentials to back it up, and he has done plenty of good art from the era before AI started infiltrating the space. And what did he do? He started using AI. That is another side of the coin about the discussion of AI and, you know, its usage in video games and other artistic endeavors. You know, when is it appropriate? When is it not? You do have your hardliners, and I can't say that I disagree with them too hard. The hardliners say, oh no, don't engage with people who use AI. Stay away from it. Stay away from it. And, you know, I kind of do sympathize with that. Not even just because, you know, I think it's lazy if people just use the outputs of generative AI as, you know, something that they would actually put in a video game or put in a finished product. I find that just be profoundly lazy. That's my opinion on that. Like, I don't think the output of generative AI is ever useful for, and I'm saying this as somebody who, not just an artist who, you know, I have done my own artwork. It's nothing special. You know, I do my own thumbnails for these videos. I do my own channel art. It's nothing special. I fire up Photoshop and I fuck around for a bit. I'm not an artist. But I sympathize with the arguments of the artists as somebody who has used a lot of generative AI, Flux, Stable Diffusion, Hunyan, WAN. I've used many models of generative AI. None of them are actually anything close to what I can do if I just fire up Adobe Illustrator and I actually just, you know, put some vision into it. Now, of course, there are things that I could never in a million years create through Illustrator that people can create in seconds by prompting it. That is, you know, that's a thing. But it's also a case of if you prompt it, if you use AI to generate something, what you're doing is you're settling for something that is less than what you want in every case, 100% of the time. If you use AI to generate it and you're satisfied with the output, you're compromising something. And I'm going to say that as a definitive statement of fact. Because if you had a specific vision in mind, trust me, I have tried. AI, you cannot wrangle it. You cannot wrangle generative AI to give exactly what you want unless you just start making exactly what you want and then telling the AI you want more of it. You can do that, but at that point, you've already made exactly what you want. Why do you, you know, just make more of it yourself at that point? So I am genuinely sympathetic to a lot of the artists' arguments because I have tried it, you know, firsthand on my own GPUs right here. In this machine that you're looking at right now that I'm playing video games on, I have generated literally gigabytes and gigabytes of content. If we look at my Stable Diffusion folder and we just look at how big it is, 808 gigabytes. Now, granted, and it's still going up. Granted, a lot of that is models. Models are really big. Video models are like 30 gigabytes a pop. So a lot of that is, if we look at my output folder, here it is, the output folder alone. 16.3 gigabytes of pictures and videos, 13,316. Every single one of them required my GPUs to spin up at 100% for a little while. I know what AI looks like. I know what you can get out of it, what you can expect from it. I've probed its limits. There are limits, trust me. There are serious limits. To pretend that there are not limits is to just do yourself a disservice. There very much are limits. And at no point, not a single one of these 13,000 files I've created in the output folder here, not a single one of them were actually what I wanted the AI to produce. Not a single one of them. Not a single one. And so that does tell me, okay, maybe I do just have the mind of an artist who is never satisfied with the work, because that is a thing. That is a trope. There are some artists who create beautiful, beautiful works of art, and everybody who looks at it thinks they're beautiful, but the artist themselves is not satisfied. That is a thing. That is a trope. I don't think that's it. I don't think most of what I've generated comes anywhere close. Like, I have a very specific thing that I'm looking for, and it never gets there. See, I was talking about this before, this picture of me and my dog. If I can turn this picture of me and my dog into a convincing video of us becoming a canine police unit, then I will actually be impressed with what AI can do. Now, I feel closer than ever before to being able to do that ever since I started working with Canny and WAN. I won't get too in-depth about Canny, but Canny basically is just edge detection. It's an AI-powered edge detection system that you can use to guide what the AI does in video form as well. WAN can do that in video form. So I can like make a 2D animation. I can make a 2D animation of like that picture, for example, make just using nothing but black background and white lines. The AI will fill in everything in between that. So just using a black background and white lines, which is honestly, it's not beyond my capabilities to draw something like that. And then just, make the AI iterate it a billion times and see what it produces. That is something I might do someday, just for the fun of it, really. But everything that I've generated with AI has just been kind of probing what it can do. I've not been impressed. I really haven't. It's done some okay things. Honestly, I've always felt that AI is just it's for its meme value. That's what it's really for. You'll never tell me that AI cannot produce some really funny memes. And honestly, Twitter, that's what Twitter is using AI for. People will at Grok and be like, hey, generate a picture of this happening. And Grok will do it, and it's funny. And I lol. It's a haha funny meme. That's really what AI is to me. But also, I am probing it to see what it can do. I just haven't been impressed. I really haven't. But the big problem that a lot of artists will tell you is the people who are perfectly fine with what the AI produces. That folder I just showed you with the 13,000 things I've generated. If I did not have the mentality of an artist and I was satisfied with mediocre slop, yeah, that would have been a major problem. Well, I mean, because, if there, at any point, if I was willing to accept what the AI generated as something superior to what an artist could do, if I paid them and said, hey, this is what I have in mind, see if you could do this, not a single time have I seen any of the AI models I've worked with do that. There are many, many, many people out there who don't have that standard. There are plenty of people out there who'd be like, yeah, have the AI generate a picture of this, this, and this, and there'll be errors with it, there'll be glitches with it. See, this is how you lead to people using generative AI to generate entire video game trailers. It's because the people who have no artistic inclination whatsoever are also the people making the financial decisions of who to pay for what. And that is a serious problem. You'll never hear me tell anybody that is not a problem. And I mean, there is, of course, this is why I brought this up earlier. It is an actual genuine threat to one side of my line of work. For anybody tuning in, if you're not familiar, my day job is a mixture of cybersecurity and tech support. We do a little bit of both. My team does tasks that relate to keeping the enterprise secure. We actually do have important jobs in that regard, but a lot of our time is spent teaching Grandpa how to use his iPhone. That's the long and short of it. But the problem comes in where, is it that hard to train an AI to teach Grandpa how to use his iPhone? Probably not. And I'm saying this as somebody who's used AI. I've used a lot of it. Large language models I'm not quite as familiar with as image and video generation. But I've done my fair share of it. Like, I use Wizard LM, the uncensored version put out by one of those small timers who actually published his proof of concept on how to do a LLM and train it on its own data as opposed to, align it on its own data using alignment. Alignment is usually where the people come in with their AI safety. The trust and safety councils come in, and they make sure the AI doesn't say any naughty things. They make sure the AI does not advocate for the mustache man, like Grok recently did. They make sure that people, don't program the AI to bring up South Africa or something like that, which Grok recently did. The trust and safety councils come in to make sure that the AI is squeaky clean and won't do things it's not supposed to do, even though it still sometimes does things it's not supposed to do. But what is an AI like when it doesn't have somebody come in and tell it what to do? If it just gets aligned on its own output. That's the AI that I found most compelling. I was talking about this before. Again, something I cannot even say on stream because the YouTube transcript system will pick it up and limit my reach and or possibly even make it harder to monetize my videos in the future. The uncensored Wizard LM will teach you how to do this. It will give you step-by-step instructions. That's you know, should Grok teach people how to do that in their basements? You know, should chat GPT tell people how to do that? Should it really be that easy for people to do this? Probably not. Probably not. You know, and so I cannot actually say that I'm, you know, I am against censoring the AI and making it dumber and making it not say certain things. That being said, I do think, you know, a determined individual will figure it out without the help of the AI. So really what the AI, by censoring it, what you're really doing is it's a kiddie fence. It's a kiddie fence. If somebody wants to figure out how to do something like this or one of the many other less than kosher things that you can learn how to do just by talking to an AI chatbot long enough, um, people can figure it out without the AI if they're determined. Making the AI not talk about those things, all it really does is slow them down. Which sometimes, I mean, that's a good thing. Maybe somebody will, you know, who wants to do something like this. Again, I can't say it out loud, sorry. But that's just the reality of being a YouTuber. If you want somebody to, or rather, you want to make it harder for people to learn how to do something like that, yeah, censoring the chat bots is actually a really reasonable response. I don't like it. I don't like that is the paradigm we have to live in, but what can I do about it? I can't make people not want to do that kind of thing. This is the fact that people would want to do something like this, you know. I can talk about, you know, Luigi, what he did, if you know that reference. He didn't use one of these, he used something else, but, you know, the fact that people feel the need to do stuff like that because of what's going on in the world didn't happen quite as often back in the day. Or if it did, it never made its way into the history books. I've never been a kind of advocate to think that, you know, anything is special about the current time we're living in. The internet has changed a lot, it really has, but it has not really, all it's really done is amplified things that have always been problems. One of the aspects of the culture war that's always been affecting me directly is, you know, the relations between men and women. There have always been big differences in perspectives between men and women. It's always been very difficult to see those perspectives, those differences, so easily until the advent of the internet comes along. Suddenly you can see subreddits where all male subreddits, you know, where the incels go to talk about how much they despise women, or the flip side of that people talk about far less often, where women go to discuss their dating strategies. If you're a guy and you don't have a very high opinion of the current dating, the current world of dating, do not go to the subreddits where women go to discuss their dating strategy. There is one called FDS, Female Dating Strategy, like literally that is the name of the subreddit. Don't go there unless you want to get depressed, because they talk about some very sad stuff. You know, women are biologically programmed to be very discerning about men, so that there's nothing special about that. But again, the internet, all it does is scale up human interactions. It scales everything up. And so women are trading knowledge from all across the planet of how to, you know, weed out men by doing things that I would personally think to be a little bit, well, I mean, you know, the instant question is, what if the shoe was on the other foot? What if a man did this to a woman? It would never be, it would never see the light of day. It would never even last on Reddit. That subreddit would be shut down immediately. But I digest. It's basically just, you know, the internet has changed things. I'm not naive enough to say that it hasn't, but all it's doing is exaggerating things that have already been a thing. You know, men and women have always been on opposite planets. You know, men from Mars, women from Venus, that kind of thing. The internet has just exacerbated that significantly. And all it's really done to do that is made communication easier. Is there a way to change that or stop that? There's not. The genie's out of the bottle. You can't not make women get together in a group on the internet and talk about how easy it is to screw over somebody out of a date. You can't really stop that. I mean, because, you know, if Reddit were to come down and ban them, they'll find a different website. You know, I just bring up Reddit because it's the easiest example. And of course, I'm saying that as if there are not corners of the world where, you know, your Andrew Tates get together and talk about their dating strategies. There's a flip side to that. You won't catch me supporting most of what they do, but you will catch me saying that they've correctly identified a lot of problems. you know, your MRAs and your feminists, they've both identified accurate problems. I just disagree with a lot of the solutions. I don't think the answer to anything is to make dating relations worse. That is the last thing the world needs right now. And yet, it seems to be the best thing that anybody can come up with these days. Recently, there was you know, if you're not constantly following political news, probably not easy to hear about these things, but there was an app that came out that was basically just it was marketed as a way for women to vet guys who were, you know, potential date prospects. They could check this app. I don't even remember what it was called. Like, I genuinely forgot the name of the app. If anybody remembers, let me know in chat. But there was an app where women could go to check and see if a man had a profile there. Because usually if he did, it was because he had some red flags. And boy, howdy. There was a leak, like there always is with websites like that. They didn't take their data security very seriously, and it cost the... I don't think anybody's ever going to trust that app again for its purpose. But long story short, there were a lot of people posting things about guys they didn't like, just to be vindictive. And every time you go on the internet and do something like that, you're making gender relations worse for everyone, because other women see that and they're like, wow, men really are bad. Other men see that and they're like, wow, women really are liars. You know, it doesn't make things better for anybody when shit like that happens. But you can't really stop them. I hate to sound black-pilled on the situation. You can't stop shit like that. People are going to get together and talk about things that are relevant to them. And dating is relevant to everybody. Well, almost everybody. I don't have a very strong opinion on the people who call themselves aromantic. That's one of my exes calls themselves that now. Is she being accurate about that? I don't know. I have no idea. But yeah, gender relations, not a very compelling thing to think about right now. And the internet, you could say the internet has made them worse. That would not be an inaccurate statement. But I just like to frame it in the fact is, you know, gender relations have always been strained to a certain extent, but men and women can usually figure out how to live together, usually. Something about the internet is making that very difficult. Because all of the examples of the worst, you know, the worst examples of men and women are just so easy to see now. The worst things that women do to men, you can just do a quick Google search and find examples of them all over the place now. The worst things that men do to women, you can do a quick Google search and find a billion of them. Is that a good thing? It's not helping the dating market. It's not helping the birth rates. We're still going to have a massive population collapse when my generation ages out. When you know, for the younger people watching, when people like me start retiring, the world is going to get very, very difficult to live in. And not just, you know, it's kind of hard to describe because a population collapse in the modern context hasn't really happened yet. There's been population collapses before, but they're really just historical footnotes. It has not been very easy to document a population collapse throughout history because every time it happens, well, there aren't a lot of people to observe it in real time. Once again, the internet makes it a little easier to document phenomena like this. It's gonna get annoying. That's gonna be the long and short of it. It's not gonna be apocalyptic. You know, the doomsayers will say, "Oh, society is over. Society is over. This is the end." No, it's not the end. People will figure out how to keep going. When a population collapse happens, what it does is it creates a power vacuum for people to fill, and so the people who are still, you know, having families are the people who will inherit the planet. You know, so every time one of my best friends has voluntarily removed himself from the gene pool. He's like, no, even if I had a partner, I would never have children. I'm like, okay, but you know, I understand the mentality behind it. I really do, and I'm not unsympathetic to it. He thinks that the world, generally speaking, just summarize it. He's got a lot of opinions about the world, but his general feeling is, I would not want to bring another human being into the world as it is, because I think they're going to inherit a world that is worse than the one that I'm currently living in. That everything about that statement is correct. Like, you know, if I were to have children, they would inherit a world that is worse than the one I grew up in. That sucks. I'm sorry about that. I don't know of too many people who would rather have not been born, though. Attack on Titan is a very compelling narrative on that, you know, because I was born in this world. If you've watched that series. because I was born in this world, led to some very interesting outcomes. If you've seen the entire series, if you haven't, I recommend watching it. I like it. Attack on Titan does a very interesting job of answering the question of what if you tried to completely exterminate a certain type of people from the planet. It doesn't go well. It really doesn't. There's the people who want them to continue to live, and then the people themselves who want to continue to live. Even if you try to convince them that they shouldn't, there's going to be the ones who disagree, and they can go very far, to the point where, you know, very, 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 very bad things happened in that series. There were some pretty big atrocities. I won't spoil it. Attack on Titan is a great series. Highly recommended if you're into anime. Even if you're not, I would recommend you to give it a shot. I liked it. The writer Isayama, he didn't really handle everything with finesse. There are certain silly plot holes in the series that I never really liked, but on the whole, yeah, really good series. Highly recommended. It talks a lot about not necessarily population collapse, but a different problem that would result in the world's population going up and down. You know, even if you're only vaguely familiar with lore for Attack on Titan, if you're not familiar with the specifics or the later seasons or whatnot, but the you know, the long and short of it is it's almost a zombie apocalypse in and of itself. You know, Titans show up and annihilate the world as the people understood it at the time. But how the world responded to it was interesting, to say the least. It was not something you'll see in any other zombie lore, that's for sure. Anybody who ever said that that Attack on Titan was just another zombie series, but with very large zombies, no, no, it is not. Like it or hate it, it is not just a zombie series where the zombies happen to be, you know, between 3 and 60 meters tall. No. There's a lot more to it than that. Now, whether the lot more to it than that is good or bad, well, that's reader interpretation right there. I thought it was all right. The ending, you know, if you know, you know. If you don't, well, you know, if you watch any anime, Japanese media likes to do this a lot, where they give you the curveballs. It's not quite what you thought it was. Attack on Titan takes that pretty far. It is no exception whatsoever. The world is not what is presented at the beginning, and nor is it what is presented up till the last season. You get a lot of switcheroos, and it's pretty good. I like it. Still sort of relevant because people still call it a zombie series, despite after all the revelations near the end. It's not a zombie series, but people still call it that. And I mean, you know, back when it was simpler, before all the third season is where it really started to change a lot. Even before then, it kind of became a political thriller after the third season. That's where it kind of stopped being about humans versus Titans and started being about, well, I mean, you know, the very beginning of season 3. It doesn't really spoil anything to tell you that that's when Titans stop being the biggest threat. That's not really a big spoiler to say that. Titans are no longer the biggest threat by season 3. They're still a threat. They're still a threat. They're just not the biggest one. See, that's where it kind of had its transition from, you know, from Project Zomboid to The Walking Dead. That's kind of that's where Attack on Titan underwent its transition, was season 3, thereabouts. So there's another basement taken care of, so this house can be marked off as soon as I check the upper floors. We're getting a bit hungry. Let's just have what we just locally sourced. Got ourselves a juice box and some soda. That wasn't enough. Any non-perishables? I could just straight up eat some of that brown sugar. I'm not going to do that. I got some more non-perishables in the trunk. I'm just going to eat those to sustain myself for the moment. Just have a granola bar. It's fine. I've got like 20 granola bars back at base. They're not particularly interesting for their calories or their proteins or really anything. The granola bars are just sort of mid. You don't have anything else to eat, and you need some you have some non-perishables. You don't mind eating them. Granola bars are fine. But, yeah. Bro has done a lot of yapping today about things not necessarily related to PC. I do look forward to being able to hit... I'm gonna eventually, in the not-too-distant future, especially after the end of July in this game, we're gonna start moving in the direction of Louisville again, and it'll be... You know, I won't necessarily have the mental capacity to constantly yap about other things, because we'll be doing a lot more interesting stuff than just looting the local area. That one of the reasons we're doing that is because it's not a good idea to leave Riverside while I've got crops that need to be harvested before the end of July. There are some of those. And then there's some crops that I need to worry about through August. It's after the end of August. By September 1st, I'm basically done with agriculture entirely. I will have more crops than I ever know what to do with. And I don't even think I'm going to do a... If I wanted to do another planting season, I wouldn't have to start doing it until the October. So September would basically be a month where I don't even have to think about agriculture in the slightest. That would be a month where I would start going to Louisville again, easily. If for no other reason, then, you know, without agriculture, I have nothing tying me to any specific location. Agriculture and animal care is really the only thing that keeps me tethered to Riverside, because that's... I'm never going to be able to move all of my animals out of Riverside. That's not happening. I have too many now. But if I did start making a pass at Louisville, I might take a cow with me. If I take a cow with me, that's basically all of my weight gain problems. Like, you know, I could milk 15 liters out of the cow and make 3 sticks of butter, and there's me putting on weight easily, very easily. So, that is a thing. If I took a Holstein cow with me, I wouldn't really need much else. And I have spares now. Like, I have more Holstein cows than I would ever need by myself in isolation. So, having spares means that I can have almost, well, I'm not going to say infinite, but just, you know, take a breeding pair, keep them fed. Yeah, I have infinite nutrition. All of my problems are solved as long as I take care of them. After I dismantle this TV, there's some other stuff I should dismantle. That will give me more room in the backpack for all this other stuff I picked up. Not dismantling TV remotes, though. For all those bombs that I'm never going to make. I said it out loud. There goes my... Honestly, I feel like if it's in the video game, I shouldn't be too worried about it, but you know, sometimes I am. There's a reason I didn't say it out loud until now. Trying to do the whole YouTuber thing. Luckily, I did it on this channel instead of my main channel. Okay, this house gets crossed off. Now, that being said, there's not really a reason to go back anywhere. I'm just going to empty some loot into the garbage bag here. And then I'm going to go upstairs and just sleep in the house I just cleared. That's fine. I did just find some duct tape, so I do want to do a repair of my axe. Did I leave it in here, though? What did I do with it? I put it somewhere, and now I don't remember where I put it, so I need to go find it again before I can fix it. It's fine. No big deal. I'm carrying around the shotgun at the moment, you know, if I come across any zombies to shoot with it. But I've done a very good job of clearing this area, so I don't know if I've even seen a zombie more than one or two in the past couple days. That is life, even with respawns on default. After a certain point. Of course, now that I actually need to sleep somewhere. Okay, I do have a pillow here, so that's fine. Now, when I replaced the battery with my flashlight, the character automatically selected one that was almost empty. And look at that, I can actually read by the flashlight now. We're just going to burn out the flashlight battery by doing this. That's perfectly fine. Because then we can replace it with another battery that we should have. We should have plenty, honestly. And in fact, it is now so low that I'm just going to go ahead and sleep with it on. That'll kill the rest of it. I like doing that because then I do not have a leftover battery with really, really low capacity. So what just happened, where I replaced the battery with one that is almost empty already, that won't happen again. That being said, I don't have any batteries left because I just emptied all of them that I had into the van. Where did these guys come from? Where did these guys come from right here? These three zombies. They weren't here last night. They weren't here the entire recent week. And yet, I sleep. And when I wake up, there's a bunch of zombies outside. It's almost as if respawns are just constantly happening. And they're happening right outside my fucking door when I go to sleep. That's what that feels like right there. I don't know. I mean, maybe when I drove the van up last night, maybe I parked it here, and maybe those three guys came from around the corner, or, you know, somewhere nearby. How did they not react to any of the gunshots that I've been firing off in this area for the past literal week? I think they're just respawns. I think the game just decided, hey, it's time to respawn in this cell. And it respawned in those cells. I think that's what's going on there. I have no other explanation for it. And I've, you know, 2,000 hours in this game. You would think by now I would have explanations for a lot of the spawning behavior. I don't. I genuinely don't. There's a lot of things that happen in this game, spawn-wise, that I can't explain. I never did get that battery put in. That's fine. I don't need any of this shit. I just wanted to check the garage. Now we can get a replacement battery from our van. Look at this. I have 5 batteries available to me in the van. They are all in good condition. I don't have to worry about another battery accidentally sneaking its way in. And I did not accidentally use the one that was in my emergency supplies in the glove compartment, so we're good. You know, I keep lowering my camera here, and then I keep sliding further down the seat. It's Lazy Boy's fault for designing a van that is so designing a chair that is so comfortable to sit in that it doesn't really matter whether I'm sitting up all the way or not. Like, I could slide all the way down and I would still feel comfortable. I could sit all the way back up again, I would still feel relatively comfortable. There's a reason I keep sliding down, it's because, it just happens. I don't really understand it. I'd have to get up more often to fully understand it, but I don't. Alright, we are currently on the lookout for food. Just gonna straight up eat some marinara right now. It's fine. I could go back to base, or my field outpost, and cook up some more perishables, but really, at this point, I would rather clear a few more houses. So here's a chocolate bar right here. I would eat that if I didn't just find a whole bunch of other stuff. The chocolate bar is good to shut the hunger up, but it's also relatively calorie dense, and it gives you happies. So I would rather save that for when I actually needed it, if that time came. Been a little while since I've needed food that gives me happies or calories, but that's all right. We got a kitchen cleared out here, and our hunger has been sated. Once again, a garage without much interesting in it. One chance for non-typical residential loot, and nothing. Hey, an angle-headed flashlight. Early game, these are gold. I finally reached the point where I have so many that I'm actually considering dismantling that, but not quite. If for no other reason than having... This is one of the black ones. They do come in two colors. The one that's currently on my chest is a black one. There are green ones as well. If I was wearing a little bit more green, like the military jacket, for example, if it was colder, I would wear the military jacket, and then it would look more appropriate to have a green one on my chest. But for now, since I've got my tactical black gear, my tactical outfit, as I would like to call it, I prefer the black one for now. But even then, I have many examples of both colors now, so... Where's the light coming from in here? I closed the door on accident. I should be in pitch black right now. I genuinely don't... Oh, you know what? It's probably the roof tiles. This room is probably not actually finished. That's fine. That just means the devs made an oopsie. Knox news for July 4th. I need the 3rd. Once again, random issues of random issues in newspapers that I don't need are all over the place here. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, so gotta be wary of that. That angle-headed flashlight I just picked up is gonna worm its way into my disassembly menu. Oh. Okay, the light just went out. Why did the light just go out? It wasn't my flashlight. My flashlight looks different. We just had ambient lighting in this room for no reason. I thought it was a missing roof tile, and then it disappeared. Dunno. There's some unstable beta shit right there. I don't remember that ever happening in Build 41. I mean, to be fair, they did overhaul the lighting system entirely for Build 42. It is a not insubstantial change. I don't even know if Build 41 things ever got quite as dark as they do in Build 42. I like it. It's atmospheric. Actually looks really cool in early game when the street lights are on. They use the sodium chloride, or not sodium chloride, sodium lights. They're lights that use sodium in the fluorescence. Cool looking. And then after the power shut off, after the first month, you never see them again. So it, once again, it's just a thing that they added for early game. That people who actually survive long term will never see again. It is what it is. It's just an aspect of the fact that a lot of people who play this game never make it out of the first couple of weeks, so something that, while the power is still on in the first couple of weeks, yeah, sure. It's worth putting a little bit of effort into. Know your player base and whatnot. Now, I personally would be of the advocate of, if people are not surviving it past the first couple of weeks, there is a bit of a skill issue on the part of the developers, because why are they not telling people how to survive? I mean, sure, you got your little spiffo tips. What do they do in the Steam here? If we look at Steam, where's Steam? There it is. If we look at the, what is it, the trading cards? Yeah, if you go to the trading cards, here it is. The trading cards give you a little tip. Tip 6, plan for the future. Tip 1, don't be a hero. Tip 3, always have an escape plan. Like, you want to elaborate on that just a little bit. The devs just want to throw you to the wolves and have the player base tell each other how to survive. That's not how to design a game. You hit F1, you get your survival guide. The basics: don't run, melee combat, shoot 'em up. That's not even, they don't even have for the new aiming system. They do, like, they'll give you warnings. Oh, look at this! Look at this! Look at this! Barricading still shows the right-click menu. Barricades? Barricades have been moved to the build menu. And yet the survival guide still... See, I don't know how to feel about that. Like, honestly, sure, it's unstable. It's obviously incomplete. But you see, when it comes to things being incomplete, does it really belong in the game yet if it's not documented well? Really? Does it really belong in the game if it's not documented? Because you see, how do your playtesters, which that's what we are unpaid playtesters. Anybody who opts into Build 42 is technically an unpaid playtester. We're all volunteers, right? How do they give you good feedback if you put things in that are so half-baked that people can't even tell if they're bugs or features? That's not, certain things like the whatchamacallit being moved to the build menu. Okay, we know that's not a bug, that's a feature. But there's a lot of examples of things that we can't tell. Can't tell if it's a bug or feature. I am absolutely flabbergasted. Ooh. Complete breaking of my train of thought just now. We've got some randomly generated knee pads. Randomly generated color knee pads. These look like a potential match for Desert Camo. That actually looks like a possible identical match. To me, that's significant. I like to match. And there's nothing that matches Desert Camo for the knee pads that I know of. The closest match, obviously, are the sport knee pads, the white ones. That's very interesting. I'm going to have to hold on to those. Okay, I think that's the entire second floor of this house. She did not have to do that. And this house does not have a basement. We are done here. Hello. Look at that. Yet another one. I don't think I left the van running. Now, watch this with the shotgun. I'm going to pull the shotgun out. Look at that. Look at that collapse. Even at this range, I can't get it to go down. Now, why is that? Why do you think that is? If you've watched my streams, you'll know. But, I mean, honestly, it's the fucking fog. I can't hit a zombie that is 3 or 4 tiles away from me anywhere near as effective as I couldn't because of the fucking fog. Light fog. Yeah, we gotta make the weather reduce your accuracy with firearms more so than it already does. And yes, skill issue. I did leave the van running, so that is all on me. I cannot even complain about that. Speaking of complaining, I'm gonna go ahead and eat this chocolate bar in its entirety. I am past the point of worrying about consuming non-perishables over perishables. Now, sure, I do have an entire base full of food that I need to eat, but, I mean, that would require me going all the way across town. So that's 2 houses. Let me double check this third one up here. I cannot remember if this was one I've cleared or not. Because I know as we get closer up this road, there are some up here that I've just not marked at all that I know I've cleaned out completely. This is the one we just hit. Yes. Okay. So this is why I should be more diligent about the markings. I would not have even had to check that. All 3 of these had garages. All 3 have been relieved of their valuables in the garages and the regular loot. So they get a green and a red X. Now that being said, just for a second, I saw a TV. Yep. We are doing a full clear to include electronics. Oops. Jeez Louise, it's almost midnight. Okay. Damn, I was hoping to finish these houses, honestly, before the end of this stream. It's looking less likely. I got work in 5 hours. My shift is I know I've talked about this before. My shift is 5 a.m. to 2 p.m. Now, I don't see anything on the horizon that would change that. I have mentioned before, my job is sort of on paper, I'm an SME, but subject matter expert. What that really means in practice for me is I'm also just somebody who can fill in the gaps for anybody on my team. And what that means is the overnight guy, who there is only one, if he needs a couple days off, well, who's the one who volunteered to do overnight one day and suddenly became the only one who would say yes to it. Right here, yeah. So every once in a while I do have to invert my sleep schedule entirely, which is not the entire reason, but it is part of the reason why it's kind of difficult for me to establish a regular stream schedule. That has not been a relevant reason for a while. There are other excuses for my inconsistencies of late. That's why I was talking about AI earlier. AI is the reason I went down a bit of a rabbit hole with WAN, because I saw it doing some new stuff that I didn't think it could do before. Once again, as always, like I was saying with AI, it hit a brick wall, and I realized its limits once again. Its limits probed a little bit, you know. I've learned that it can do things that I didn't think it could do, which is cool. But it still has very, very finite, concrete limits. Do not let anybody ever tell you that AI does not have limits. If you get people who tell you that AI is right around the corner, we're gonna have Skynets any day now. Fuck off, dude. We're not. Take it from somebody who has experimented a lot with AI and that you can run on local hardware, but also AI that, you know, when you run it on local hardware, as long as I do, you can start seeing the scaling problems come into effect. And what do I mean by scaling problems? I mean, you get to a point where the AI doesn't actually get made much better by the fact that you're giving it more data. We have already passed that point. We've passed that point a long time ago. Some of the most valuable data sets for training AI right now are data sets from the past. Data sets from before AI became a thing. Now, why do you think that is? It's because the internet has been so saturated with AI slop that data scraped from the open internet right now, you've got to waste a lot of time and effort pruning it to get rid of the AI slop. We're already at the end of the road. We are already at the end of the road. So this house right here, this is a safe house at the very end of the road. That zombie that's bashing something, I think it's been wherever it is right now. I think it's been there a very, very, very long time. But yeah, anybody who tells you that AI is right around the corner and we're going to have AI overlords, we're going to have Skynet, they're either somebody trying to sell you something or somebody who has completely fallen for the propaganda of somebody who's trying to sell you something. AI is a financial bubble that is going to break at some point. Now, the problem with it breaking is there are iterations where it's getting better a little bit, and that's not going to stop anytime soon. AI is going to keep getting better a little bit. But we're not right around the corner from Skynet. We're not going to have AI overlords telling us what to do anytime soon. No, that's not going to happen. All we're going to have are people using AI for things that is probably well beyond its remit. And AI will continue to become more and more convincing to some people. It will remain very easy to spot for the people who are trained to spot it. And it won't be too hard to train yourself to spot it. It does take effort, though, and therefore the problems of people not recognizing AI content for what it is, that will continue to be a problem. But the people who think, and again, some people I generally have respect for their opinions in other fields, their credibility just falls off a cliff when they start talking about AI. I don't know if I've even talked about this. I'm actually gaming buddies with Sargon of Akkad. I've hung out with him a lot in the past, just on his ARC servers, back when I played ARC and I mainlined it like crazy. I respect the guy's takes on a lot of things. AI is not one of them. Every once in a while, he'll start talking about AI, and he'll be like, oh, we're right around the corner from the AI apocalypse. And I'm like, dude, no. Like that's an example of that's actually a known effect, you know, when a media personality starts talking about something that an individual is very well versed on, you'll start to, you know, question whether or not, and, you know, because you'll notice when they're wrong a lot more than anybody else will. And you'll be like, well, what else are they being wrong about? And that's an ongoing question with the media, right? when some talking head comes out there and starts talking about something that they know nothing about for the sake of making content, yeah, that kind of, that becomes a thing. It's not even always just for the sake of making content. Sometimes people just have opinions. They want to have them heard. Nothing wrong with that, but, when you're wrong, you generally want to consult with people who know what they're talking about. And, he doesn't really do that. He's got his opinions on AI, and they're wrong, but that's okay. People are allowed to be wrong, It's not necessarily a slate on the character. He genuinely thinks there's a problem coming on the horizon with it, and I strongly disagree. And I do think that I'm correct in that regard because I'm the one who's actually spent a lot of time working with it. He's not. He's been building his media empire, and he doesn't even have time for video games anymore. Like I chatted with him a couple months back. It was sometime this year. I don't remember exactly when. And I asked him. I said, "Well, if Arc 2 were to come out, would you actually boot up a server?" And he's like, "Yeah, probably not, because he's doing so much. He's got so much going on. He's running a small business now, so it's like, do you actually have the action economy to do something like that anymore?" And probably not. So for a while there, he was just running a server for himself and a few other people, like his just people who knew him. Even then, he doesn't do that anymore. His son was playing it for a while, and then he I think he grew on to a different dinosaur game, and that was that. The days of the Mesopotamia server where me and the homies would get together. There were large PvP battles at one point. That was very fun. There were people who didn't like him that were joining his PvP server just to screw with him and running into, I was a part of the 24-hour ops back then. That was a fun time. Those days are long gone though. There's not Ark is just, everybody who plays Ark nowadays has figured out all of the exploits. So if somebody wants to fuck with you, they're just meshing all the time. They're just gonna mesh. They're gonna get past all your base defenses by going under the fucking map, and it's boring. Ark is just boring. There's nothing new about it. Every DLC that Wildcard comes up with is just fucking slop. Any of the people who worked on the original game are just long gone. Same problem with Paradox games, to be fully honest. I came very close to doing a live stream of the latest Stellaris build on this channel recently, like in the past couple days. I came very, very, very close, but I kind of, I even had my stream frames prepared. You see the stream frames you're looking at on the screen now, where it almost looks like my ugly face is a part of the game UI. Like I even went out of my way to make the chat, the YouTube chat that's on screen here. It uses the same font as the in-game font. How many YouTubers do you guys know that do that? I just, I try to integrate my streaming experience with the game's UI as best as I can, because that way, even my ugly face here on screen, that's not being added by OBS. That is, I'm literally using FFmpeg to stream my frame into a borderless window that is set to always be on top. So I see it too. Like, I see my own goddamn face on the screen. And, just so that I know what's blocking. What is it in the way of that somebody watching might want to see. And so I put it there specifically. It's as far out of the way as it can be. There are some things that will only open in the top left corner of the screen, like the animal UI. So every time it opens, I have to constantly drag it out of the way. But because it's on screen, I can see that I need to move it so that people can see what I'm doing if they want to. I know a lot of people just put me on as background noise, and that's fine. But if anybody's actively watching and wants to actually see what I'm doing, then I go out of my way to enable that. That's just something I like to do. But yeah, it's Stellaris. Stellaris it took a lot of effort to set this up for Zomboid. That's kind of where I was getting at with that. And I went through a lot of effort to set it up for Stellaris. And then I couldn't convince myself to pull the trigger. Like, I was so close to just being like, okay, let's start a new Stellaris campaign. And I didn't even open the main menu. Like, I didn't. Like, I got that far. And I started looking at it, I just started thinking, I don't know. Stellaris is not like this game. It's not under active development. The devs are adding new thing. The devs are adding new things to the... No, they're not. If you're familiar at all with Paradox games, there's no devs working on Stellaris right now. What there is a custodian team. And they literally call it that. Like, if somebody called me a custodian instead of a developer, I would feel insulted. Like, what does that mean? Does that mean I'm just cleaning up, keeping something clean? No, they do add things to the game. What they're really doing is they're adding features to the game that would make it a little bit less interesting to play if you don't have the latest DLC. That's all the custodian teams are doing. So basically, what they're doing a DLC engine, and now is that the worst thing in the world? Not necessarily. I mean, if they're making good content, go look at the Steam reviews. It's hit or miss. It really is. In fact, fuck. Give me a second. I'm gonna take a quick peek at that. I just, this is relevant to my channel. I haven't even looked at the Steam reviews for the latest DLC. Stellaris. Store page. DLC. There's a lot. There's a lot. There's a lot. Biogenesis. That's the new one. Wait a minute. No. Oh, the latest update did not come with a DLC immediately. Biogenesis is the latest. So, look at this. It's got less than 1,000 reviews, so not a lot of people are actually deigning to buy it. And those few who do, 44% recent, 40% overall. It's not... People can see through this. People can see that the custodians are just fucking with the game. They're not fixing things. They say they are. They say, oh, we're going to fix late game performance. We're going to fix late game performance, guys. It's going to be here. Stellaris devs fixing late game performance might as well be Zomboid devs adding NPCs. They say it's going to happen, and then it just doesn't fucking happen for nearly a decade. It's just not fucking happening. Like, I mean, okay, maybe the Project Zomboid devs have a little bit more credibility. Maybe we will actually someday see, NPCs in this game. I do think maybe. The Stellaris devs do not have the same level of credibility as the Zomboid devs. And that's saying something. That is saying something right there. The Zomboid devs are pretty masterclass in building expectations and then just not meeting them. But one thing that I can tell you that is 100% certain is that the custodian team for Stellaris do not have engine experience. And now what that means, all of Paradox's games are built on an in-house engine. Like, not unlike Project Zomboid. I mean, this game is written from the ground up in its own engine. Props to the devs for that. I mean, Java, it's different enough from other languages that trying to learn it is, you have to go out of your way. Now, what does that mean? It's not that Java is particularly hard to learn, but what that means is that's not what... You don't have factories churning out people who are familiar with Java anymore. That ship has sailed a long time ago. Everybody is learning Swift and, Go and just Python. God, fuck Python. My God, I can't believe I just thought of Python. I hate Python. But no, I'm not going to start yapping about Python. I'm just going to say that people are learning Python more now than any other language like Java. So I'm just using that as an example of what... Now this house right here is a base, so I don't need to pull it apart or loot it or anything. That I can say is cleaned out, so... Gonna put an S here. I'm not gonna give it a B. Well, okay, I'll give it a B. I'm not gonna give it a circle. A B without a circle. The circle indicates that it is fully boarded up and will not... Yeah, there's no boards or anything here. I didn't even put a bed in the garage here. This is a really weak base. I just went to the second floor and slept when I stayed here. So that barely even counts as a base. Maybe I'll put an S. I'll put a B and an S. This is a BS. BS base. It's alright. I mean, it is a place, as you can see, there are some supplies here. That makes sense to me. It's a sleep house, it's not a base. Even though I kind of thought of it as a base. I need to move the van up a little bit. But yeah, even after I put all that effort into preparing stream frames for Stellaris, I just couldn't bring myself to pull the trigger. That's not even to say that I won't stream it. I mean, I might. I just could not, recently, I could not bring myself to pull the trigger. That's also probably because I took a few days off from streaming in general. So it would feel wrong to come back and do another game. Like, my regular audience would probably be like, okay, so you're done with Zomboid then? And they would be perfectly right to think that. Because, if I don't do Zomboid for several days in a row and then I come back and do a different game, what is the message that sends? It's, even if that's not my intention, it wasn't. I mean, I just kind of felt like doing a little Stellaris, but I couldn't quite bring myself to pull the trigger at the time. In the future, I might, but for now, it's just, I just can't bring myself to do it. I know the urge will hit me eventually. I do. Stellaris is an evergreen game for me, even though the custodians are fucking with it. It is evergreen insofar as I will always find a reason to come back to it eventually. And I know I said I didn't want to dismantle this house, but I'm never going to put a generator at it, so even though it does have a place to sleep, I don't need to worry about not dismantling electrical stuff. I will go ahead and pull it apart. Oh, hold on a second. Kentucky Herald for the 14th. Nope! Nope! I don't need it. Even newspapers in old bases that have been sitting here for a long time, still not the ones I need. Okay, this place is cleaned out. I couldn't remember what I left here, if anything. Pretty sure the basement is clear, too. Oh, yeah, paint and other crap. Not colors that I'm particularly compelled by, either. Yeah, we're done here. Now, what I can't remember is... In fact, I should be done with this entire side of the road now. Yes, I am done with this entire side of the road now. Excellent. Making great progress. Coming right along. Maybe I will be able to end this... Well... okay, I'm 2/3 of the way done. Actually, this is probably a pretty decent spot to call the stream, because it is about to be... literally about to be midnight for my time. My time zone. It is about to hit midnight. I have to work in 5 hours. Hello, Jamie. Yeah, it has been very busy for me as well. This is the first time I've been able to stream, and I hate to say it, I'm actually just considering wrapping up the stream right now. Unfortunately, it is midnight for me, and my sleep schedule is, well, closest to normal as it's ever going to be, which means work starts in 5 hours. Fuck. That's unfortunate, but yeah, I am considering wrapping things up. What we've done in the past 9 hours and 30 minutes is we have done a great job of clearing Riverside. That has been the goal, and we are coming right along in that goal. All of the red X's on the map here are houses that have had all of their residential loot completely consolidated. Now, consolidating all the residential loot from all of these houses, that's a feat right there. Not a lot of people can actually pull that off in vanilla when you're limited by storage capacities as much as I am. I would very much like larger crates, larger vehicles, larger everything. But I'm dealing with what the game gives us, and it's not too much, but it works. We're doing alright things here. So I probably will go ahead and call the stream after I'm going to go ahead and do a loot dump. I'm going to do a loot dump at my field base, and then I will call it there. But yeah, Jamie, I was talking about before, all the other random things that came up to distract me this week. It was all AI for me. I think for the first 3 days of this week, what is today? Well, it's Thursday now. This stream started on Wednesday. It's Thursday now because midnight just passed. But for the first 3 days of this week straight, I spent probably between 12 and 14 hours just every day screwing with AI. It's one of my other passion projects. Not one that makes it into any of my videos because honestly, nothing is very interesting that I do with it. I'm just probing its limits. What can generative AI do, and how precise can it be? That's usually what my experiments focus around. How precise can I get it? And I recently learned about control netting for video models, but not just. I mean, I knew that you could use Canny with WAN, for example. Probably doesn't mean anything to most people, but if you're in the know, control networks are basically just a way to make the generative AI do something more specific. You can draw some white lines on a black background, for example. Canny is a very easy example. And you're basically telling the AI to fill in the blanks for you. That increases your control over what the AI produces. Hence, the name control net. But, oh, this jar of carrots is already rotten. I was trying to use it all up. Oh well. There's another empty jar then. And I did find another jar out in the world. We've reached the point in Project Zomboid where jarred food that we find out in the world is all stale, and soon it's going to all be rotten. That's your post 1 year concerns right there. But yeah, all I'm going to do for the moment is just start organizing all the stuff I've picked up. All this large form food that would never fit back at my main base. A lot of the stuff that I picked up, if I tried to bring it back to my main base, I would just be struggle busing the entire time. I'd just be feeling like, where would I put this? Where would I put this? Where would I put that? That's why I'm just bringing stuff here to the edge of town, to this little drop point. If we look at the map here, being at the very south edge of Riverside, I could drop stuff here and then take this Riverwalk Road all the way to West Point, and then from West Point, I can go to Louisville. So having a base at the edge of Riverside here, where I can stage stuff logistically for coming back to my main base or going out to my field bases in the south, pretty useful. I can make use of that. So anything that is guaranteed to come back to Riverside, the main base, can go in these garbage bags. Everything else goes in the crates here. Now twine, that's one of the things that I've started using a lot lately. So twine is absolutely going back to main base. With enough twine, I'll get to level 10 tailoring, and that means I will be running optimal protection levels on all of my equipment. Basically, at that point, protection just becomes, how much insulation can I tolerate by wearing layers? Because every layer I'll be able to slap some leather padding onto and get the most out of it as I possibly can. Until then, we are still doing the silly things like shortening socks when we find them to get a little bit of experience. But yeah, I'm actually starting to feel tired. It's finally hitting me. We've had a good run. 9 hours, 32 minutes. That's not bad for a weekday. Or already above average for a weekday. Like, usually weekdays, I would start getting a little petering out after like 7 hours or so. Today we've done pretty good. I expect probably similar tomorrow. My obsessions with AI that have led me to be distracted lately are no longer quite as applicable, because once again, what I was talking about before with Canny, what you can do with that with WAN, it's very interesting, but I've kind of recognized its limits. So once again, AI will probably go on the back burner until I fuck with it every day almost. Like I'll screw around with it a little bit every day, but nowhere near to the obsession levels as the past couple, the earlier part of this week. Nothing like that again anytime soon that I know of, because I just you see, a lot of the things that I'm learning about what this model can do, it's not fucking written down anywhere. Like a lot of these models that they train, they just kind of put them out there and expect people to know what they can do with them, which works in some cases. In other cases, a lot of people, a lot of like knowledge about how to work an AI model that isn't well documented publicly. A lot of that is just esoteric knowledge that you have to dig really deep to find, or get it yourself. I'm the get it yourselfer. I don't spend a lot of time on the subreddit anymore. I did for a while. I lost interest in trying to keep up with that. There's a lot of slop on the subreddit, which slop in an AI subreddit. Who would have ever guessed? But yeah. I mean, the try my Laura has become try my mixtape of the AI world. There are people hawking their mixtapes everywhere, and just like with mixtapes, they all fucking suck. I grew up in the '90s, in the era where mixtapes were all the rage, and I never heard one that was more compelling than an original. Maybe I just never heard the right ones. Who knows? All I know is, yeah, there's a limit to mixtapes, just like there's a limit to AI. It's almost as if you want something compelling, you got to do it as originally as you can with your own hands. I do believe the artists have a very strong and compelling point there. Okay, the twine goes back with me. That's what I need to make sure I'm separating. So we're doing a pretty good job of separating our loot. Now there is, of course, there's that big pile back there. The stuff that's in the pile back over here is stuff that I don't know if I would ever really care about, really. Because it's stuff I already have either too much of back at base, or stuff that I don't have too much of, but don't really need too much of. There's a reason I'm putting all of my electrical stuff in the corner here. My electronics bins bag at base already overflowing to the point where three three crates, the entire column of electrical stuff is constantly full to bursting. I don't need to bring back any more electrical stuff from the field. I just want to consolidate it as I pick it up, put it somewhere central. God forbid I ever someday, for all I know, maybe the devs will come out with a patch where sparklers are no longer being used to gate explosive construction. That'd be amazing. Maybe I could actually make a lot of explosives all of a sudden. So maybe a future patch will come along that will open up my options a little bit and not destroy my save in the process. That would be amazing. That might give a purpose for a lot of the stuff I've picked up that I don't want to have a purpose for right now. So there is an objective reason to hoard right now. Maybe not, it might be a bit of a stretch. Might be a bit of a stretch. It's fine. It is all right. Comic books and RPG manuals I do want to keep taking back with me, I guess. I do take pride in my comic book collection. I'm still constantly finding more that I don't have yet. Now, this MSR 700, I do not need another rifle back at base. I'll just put this on the bed as a decoration. I'm literally never going to shoot it. I have so many MSR 700s that I would not bother shooting one if it was not modded correctly. Otherwise, it would just be a waste of ammo. Aluminum foil is something I will go ahead and take back with me, as is this box of 223. Fire sources I no longer need to be nuts about. Fire sources, after a certain point in the game, you can craft your own now. Where is it? Make improvised lighter. It does require a recipe from a skill book. However, once you have it, duct tape or adhesive tape, battery, electrical wire. It's really simple. Really simple. And it will come with a lot of uses. So, the fact that it requires a battery tells me a few things. There probably will be a finite number that you can make on the map. You could forage for any of those parts. I do believe all of them are technically findable through foraging. But like I was saying before, for some of the things that you can technically find through foraging, if you actually need to find them, good luck. That's all I can say about that. It is technically possible. You're dealing with fractions of a percent chance to find. Just because there's that much trash in the trash foraging table right now. What would be amazing is if there was, a certain type of trash that you could forage for. That'd be pretty swell. I'm now moving all food to the second bin in the stack here. That has bought me a lot of room. So I can continue to leave cookware in that one. Okay, I think that is all the garbage bags in the van itself. Which means everything else that is in the van that is like loose stuff that I've put in there is all stuff that needs to go back to my main base. So in addition to that, these 4 garbage bags also need to go back to my main base. Because I set aside those garbage bags specifically because that is stuff that needs to go back to base with me. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff here that I just, technically speaking, I could find a spot for it somewhere in my base, but I'm really starting to overflow certain things. So a lot of it will stay here. Possibly forever. But if I do need it again, I've put it in a convenient pile somewhere so that I can parse the pile in the future. So we are not done. The job out here is not finished, but we have made some pretty good progress. 4 garbage bags of loot. What is that? That is 100 encumbrance, roughly speaking. What do I have in the trunk? 120 something. So technically speaking, I probably have room for 1 more garbage bag. I am expecting to get more than 1 garbage bag for the 3, 6, 9, 12 houses that are left to sort through. That's fine. Because remember, what goes in these garbage bags are stuff that definitively comes back to Riverside with me. That is going to be not everything. Definitely not everything. So, I'll figure that out next time. I will figure that out next time. We've done good here. I'm just going to check this generator. It's doing alright. Barely used a liter of fuel. The condition has degraded significantly. That's just a reality of the blue generators. They're not for long-term bases. You use them in short-term bases, and the only reason you would use a blue... Well, I mean, I found it right next door. That's the biggest reason. But the second biggest reason is because it's portable. Man-portable. Very easy to carry around. All the other generators are 40. This one's 30. But let's get some food, and then we'll call the stream there. And it's also I usually like to end my streams on the morning note, so that when I start the next stream, I've got a long day ahead of me, just fresh start. So we're gonna do that. This garbage bag isn't even full, so I can put that there, and yeah, we got a massive food locker right here. We're just gonna eat something chunky here. We're just gonna eat some... You know what? We're about to sleep. We could drink some booze. Hey, you know what? My channel is Ginfidel. I've never even consumed gin on stream. Let's fix that. I got a bottle of gin. I'm gonna drink half of it. We are about to become utterly shit-faced. And that did nothing for my hunger. Fuck. Okay, well. That was a bad example. Do not drink half of a bottle of gin and then eat a chocolate bar. The chances of keeping that chocolate bar down are pretty low. But because we're just about to go to sleep, it doesn't really matter that we're utterly shit-faced. Like, we're very combat ineffective, and if we tried to drive, we would plow ourselves into a tree. And also, look at our dexterity. Look at how slow I am to pull my shotgun out of the holster. This game makes everything you do slower when you're drunk. That's why whenever I drink in this game, it's because I'm going to sleep. That's the only reason I would ever drink. So we're just going to sleep all that off. Thankfully, hangovers are not a thing in the game yet. I'm sure they will be someday. The devs probably have not added enough things to punish us yet. So therefore, something like a hangover mechanic to punish us for daring to ever drink booze, it'll be here sooner or later. But we're going to spend the rest of the evening reading the book. Foraging 3. Made some pretty decent progress on it so far. We will finish a good chunk of it tonight. I'm going to have some... I guess I'll do cereal. I've consumed enough things that give me calories that I'm actually at risk of getting back into weight gain. I'm actually gaining minor weight right now. If I continue eating cereal, I'll probably put on a couple kilos, which is fine. I'm down to 78 kilo. I want to keep it above 75 if I can. So I'm not quite ready for a weight gain phase just yet, but soon. Eating some calories now to stave off the loss, not a bad idea. Not the most optimal thing, not the worst. Okay, that's good. We've had a good run today. Pretty good run. I'm going to put this cereal in my backpack. And, yeah, we've got a fresh start for next stream. That's the most I could ever ask for. So I'm going to go ahead and give our character a wave here, so I got a thumbnail for this video later. And you know what? I don't usually do this. I'm going to use my in-game map as a part of next thumbnail. So that I can indicate what we've been doing and what we're working on. Riverside is almost clear. This gets all of it on stream. Or all of it on screen, rather. Looking good. Looking good. Okay. So, we are done with today's activities. The last thing I always do, and I'm a very big advocate of showing everybody to do this at the end of a play session, especially a long one, back up your save. So I'm creating a new folder called 33, because this is the, not just the 33rd part of this character series, but 33 save backup. Copy the entire save folder in there, paste it. I think I'm up to, it takes a while to calculate. Yeah, 300,000 files across 780 something megabytes. So we have already gotten past the point where our save file would actually fit on a single CD-ROM. That's how big it is. But yeah, good game, folks. I'll catch you on the next one. Hopefully tomorrow. Most likely tomorrow. Like I said, still working on the regularity. I shall see you soon, though. Definitely no more multi-day breaks in between streams.